Got dropped into a ghost story, still gotta work. By GM.
Chapter 151. The phrase, "what a relief that you're alive," carried two implied premises. That he knew who the other person is, and that he had assumed that person was dead. All of it pointed back to one thing. The security team sergeant had recognized me, the one sitting in the taxi driver's seat, as Supervisor Kim Solium of the field exploration team who had been declared deceased. Since when? I checked the sergeant sitting in the back seat through the rearview mirror. He was wearing his worn security uniform as if they were civilian clothes, cap pulled low. I couldn't see his face clearly, but somehow he seemed relieved. Suddenly, I remembered what Supervisor Park Min-seong had said. Sergeant J from the security team asked about you sometimes. I didn't say you got lost in a darkness or anything, but a few days ago, he seemed to have figured it out already. Given his years of experience as a sergeant in the security team, he would have seen plenty of rookies from Daydream Inc.'s field exploration team vanish. Still, maybe because we were acquainted, he'd worried about me. I'm grateful and sorry. And on top of that, it was surprising how he recognized me and still played it cool, quietly waiting without saying a word. Of course, given that I was currently playing the role of corporate spy, this wasn't exactly a heartwarming reunion. Anyway, Director Ho already seemed to suspect that the D-Squad knew I was alive. I couldn't afford to make things worse. The sergeant's not the type to run around blabbing about seeing me anyway. A subtle hint when he gets off the taxi, asking him to keep it quiet, would be enough. Once I'd sorted it all out in my head, I spoke in the most taxi driver-like, friendly voice I could muster. Oh man, what a ride! Thought my heart was going to give out. So, sir, you said you're headed to Seoul Station, right? It'll take about 40 minutes to get. It's fine, I don't need to go. Pardon, sir. I instinctively glanced at the mirror to look at the sergeant. He met my eyes in the reflection, smiling faintly. No reason to go anymore, I guess. Wait a second. Is this how you do it? Please take me to Seoul Station where I can ride the express train. Express train, Seoul Station. That place is also the publicly known departure point for Tamra Express into the darkness, the very one I'd been reported missing in. No way. No, that couldn't be. I kept my eyes fixed on the road ahead. And yet I ended up speaking. Did you decide to meet the person somewhere else? That's not it, I already met them. It's okay. Damn it. He really did come looking for me. The guy who's not even allowed outside except at night. It's been over a month since I went missing. Everyone had given up hope and processed me as dead. And yet this guy, just because we were somewhat acquainted, he came chasing traces of me before dawn to catch the express train. Maybe it's because I know his backstory. Before he was assigned to the security team, he was a named squad leader of the B Squad. Somehow, that made it even more touching. And it made me think. If it's to this extent, maybe he's trustworthy. He was never the type to be blindly loyal or passionate about the company anyway. If that's the case, I decided to double-check. Sir, are you maybe out on assignment? Does the company reimburse the fare or maybe track your location for reports? No, they don't. The sergeant answered firmly. They don't really care enough to do that now, and these days, they're more lenient about going out too. All right. Then, before sunrise, would you like to take a little drive with me? I turned off the car's built-in navigation and pulled up a new route on my personal phone. The destination, a location accessible through the keywords, Ko Gongkum Anus, Ko Chumahinus, Ko Chungninkum Anus. TN, Empathy Attention Toy. The lab where Daydream Inc.'s prototype device was stored. I parked the taxi at the destination. As soon as I got out with the sergeant, I called out to him. JSSI. The sergeant looked up instantly, not in surprise but almost with relief. So the taxi wasn't contaminated by the darkness. Pardon. The express train, sometimes you get contaminated while riding it, and you end up reassigned to other transport, like as a driver or something. Hold on. Did he seriously think I'd been so contaminated by a ghost story that I became a ghost story taxi driver, and just played along the whole time? If I'd pushed too hard, he might have tried to yeet me out of the car. Cold sweat ran down my back. Good thing that misunderstanding didn't go too far, and he got out when he did. It's nothing, still, thank you for worrying about me. Yes, what a relief. I almost had the rare experience of walking straight into the maw of a ghost story. I let out a sigh of relief inwardly and locked the car door after the sergeant stepped out. Then suddenly, a question popped into my mind. But why did you suddenly hail a taxi in the mountains? Don't tell me. He tried walking to Seoul Station from the mountains and got lost. The mountain? A confused voice. I was in front of the company. The explanation that followed was this. As expected, the sergeant had been dazedly walking from in front of the company towards Seoul Station. It was so early that all public transportation had stopped, and apparently he'd forgotten how to call a taxi. And then he saw it. A taxi that oddly stood out to the eye. And I heard the radio. Hearing the radio, reminded me of the time I took a taxi before. So though clumsy, he'd impulsively followed the taxi and managed to catch it. There was only one possible explanation for this entire story. Brawn, distorted time and space, and the spotlight. If it was the handiwork of the showbiz ghost story host, then no wonder it left such a chilling impression. And the way the sergeant recognized me was just as striking. The smell. I have a good nose. A remark that, to anyone watching, would be extremely convincing coming from someone tainted by an animal ghost story with a snout. In any case, I had a rough grasp of the situation now. I shook my head once and moved closer to show him something. This way, please. A door disguised as a manhole cover, propped up against a wall in an alley. It would be better to go inside and talk in more detail. Then I opened the door and headed down. Oh, the sergeant followed behind with a lifeless murmur, but the moment he saw the lab's nameplate, he froze for a second. Dream incubation chamber. This is the company. I don't think so. I opened the lab door and let the sergeant see inside. But it does seem to be connected. Among the people I know, he had worked the longest at the company, was deeply involved, but had no particular personal stake. The former squad leader of Elite B Squad quietly lowered his gaze as he looked at the fundamental research lab of Daydream Inc., S Pharmaceutical Tech. JSSI, is there anything here that catches your eye? Rather than his usual sluggish motions, which had shown not even a drop of enthusiasm, the sergeant moved swiftly and precisely through the lab. Even his eyes seemed like someone else's. Well, there are some unusual items here, so I hope you won't overexert yourself. There was no reply. He even tried to skim through the research journal I had once tossed away in exhaustion, but when a grotesque black shadow tried to leap out over him again, I freaked out and snatched it away. Only after that whole inspection ended did the sergeant finally speak. This place who told you about it, a company employee. No, I happened to find a clue in another ghost story. When I looked into it, strangely enough, it didn't seem to belong to Daydream Inc. Even though it clearly looks like a prototype made with the same technology. The sergeant affirmed this with silence. Do you have any idea what this place might be, even if it's just a suspicion or a partial guess? The sergeant glanced around the lifeless, seemingly abandoned lab space, then opened his mouth with a peculiar expression. You know, have you heard of the company disposing of darknesses? No, but I actually had. I directly witnessed how that plot device was updated several times to become more coherent. But since it would be too odd for a rookie to know such things, it was better to hear it directly from the sergeant. What do you mean by disposing of darknesses? I mean even if someone clears it, if essence can't be extracted from it anymore, they throw it out. Because it's no longer useful. That's right. Ghost stories that, from Daydream Inc.'s perspective, no longer yield any productivity. When a darkness loses its supernatural presence, dream essence can no longer be harvested from it. In such cases, after the deletion procedure of its registration number, it's discarded, although some are recycled through research or recharge processes. Here, loses its supernatural presence typically means that too much exploration data has accumulated and the manual is overly complete. They've fully mapped out the ghost story. The sense of the extraordinary and mysterious fades, and employees just handle it like routine, without tension. Once all its mechanisms are revealed, and there's no longer anything creepy or left to imagine. That ghost story becomes reality. Just a slightly dangerous reality. No different from a high-risk industrial site. Of course, since it was originally a ghost story, it might still retain some eerie traits that could act as an unnatural trigger. Like that blood and filth-covered research journal the sergeant was now tapping with his fingers. This kind of thing, too, it just feels like one of those discarded darknesses. Then there's a high chance this space itself was originally a ghost story. If I piece it all together, Daydream Inc. extracted pharmaceutical technology from this ghost story, and in the process of wringing it dry, the ghost story itself disappeared. Is that it? In any case, the fact that this place had now become relatively safe was good information. And this, the security sergeant picked up the card key placed in front of the dream incubator. The ID I had found on the corpse of the deceased researcher. Researcher? Black. This says Yuqui, right? That's how I read it too. I thought so. The sergeant fiddled with the card key and spoke slowly, gaze lowered. Then by any chance, do you know Cheerful Research Institute? The moment I heard that specific name, I realized why the name Yuqui had felt strangely familiar. Cheerful Research Institute, 1. From the mysterious candle kit, I had to the theme park ghost story I previously investigated. It was the origin of those ghost stories I'd repeatedly come across, but dismissed as incidental world-building tidbits. A name that had shown up several times, even in the dark exploration records. A ghost story maker. == Dark exploration records / factions. Cheerful Research Institute. A strange group that produces toy-themed ghost stories. Their size, personnel, and purpose are all unknown. Products from the Cheerful Research Institute appear in various places, from ghost story shopping platforms like Delusion Home Shopping, Space Shopping Mall, Today's Catalog, to old rural attics. They're often registered as darknesses with Daydream Inc. The most famous example is that theme park. == There are ghost stories that produce other ghost stories, and the company kind of favors those, the sergeant explained. That Cheerful Research Institute is a name you can come across fairly often within Daydream Inc. And then came something new to me. I heard about how the very first darkness the company ever registered had the Cheerful Research Institute tag too. Do you know what that darkness was? No idea. I only overheard the executives talking about it, that it had already been discarded. Holy shit. You remember all that? The sergeant gazed at me blankly. When it comes to the company, I remember everything, all of it. Other things, I've forgotten a lot of this and that. Would you like to remember them again? The sergeant pressed down his cap. Not really, they weren't all good memories. Maybe he only thinks that because he's forgotten. I understand. Still, if the opportunity comes someday, wouldn't it be nice to look for the good memories, like a really tasty meal or a fun place? MMH. The sergeant's voice brightened slightly. That might not be so bad. Right. I nodded with a smile. Thank you for kindly explaining all this despite being dragged to such a strange place. I doubt there are many employees who know that the first ghost story Daydream Inc. registered had the Cheerful Research Institute tag. You're probably not supposed to know it in the first place. The sergeant brought his index finger to his lips. So don't spread it around, unless you want a visit from the security team. A chill ran down my spine. Note S. When Yuqui, the word koyuque, can be translated as cheerful, but Solium kinda misconstrued it as the name Hangul, koyuenus yu kokque, qui because he saw it right before the designation job title of koyunkuwan, researcher. Since it's all cleared up, the ID can be read as such. See researcher. Black. Of course, Mr. Rodeer, since you played dead and slipped away, it might take the security team a while to find you. Played dead? Oh, right. I didn't actually escape the company. I'm currently on Director Ho's project team. I quickly explained my current situation, skipped over the part about being missing inside a ghost story for a month, and focused on the fact that I was now being worked to the bone at the director's task force. I applied because it seemed like the fastest way to get a wish ticket. I'm not really supposed to say this either, so I'd appreciate it if you kept it secret. There's no one I can even tell. Oof. The sergeant said something casually miserable, then stared into space as if deep in thought. Director Ho, all the executives in this company are out of their minds anyway. Yeah, I'm starting to get that too. Do you know Director Ho well? No, Director Ho came in after I was already in the security team. I saw Director Ching a few times, but that was ages ago. The sergeant looked around. Anyway, don't tell the executives about this. Of course. The staff member who originally discovered this facility and reported it was dead now. I had no intention of divulging this place either. But at this point, should I share a bit more clearly? I'd already gone ahead and shown this place to the sergeant, and despite how suspicious I must have looked, he continued to show trust and offer information. Wouldn't it be good to solidify that trust a bit more here? I should share what I know too. After all, I've confirmed that he's still a decent person, from the detailed records in the dark exploration records to the real-life person right in front of me. All right. JSSI, then could you take a look at this? I reactivated the dream incubator, which had been in sleep mode, using the card key. Zing. The panel and glass chamber lit up with a sound. If you press this, it seems to produce a syrup similar to Daydream's potions. I showed the pipe mechanism, even explaining how the dream essence had been charged. It looks like we'll be able to recharge dream essence separately going forward. That. A light returned to the security sergeant's eyes. Elite team collector. Yes, I acquired an unregistered one by chance. The sergeant cautiously reached out, gently touched the collector I was holding, then pulled his hand back. I heard they don't make these anymore. Had the sergeant used this type of collector back when he was in the B squad? It won't be tracked, right? Yes, it's an item that was never registered with the company. I see. The sergeant didn't even ask where I'd gotten it. He just stared at the collector, lost in nostalgia, before turning his gaze to the buttons on the dream incubator. Do you recognize any of these emojis? No, but the machine itself, it looks similar to what I saw at the company. As expected. Does the company also produce potions with a similar machine? Probably him. The sergeant looked at me and gave a faint smile. If you're curious, should I look into it a bit? Cheerful Research Institute and other things. Wouldn't that be dangerous? The sergeant's face returned to its usual expressionless state. He spoke as if even shaking his head was too much effort. It's not dangerous. Well, if you say so. Thank you, MMH. And with that, I gained an internal collaborator within the company. The sergeant, a reliable, if lethargic veteran. Some time later. Get home safe, Sergeant. Yeah. Before the sun rose, the sergeant returned home safely. And after finishing our conversation, I pressed a new emoji and obtained one potion. For the record, the emoji I pressed was. I admit, it was a button I would never have pressed if I were alone. Who? I had originally meant to give it to the sergeant as a token of thanks, but he rejected it with his usual dead fish eyes. I don't really need something like that. Right. Let's give him something else next time. I absent-mindedly fiddled with the glass bottle in my pocket as I saw the sergeant off. By the way, not that it's surprising, the sergeant didn't even have a cell phone, let alone a smartphone. So I bought a prepaid SIM at a convenience store, backed up my old phone, reset it, inserted the SIM, and handed it over to him. And as soon as stores opened, I went out and bought myself a new phone. You can reach me through this number. Okay. How should I put it? Aside from donuts, the man seemed completely devoid of any worldly desires. Is that what it's like to be deeply contaminated, I wonder? On my way to return the taxi, I dropped the sergeant off about a 12-minute walk from the company. Alrighty. And so at last my long night shift was over. The Disaster Management Bureau task went smoothly too. I returned the taxi on time, got a favorable evaluation for carrying out my role without incident. Good work. No, not at all. It was hellish, but here, the right answer was to deny it. I bowed my head to Agent Bronze while ignoring the right hand that was giving me a proud thumbs up. Then, after a few days of proper rest during my off-duty period, and finishing the associated paperwork. You'll be working here today. Back at the Disaster Management Bureau headquarters, I encountered a familiar face. Jang Hyo-woon. My fellow recruit's eyes lit up when he saw me, but he quickly bowed his head in a forced show of politeness. The supervisor standing in front of him laughed and extended a hand to Agent Bronze beside me. It's been a while, Agent Bronze. Is this the new recruit? Yes, I look forward to working with you. That's right. Today was the job I'd been waiting for, site cleanup unit duty. I'll definitely prove I'm suited for this. I failed to prove it. Chapter 152. The beginning of this whole shitshow traces back to when I first reported in for duty with the site cleanup unit. Up until that point, everything had been going smoothly. All right, time for introductions. This here is our new recruit, Agent Hwagek. A middle-aged woman with the air of a kindly scholar introduced me to Jang Hyo-woon, and we exchanged names as if it were our first time meeting. Pardon, I go by Grapes, and nice to meet you. HRK cough, yes. For some reason, Jang Hyo-woon nearly choked once, but things moved along smoothly, and everyone laughed and greeted each other in good spirits. The team leader of Site Cleanup Unit's Vermilion Bird Team 2-1 was chatting with Agent Bronze, and I could overhear them mention that I had requested to join their team, likely a nudge from Bronze's side. Haha, our kid's still a rookie too, so it'd be nice to have someone his age on the team. Yes, I'll do my best. Thank you, Agent Bronze. I did my best to look tense, hunching my shoulders like a nervous newbie, even though I was grinning like a fool inside. Jang Hyo-woon glanced at me and quickly redirected his gaze. All right, today's site. Yeah, it shouldn't be too tough, so the two rookies should be just right for the job. The team leader gave us each a friendly pat on the shoulder. It's a ghost story the Black Tortoise Team 1 just cleared during a civilian rescue. That team's under Agent Bronze. Heard of them? Yes. I've heard more than enough to feel like I was being forced into that division at one point. Anyway, Vermilion Bird Team 2's leader gave us a clean and efficient briefing on today's supernatural disaster site. Even covered safety measures. If at any point you feel like you can't handle it, speak up. Agent Grapes' senior is on standby outside. Thank you. But that won't be necessary. I was absolutely going to complete this site cleanup perfectly and wrap up the documentation just as flawlessly. Besides, it's a ghost story I'm familiar with. No, more than familiar, it was practically a friendly face. I didn't even care whether my pop socket got restored or not. I remember watching people fight all night over how this ghost story should end. And because it ended in the way I thought was most logical, I'd shown up to work the next day running on dopamine, so it stuck clearly in my mind. Sure, it's the kind of ghost story that scares me the most. But the ghostly stuff has already passed. No ghosts appear anymore. And as far as cleanup goes, it's similar to the taxi case I handled previously. The difference is that no more supernatural beings will jump out. This is literally just cleanup work. Wearing this uniform makes me feel strangely calm. Putting on a white hazmat suit-like uniform provided for cleanup, Jang Hyo-woon spoke cheerfully. It really does. Being covered head to toe like this gave a sense of psychological safety. I responded with a bright smile, and for some reason Jang Hyo-woon's expression turned a little awkward. Did I come off too friendly? All right then, Agent Hwagek, give us the field briefing again. Yes. Following the team leader's cue, Jang Hyo-woon turned to me and spoke crisply. The supernatural disaster we'll be handling today is located in Dabong-gu, and the estimated time for full cleanup is 3 hours. Its key feature is as follows. A clear, concise description followed. A public phone booth that tells scary stories. A neighborhood in Seoul with the sky darkening into dusk, standing alone by the roadside. Was an old public phone booth. Something you hardly see in Korea anymore. It had a pale blue roof. Its appearance is that of a standard public booth manufactured in the 1980s, visibly aged. But if you try calling from it, the line still connects. The inner walls were plastered with old, peeling phone number ads, stuck there long ago. Most of the advertisement stickers attached next to the phone are from businesses that are no longer in operation. However, among them, there is a 12cm x 7cm advertisement sticker finished in dark red and yellow. When the number listed under "We Tell Scary Stories" is dialed, it tells a terrifying story related to the phone booth. The number consists of 13 digits and cannot be connected to from outside the booth using other devices. Booth users who witnessed the sticker reported feeling a strong urge to make the call. That's where the supernatural disaster begins. And the terrifying story it tells actually takes place within the booth itself. Earlier this afternoon, a response and rescue team pulled a civilian out of that phone booth after they'd gotten caught up in the ghost story. So our job now was to clean up that eerie sight left in the wake of the ghost story. The current situation: the inside of the booth was filled with bright red blood, spilling out and pooling onto the ground. Well, I want to run away. But if I screw this up, I'll be recommended for resignation. I swallowed hard. Let's go in. Why, yes. Jang Hyo-woon, who was also weak against blood, looked like he might faint, but like me, he was a spy. There's no backing down. So the two of us creaked our way toward the phone booth. Note S. One vermilion bird, Kochuda Inus, one of the 4 gods of East Asian mythology, representing the fire element, the directional south, and the season of summer. It is a red bird that resembles a pheasant with a fire-colored plumage and is perpetually covered in flames. Source: Wikipedia Namawiki. Backtracking a bit, I'll be translating Ko Hyunmu Anus as black tortoise instead of turtle snake. I wasn't sure about the lore and if there was an official way to translate the 4 gods' names in English. The receiver was dangling by its cord, barely hanging on, and it looked like the blood had started spilling from there. I'll take pictures. Why, yes. I raised the camera, zoomed in with the phone booth centered in the frame. There's something floating on the blood. Organs. Goosebumps ran down my back. Please. Think the civilian was rescued safely, so that stuff might as well be props. Yeah, just pretend I walked into a haunted house. Haunted houses are scary too. Anyway, suck it up. I scolded myself and finally finished the burst shots, then lowered the camera. Next to me, Jang Hyo-woon stiffly approached the booth, opened the door, and inserted the cleaning device. Misfortune Swallower. It was a special device of the site cleanup unit that was shaped like an industrial vacuum. It efficiently sucked up the blood. However, due to the size of the entrance, anything larger than that had to be manually collected by us. Are you okay? Why, yes, we're Fu Ellie covered, so. Yeah, direct contact without a protective barrier would be the absolute worst. Fortunately, Jang Hyo-woon didn't pass out, and the two of us entered the booth to begin cleaning. What the hell? Swallowing curses, I picked up the entrails and round organs and placed them into the designated collection bin. There was no actual danger to our lives, so I got to fully experience the fear in its purest form, completely conscious and calm. I can't take this anymore. Help me. I squeezed my eyes shut several times out of sheer revulsion. Seeing that, Jang Hyo-woon, pale-faced, offered a kind of praise. You're doing a great job. You really seem like a proper rookie. I mean that in a good way. Thank you. I'm not acting. Holding back things I couldn't say aloud, I continued the cleanup quickly, mechanically. Uog. Thankfully, the blood inside the booth was vacuumed up easily. And maybe because of the protective suits we were wearing, the job was going far more smoothly than I'd expected after first seeing that insane booth. Let's not look too closely. I tried my best not to think about how we'd have to count how many organs were recovered when this was over, and I thoroughly cleared out the ghost story filth inside the booth. And then spraying disinfectant. Next. Yes. Just now did you say what we're doing next? Did I accidentally say my thoughts out loud from too much tension? The next thing is... We slowly turned our heads. The top of the phone, previously submerged in blood, was being revealed as the vacuum sucked it up. The clotted blood splashed and dripped to the floor. Drip, drip. And then it revealed. A clean speaker. To hear the next scary story, please press 4. Thunk. The booth door closed shut. To hear the next scary story, please press 4. We instinctively backed away from the phone. That gritty, mechanical buzz of a pre-recorded message played from the speaker. The call didn't end. Beep. A short electronic tone. One of the buttons on the phone body pressed itself. First of the second row. 4. BRR rating. Let us tell you the next scary story. I rushed the phone and reflexively slammed the pound key, yelling into the receiver like a man possessed. Today is March 7, 202X. There are no public phone booths in Dabangu. That's really scary, isn't it? I already heard the next scary story. The call stopped. Now, Agent this. I almost shouted Jang Hyun's real name and grabbed the body of the phone itself with both hands, lifting it into the air. W, what are you? Get back. And I threw the entire thing at the glass door of the booth. CRASH. The door shattered as the phone slammed into the pavement outside. With each bounce, it broke apart further, emitting strange recorded screams, button clicks, and connection tones all jumbled together. And then it vanished, leaving only black ash. Ahook. Halheya. Jang Hyun and I collapsed to the ground. The glass booth we had entered was gone without a trace. The space around us was wide open, and even the collection bin we'd filled with blood-soaked organs was now perfectly empty. Only the roar of the vacuum sucking up empty air echoed through the space. 2. Possessed phone booth, dismantling complete. That scared the hell out of me. I nearly ended up in a horrific situation. I was just glad the resolution method for this ghost story wasn't all that difficult. By creating a contradiction, like letting it know I was already involved in a phone booth-related ghost story, and then tearing out the phone and throwing it outside. Since the scary story only has effect within the booth, it naturally dissipates once removed. It was a supernatural disaster resolution method that essentially made the ghost story consume itself. I always liked that kind of method personally. It's kind of amazing I actually got to use it. Agent Grapes. I could hear my senior agent running toward us. They must have been shocked when the phone booth suddenly disappeared. Yes, Agent Bronze, I managed to escape safely. No, wait. So there was a senior agent on standby outside the whole time. Didn't that mean I could have just stayed put? And more than that, I didn't clean up the site. I erased the site entirely, did I? I looked up. Agent Bronze, who had come running, was staring at us in stunned silence. Did you just destroy the phone booth? Beware Hata. That wasn't cleanup, that was annihilation. Destruction King Rookie, Agent Grapes. Agent Choi, laughing like a madman, gave me a huge thumbs up. Yeah, ending a supernatural disaster is the ultimate cleanup. You did great, Hubi Nim. I wanted to punch him just once. I forced down my sigh in irritation, holding back my right hand as it tried to give another unsolicited thumbs up. I still remember the awkward tone of the Vermilion Bird Team 2's leader as he talked to Agent Bronze after I wrecked the phone booth. It was pretty impressive, but, well, it could have been dangerous. I feel like someone with a calmer personality might be better suited for our team. Of course, I couldn't exactly say. I saw the countermeasure in the dark exploration records, so I knew it was completely safe. In the end, my actions were interpreted as a timid rookie making a bold, somewhat risky decision, based on instinct and inspiration during a brief moment of confusion. And thankfully, it worked out. Of course, successfully resolving the supernatural disaster was a major achievement, so I think I was recognized for that part at least. But the final assessment went like this. Yeah, that rookie agent's a perfect fit for your team, Agent Bronze, the Dispatch and Rescue Unit. GRGHHH. Jang Hyun, who had been nervously looking on from behind, had the look of someone thinking, sure, but wouldn't Agent Roe Deer be better suited for a different role? It's seriously driving me nuts. But I could have handled the paperwork really well. There was no site left to clean, so there was nothing to document. And with the ghost story completely resolved, I became the subject of the report, not the one writing it. Even just now, I was even interviewed for testimony by Vermilion Bird Team 2's leader. But hey, you broke the ice with that rookie from the other team, right? It's good to know people outside your squad. Makes it easier to ask little favors. Which brings us to why I'm currently with Agent Choi. Whoops, my bad. I forgot your team assignment hasn't been finalized yet. I got ahead of myself, Tilda, but hey, you're with us today, right? Yeah, because my next assignment's already been decided. As a rookie agent, I'm doing 3 weeks of rotational duty with various teams. Which means, welcome back to Black Tortoise Team 1. Yep, I get to do another round with the Response and Rescue Unit. Apparently, the incident I caused gave HR just the nudge they needed to justify assigning me back here, one more time, just to see how it goes. Agent Bronze. He must have tried to shield me, but the logic of this is something rookie agents should experience, was too strong to overcome. Man tilde, some rookies have all the luck. You get to work today with a team that fits you perfectly, tilde. Agent Choi smiled cheerfully, rubbing his hands together. Today, you'll get to do a super fulfilling trio mission with us. Please save me. Chapter 153. Routine Rescue Mission. Written out like that, it might sound vague, but in reality, it's something that happens quite naturally even in the real world. If people keep tripping and getting hurt in an area I manage, of course I'd look into it more. It's like that. It refers to patrolling and checking areas or facilities where accidents frequently occur, to regularly monitor for people in danger and carry out rescue operations. It was the same at the Supernatural Disaster Management Bureau. We designate certain supernatural disasters and go in like this once every few months to check them out, to see if there's anyone inside who needs rescuing. But there's one crucial additional condition. Ghost stories where it's impossible to report a rescue request. It's for people caught in a supernatural disaster who can't yell, "Save me, tilde," even if they want to. Exactly. A number of ghost stories, by their very nature, don't allow for calls or any kind of contact for help. Among those, if agents can enter and exit relatively safely, the response and rescue unit is assigned to patrol them on a regular basis. There definitely were exploration records based on that setting. When the fun of the story came from tracking changes over time, or when the point of interest was how the scenario shifted as episodes accumulated, that was the case. In that way, it's similar to how Daydream Inc. assigned designated darknesses to specific employees or teams. Though, of course, the objective here is incomparably more noble. Just a moment ago, Agent Choi, who'd been teasing me to death, now looked surprisingly reliable as he scratched the back of his head with ease. And this ghost story, as long as you strictly follow the rules, it's not dangerous. But because of how the rules work, the job has to be done in pairs for it to function properly. It's a two-person assignment. But earlier, you said it was a three-person mission. That's right, our rookie here is the tag-along extra. 1. E-extra. My vision went a little dim at being treated in a way I'd never experienced before. But then I realized that this was actually a huge win and shut my mouth. The more people there are, the less scary it'll be. Besides, agents from the Disaster Management Bureau weren't likely to be trolls or anything. And when I heard who was on the lineup, they were all people I was familiar with. Me and Yiquanai. Agent Choi waved his hands vaguely in the air to indicate Agent Bronze, who had stepped away for a report, then pointed to himself. And then that hand pointed to me. And our honorary member here. All right. I gave a defeated, awkward nod. Seeing my expression, Agent Choi chuckled and clapped me on the shoulder. You're taking this well. Let's go. Yiquanai's probably been waiting forever. I'm sure your senior will find his way to the destination, too. Agent Choi led me to the elevator. The destination was basement 2. If someone's heading out for fieldwork from headquarters, odds are they're on standby on B2. Because fast response is often crucial, the lower levels are allocated for deployment, he explained. As soon as we stepped off the elevator and turned the corner, I saw a nameplate. Black Tortoise Team 1. Agent Choi cheerfully swung open the door. Ta-da, welcome to Black Tortoise Team 1's standby zone. The inside was unexpectedly cozy. Circular couches, a break area, blankets, bookshelves packed chaotically with board games, philosophy books, and manhwa books. It didn't have the sleek, modern aesthetic of a government office lounge, but it had the vibe of a college clubroom. On the wall's whiteboard, old graffiti was still clearly visible. The best rescue agent was here. If you play EDM at my funeral, a docubuy will come get you. We'll never forget our Black Tortoise Team 1. They were probably messages left by people who could no longer take on missions, never erased, just accumulating over time. It was the complete opposite of the sleek, personalized solo workstations of Daydream Inc.'s elite teams. Haha, one of our retired guys was into home decor and once brought in a haunted painting. Isn't it great? Just sitting here, the work practically finds you. Yes, it's a very pleasant space. Agent Choi, momentarily at a loss for words, gave me a slow smile. Right, I told you it was a good team. I wasn't lying. In that sense, well, hey, you could totally join our tea. I'm fine, thank you. That was close. I almost gave him an opening. Yeah, still got some time left anyway. Agent Choi guided me over to the sofa, and we sat across from each other, taking a short breather. Between the two sofas was a table, lumpy and uneven under a tablecloth, probably meant to keep the dust off, but it somehow felt oddly homey. Phew, let's rest a bit until Yikwanai gets back. Yes. And here. Agent Choi suddenly gave a somewhat gentle smile and took out a well-sealed piece of paper from his inner pocket. It was the scrap of paper I had given him, the one I'd bought at the manhole market. Sorry, but there doesn't seem to be any supernatural disaster in the Bureau's database that matches this note. Well, of course not. That was just a clue pointing to the location of the lab hidden behind the manhole. And as if this kind of situation was familiar to him, Agent Choi added a few words, like he was trying to comfort a rookie. Maybe the Bureau just hasn't picked it up yet. These things happen a lot. You've just got to be patient and wait it out. Are you okay with that? He was probably asking because what he really meant was, looks like we're not going to be able to save this person. But I nodded. Yes, really. Then taking a deep breath, I accepted the slip of paper Agent Choi held out. To be honest, I've already confirmed the corpse of the researcher I made the transaction with. If this were a real situation, I'd probably say something like this. Still, I think there's meaning in at least making the attempt. Agent Choi didn't respond for a moment. Was that too obvious? Just as I started to regret it. Hubi Nim, give that back for a sec. Agent Choi extended his hand again. I'll check one more time, just once. Note S. When the term used was actually ko, tuhi enus, which is a kind of kimchi that S made of radish, used as slang to refer to someone who's less popular but allowed to hang out with a group. Right arrow curving left. Sorry. When you've been around this long, you've got more than just the database. I've got my own tricks too. I'll give it one more shot. And so the note returned to Agent Choi. I felt a bit guilty, but this was a life-or-death matter, so I kept my mouth shut. I'll repay him by working like a mule for the Bureau. Thank you. Okay. This time, Agent Choi didn't say anything like, if you're that thankful, just join our team already. He just gave a dry chuckle and let it go. Is he going to ask one of his informants? Agent Choi had so many exploration records, and that meant he'd crossed paths with plenty of different factions. Which meant that, in the end, he'd become a character with wide-reaching connections. So when he said he'd look into it again, it probably meant he was going to check sources outside the Bureau too. Well, whatever. If he says he'll take a look, that's all it means. Probably just another excuse to try and recruit me into Black Tortoise Team 1. Wait a second. No way, he's not seriously going to find a ghost story that fits the note, is he? Don't tell me this is going to spiral into some ridiculous and implausible plot twist where there really is a matching ghost story. Nah, no way. Just imagining it made cold sweat trickle down my back. Time to stop. And right after Agent Choi tucked the note back into his coat, finally, the last agent for today's mission walked through the door of the waiting room. Oh, Yikwanai. Agent Bronze strode in confidently and took a seat on the sofa. Yes, this was the person I needed to make a confession to. I immediately bowed my head. Agent Bronze, I'm really sorry. You went out of your way to help me, and I totally messed up the field cleanup mission. This was my appeal. Please give me one more chance. I haven't given up on the site cleanup unit just yet. Agent Bronze let out a quiet sigh and shook his head. There's no need to apologize. Yeah, it'd be weirder if someone apologized for obliterating a supernatural disaster. Agent. Egu Yikwanai so scary let's work. When Agent Bronze glared at him, Agent Choi panicked, whistled, and quickly pulled out the mission briefing papers. Thanks to that, I missed my timing to make an appeal. I'll have to wait for another chance. But since I'd be joining today's mission, another opportunity was bound to come. Hubi Nim, where did I leave off? You mentioned that today's mission was a 3-person job. That's right, and on top of that, someone very reliable will be helping us out today. Agent Choi pointed to the wall next to the sofa. There a translucent curtain hung loosely. Our elder, the team leader. The curtain. I managed to speak. I don't see anything. You don't see them, but you believe they're there. The elder said, since a new rookie was coming today, they'd definitely lend us a hand. Is this some kind of rookie initiation ritual? I was starting to get confused. Was someone actually transformed into that curtain? Is that even possible? I was about to dig through the dark exploration records in my head when Agent Choi nudged me to stand in front of the curtain politely. Yiquanai stands here, and you, rookie, stand in the center, perfect. Agent bronzed me and Agent Choi. Then Agent Choi stepped forward and pulled the curtain aside. Light poured through the curtain. Behind the translucent curtain was, surprisingly, a glass window that hadn't been visible before. Of course, since we were underground, we couldn't see outside. But instead, a mystical, aurora-like glow shimmered beyond the glass. Rippling like rice paper doors, the glass flickered with sacred, almost divine light. Pretty cool, right? Apparently it's made with some kind of magical glass. I don't really know the details. Agent Choi smiled as he approached. The important thing is, this is how the Elder watches over this place. The Elder, who exactly are they? Told you already, our team leader here at Black Tortoise Team 1. Surprisingly, even Agent Bronze didn't object, which meant that it was true. Yiquanai that. Agent Bronze quietly removed the cloth, covering the table between the sofas. Whoosh! Revealed underneath was food. Buckwheat jelly and raw chocolate. What kind of combination is that supposed to be? All right, wave your hands. Agent Choi enthusiastically raised both his hands. Agent Bronze followed, so I hurried to raise mine too. Wishing you many blessings again today, Elder. Then we all bowed deeply toward the window. We humbly ask for your guidance on today's mission. I was so thrown off. I had never read about anything like this in the dark exploration records. Still, I bowed along like a proper rookie. And the moment I stood up, my body started shrinking. My viewpoint lowered, my arms and legs got smaller. Everything around me seemed just a bit larger and slightly wobbly. No, it was my head that was wobbling. Compared to my now shrunken body, my relatively large head tilted for a moment, struggling to balance. Even my voice had changed, and then the transformation stopped. Only two things in my vision remained the same size as before. The two people beside me. All set, thank you, Elder. I turned my head. In Agent Choi's spot stood an elementary school kid, examining me as if checking me over. No, I mean, it was Agent Choi, just younger. His mischievous grin and relaxed air were still there, just on a child's face. Are you all right? Across from me stood the child version of Agent Bronze. Same stiff demeanor, no, wait. Oh my God. I looked down at my own hands. Even my Dakibai flame arm had shrunk down to match my reduced size, waving excitedly instead of giving a thumbs up. All right, mission prep complete. Today's supernatural disaster can only be entered normally by the children of the new nation. So now we've all become exactly 8 years old. I think I'm going to lose my mind. Chapter 154. Rejuvenation. It's the dream of humankind, but no one has succeeded through science yet, so in reality, no one has truly experienced becoming younger. But in this ghost story world, I'm experiencing it, that very rejuvenation. Though my height has been cut in half, mind you. Achoo. Hey, be careful, kids get cold easily, you know. I fell into momentary silence as I watched Agent Choi grinning under a blanket. It was so absurd that I was speechless. This doesn't feel real. I'm 8 years old. Being in the body of a lower-grade elementary schooler felt bizarre. All those cartoon protagonists who instantly adapted to being kids again were total liars. A child's senses were magnified several times over, and their stamina surged in strange ways. I thought I'd waddle clumsily because of the shorter reach, but to my surprise, I didn't. It's because it's a Dakibai trick, explained Agent Bronze smoothly. Of course, that's only a clear explanation if you're a veteran of the dark exploration records. To a rookie like me, it was anything but. So I responded as expected. Dakibai trick. You can think of it as a supernatural phenomenon that deceives reality. It's not a disaster, and it can't be used for anything malicious. It's a trick, after all. That was a pretty good explanation. I glanced at the Dakibai flame embedded in my arm and recalled the dark exploration records, entry I was familiar with. Dakibai trick. A mysterious ability used by some agents of the Supernatural Disaster Management Bureau. Occasionally manifests when an agent is issued a spiritual item tied to Dakibai lore. Abilities drawn from traditional Dakibai myths, like transformation, concealing objects, showing illusions, or conjuring fire from thin air, may appear depending on the compatibility with the agent. As you might have guessed, the Disaster Management Bureau is quite deeply tied to the Dakibai. So, you can just assume that the team leader of Black Tortoise Team 1 also uses a Dakibai trick. He's telling me outright that there's deeper lore and that I'll learn it once I've put in more time. Much appreciated. Oops, Yiquana, you're saying too much. What should we do, Hubinim? You might get your memory wiped. Hying, you didn't fall for it. Agent Bronze pressed a finger to his temple. Seeing a child make such a world-weary expression was incredibly uncanny. If Agent Choi says something not directly related to the mission, you don't have to respond. Hey, that's too harsh. Fine, I'll stick to mission talk. Agent Choi's grumbling was slightly less annoying in child form. Anyway, so a Dakibai trick is, at its core, an illusion tilde we're not really children of the new nation, so don't forget that. Yes. Okay, I get what you're saying. But senses fool the body, and the body fools the mind. Agent Choi leaned in with a sly smile. Wearing the face of a child but making an adult expression, it was eerie and vaguely unsettling. While you're in this form, your emotions will be harder to control, your fitness will surge, and your strength will be weaker. Because you're a child. That's why it's a two-person team job. When you've got another childlike teammate nearby, it grounds you. You try to take care of each other, and that brings out your adult self a bit more. Makes sense. A trick is just a trick. Make sure you don't get swallowed by it. Yes, I'll be careful. Egu, our rookie, gives such good answers. Around then, the Disaster Management Bureau's transport vehicle stopped. Due to the constraints of our new physical forms, bicycles weren't an option. This time, a van was assigned to transport us. The destination was quite far, after all. We've arrived. Tech. The door opened, revealing. Shwa. The sea. On a chilly early spring day, the beach without sunlight felt somber and majestic. If someone said a ghost story about children going missing happened here, anyone would nod without question. Not there, over here. I turned my head to follow Agent Choi's gesture. It was an old, massive seafood restaurant. Holy shit. A huge neon sign with a tail-flicking amberjack shimmered boldly overhead, extremely avant-garde. But taped to the glass door was a notice. Closed today. Nevertheless, the three of us children approached the door and placed our hands on the handle. We're about to enter the Ocean Palace. Entry location. A children's playroom attached to large seafood restaurants or fish markets dealing in marine life. The playroom must have a floor area exceeding 49 Chinese symbol and must contain a red cylindrical slide. Additionally, murals related to an underwater kingdom must be visibly present on the walls. When murals in such playrooms were replaced, distorted and vaguely similar underwater images began appearing irregularly. Complete prevention of entry is presumed to be impossible. Confirmed. Good. With his now shorter arms, Agent Bronze pushed aside some toys, revealing a wallpaper-style poster underneath. The Mermaid Princess, smiling fish, coral, clams, and a cute shell-shaped castle. Next to it sat a red slide-like playground structure and a ball pit. Whoa, nostalgic. Places like this really never disappear. I guess the demand's consistent. Enough chit-chat, let's get ready. Yes, sir. Even the bickering sounded more endearing in children's voices. Hubinim, you read the instructions, right? Yes. Good, let's do this. Following the others, I stood at the base of the red slide. Entry method. With eyes closed, climb up the slide from the bottom. During this process, you must hold a strong desire to enter the underwater kingdom depicted on the wallpaper. Possessing a related item, e.g., a seashell, increases the likelihood of success. Then recite the incantation. Twinkle, twinkle, ocean palace, I've moved into the ocean palace. With eyes shut, we entered the cold, smooth black tunnel of the slide. The incantation appears irregularly in the form of graffiti on the walls or floor of playrooms that meet the entry conditions. At times, it is found illustrated in detail under the title, How to Go to the Twinkle Twinkle Ocean Palace, on bonus pages of comic books placed within the playroom. Twinkle Twinkle Ocean Palace, I've moved into the ocean palace. I kept climbing upward. From in front and behind, high and clear children's voices echoed as they repeated the chant. A strange feeling. It was dark. We kept chanting, Twinkle Twinkle Ocean Palace, I've moved into the ocean palace. The slide wouldn't end. Instead, the incline grew steeper and steeper, until I had to cling to it just to keep climbing. I could hear the kids panting behind me. It felt like I might cry, but I held it in. If the incline begins to steepen precariously, this indicates that the entry ritual has succeeded. There are no recorded outcomes for individuals who fail to maintain their grip and slide back down at this stage. How much time passed? Eventually, I found myself clinging as if to a cliff. Twinkle, twinkle, ocean palace. Then I dropped forward. Just like falling off a cliff or plunging down a roller coaster. My small body tumbled downward. When the little body couldn't take it anymore and let out a scream, the moment I opened my eyes. I saw a fantastical sight. A city out of a dream. Bathed in golden light, a vast blue sky, or rather, waves of aurora light flowed across the void above. No, not the sky, it was the ocean. Beneath the dazzling, undulating sea were golden pipes and ivory brick houses lining elegant, fairy tale-like streets. Sparkling coral reefs, colorful streamers and decorations. Golden speakers, ornate floral and wave-patterned metalwork shimmered from every street lamp. And high above, a beautiful palace adorned with pearls and gold in shimmering hues of blue. Somehow I was no longer falling. I floated, gently drifting downward like flying through a dream, toward the stunning golden city below. Drifting, the two children who had come with me floated beside me. As we descended, the city's central white fountain came into view, and a banner rippled above it in gold, blue, and red. To our newest children moving in. Welcome to the Twinkle Twinkle Ocean Palace. And then, a new friend. While more came. More than 20 children came rushing down the beautiful boulevard beneath the banner. All of them were smiling from ear to ear. Clean, pretty hair and clothes, dressed like fairy tale princes and princesses, like the stars of a birthday party. 3 of them came. I like this one. When one child grabbed Agent Bronze's arm, he flinched in alarm, but the child just giggled brightly. Laughter and glittering euphoria filled the air. Where is this place? This is Twinkle Twinkle Ocean Palace. It's so much fun, it's really great. The child chattering to me beamed and began leading the way. Like they had nothing in the world to worry about. Like their parents had sent them to some amazing camp, and they were making new friends in paradise. But these children, they're all missing persons. All living entities confirmed within the scope of this supernatural disaster are presumed to be missing children. Verified age range spans from 5 to 11 years old. The majority display expressions of deep euphoria and contentment. The children burst into laughter as they led us, running down the Grand Street, trying to get us to the palace in one go. Still like kids, they were easily distracted, looking around at everything. Look at this, look. Throughout the street, there were decorative dolls with gears winding inside them, moving slightly. Golden signs dangled from above. Children, please take your honey. There was a drinking fountain built into the belly of a colorful toy soldier with a comical expression. When the faucet was turned, honey actually poured out. If you carefully fill a bottle and leave it in front of the mermaid princess, she'll give you a gift. In front of the white ivory statue of the mermaid princess at the palace gates, children placed their honey. The statue's base would open and pour out things like amazing toys, clothes, or fairy tale books, the kinds of things they'd always wanted. Waya! Children's cheers and laughter rang out. Here for you. Thanks. A younger-looking child in a blue dress handed me a pair of very nice-looking shoes. There's a theory that this supernatural disaster is a manifestation of a folk belief, one that stemmed from stories about pitiful children who disappeared near the sea, said to have gone to the ocean palace. I deliberately held the child's hand and spoke quietly, with a worried tone. I need to go see my mom now. Mom, she's coming to get you. Just play here and wait, okay? You know, my mom's really cool. She's super good at sewing too, and when she gets here, I'll show you first. Then she laughed shyly again and ran off down the street. That child will probably never be able to show her mom anything. You'll feel like you could just grab them all and take them out the moment you see the kids, right? But you can't get caught up in it. Got it. I clenched my teeth. If you take the wrong one out, the kid dies. In Twinkle Twinkle Ocean Palace, when rescuing a long-term missing child over 1,000 days, they vanish like a bubble the moment they return to reality. You must confirm the date of disappearance beforehand. But it's reportedly maddeningly difficult. Each time we come, the group of kids we meet changes. But we've even had cases where a kid not seen in the previous year showed proof of having been here over 3 years. Time flows chaotically here. Some children who went missing yesterday in the real world may have already been living here for 5 years. Conversely, some children are from far in the past, or even from alternate timelines where different events occurred. That's why you must talk to each child, learn what year they were living in, and confirm whether they're a recent missing person, and only then can you take them out. The only saving grace is that Agent's sense of time hasn't been warped, likely because, while the Dokibai trick makes them appear as children, they're still adults inside. But we can still be affected by supernatural phenomena just like kids, so staying here too long is dangerous. Agent Choi, the mission lead, had declared this. 2 days. We'll spend exactly 2 days here and leave on the 3rd. Got it? Honestly, we could hold out longer, but the Bureau says 2 days, so. Agent. Yeah, that's why I said only 2 days. And so, from now on, the 3 of us in Black Tortoise Team 1 must find a child who's been missing in the real world for less than 3 years. And only that child. No good. Maybe it's because I'm in a child's body, but I'm too easily swayed. Stay calm. I took a deep breath and got to work. I had to meet as many children as I could in my assigned area within the time limit to listen to their stories. And I can proudly say I did my best for those 2 days. I spoke with each of the kids who greeted us, and even found the bedrooms where kids who hadn't come out to welcome us were staying. But this is the end of this rotation's rescue mission. We didn't find a single child who met the criteria in 2 days. Not one. Let's return. I lowered my head. There are things in life that don't work out, no matter how hard you try. I don't know this ghost story. Since I'd never seen it in the dark exploration records, I didn't have any secret tricks or special methods. It was safest and right to follow the rules of the Bureau and the plan laid out by our superior. Besides, it'd be dangerous for me to stand out too much right now. So this was just, don't wanna. Wait. Was that me just now? I don't want to, we gotta keep looking. It was me. That's. What made it even worse, my superiors were starting to look distressed, too. Because we're in child bodies. Chapter 155. 1 rookie throwing a tantrum. 2 supervisors on the verge of tears. All 3 are 8 years old. The situation was deteriorating beautifully. Damn it. This wasn't a discussion, it was just an expression of overwhelming emotion. I finally tried to explain the reason behind my no, we gotta keep looking, with the intention of biting my tongue if necessary, but both of them were already getting swept up by the mood. Tears spread quickly among children. We still have time left, and you said we're only doing 2 days because of the rules. So I thought that meant we still have time to explore safely without getting contaminated. That's true. Then I'd like to keep looking, sir. Just 1 kid. Maybe they're here and we just didn't find them. Child Agent Choi sniffled. Then maybe just 2 more days. Agent Bronze, eyes red at the corners, stepped in and sharply glared at Agent Choi before turning to me with a firm voice. No. I wanted to say, why not? And I did. Why not? I'm going crazy. Agent Bronze shouted back. Because it's dangerous. An agent's life always comes first if we push past the rules. His voice caught in his throat. I've seen agents die from that. So many Sunbees never made it back. That's why we should never start something like this. Following the rules is the right way. Who? He's not wrong either. Then Agent Bronze glanced at my arm. Don't forget that arm of yours needs to be recharged every 3 days. I brought a charger for it, then how about this? Just one more night, just a single night. Choi raised one finger. If by tomorrow afternoon we're not sure we can rescue anyone, we'll just leave. Okay. Delaying the mission by half a day it's something you just mention in a single line of the report. Both of us instinctively looked at Agent Bronze. Yiquina. Agent do whatever you want. And then Agent Bronze shut his mouth, leaving only those words. I never agreed to it. It certainly seemed that way. His face was flushed red, unable to hide his frustration and bitterness. Still, it was also an unspoken signal that he wouldn't protest further, so Agent Choi wrapped it up right away. All right, then just one more day. So the 3 of us children promised this. If we still found nothing, we'd give up and leave right away. And so we each returned to the sleeping quarters of the children in our assigned areas. Agent Choi took the area near the palace, Agent Bronze stayed near the central fountain, and I headed toward the town entrance. The annoying part was that our paths overlapped, so I ended up walking with Agent Bronze. I'm sorry. It's fine. Agent Bronze let out a sigh and spoke. Compared to other cases of people affected by Dakibai tricks, this was a pretty rational outcome. Really? Yes, some agents ended up bawling and wrestling with each other. Oh, I see. That's why we need rules. In supernatural situations like this, even if it doesn't make sense in the moment, following protocol is important. You'll eventually realize it was the right call. Agent Bronze took a deeper breath. Of course, you aren't at fault, Agent Grapes. Every rookie goes through something like this at least once. But the person in charge failed to explain things properly and went along with it so. You're really skilled at shutting up the rookie who just successfully negotiated for one more day, thanks to that very person in charge. Anyway, although Agent Bronze still didn't look happy, the mood recovered enough that he gave me advice as we split up. All the kids will fall asleep before midnight anyway. Agent Grapes, don't waste your strength. Get some rest too. Yes. In Twinkle Twinkle Ocean Palace, day and night are determined by the chimes of the town clock tower. When night falls, a drowsiness appropriate to children's sleep cycles sets in. Everyone falls asleep before midnight, and cheerful music plays at sunrise to wake them. It was a distinctly supernatural structure, fitting for a ghost story. I walked past the dazzling reddish-gold hues of the palace district, into the softly glowing navy and white-lit part of town, and entered the lodging I was assigned. A sign at the entrance read, Dreamland Beds. For children. Inside was a huge, whimsically decorated room fitting for young kids, with a dozen or so fluffy canopy beds. All the children in the room were already fast asleep. Because I had spent every last possible moment searching for a child I could still rescue, I had pushed time to its limit. Sleepiness washed over me too. I picked one of the empty beds at random and lay down, the absurdly soft and warm bedding gently wrapped around my head and body. Then briefly, the disgrace I just showed flashed through my mind. Wow. I threw a tantrum, me. I don't think I ever even acted like that, even as an actual kid. And judging by their personalities, Agent Choi and Agent Bronze probably felt the same way about themselves. Maybe because Dakibai tricks aren't true rejuvenation but more like deception, there's this strange sense that we've been turned into the concept of children. So what matters now is staying calm, and not being swayed by the exaggerated traits of this child's body. The goal hasn't changed after all. With a hazy mind, I made a slow vow. Let's get up early and start searching right away. Maybe one. Just one, maybe I could bring back at least one child. Grapes. Tien spoken affectionately, Podoya. Grapes, I think you'll make a fine agent. Your arm thinks so too. A voice, warm and familiar, drifted in. No, listening again, it sounded reliable and strong. What is this? It's your dream. I see. Come to think of it, I had fallen asleep. Before my closed eyes, sparkling light shimmered like a warm flame. And in dreams, thoughts that don't come to you in reality often rise up, because you're free from the constraints of the real world. Well, things you can't think of in reality. That's true. Now that I was running a rescue mission as a child due to the entry requirements, there were things I had most likely overlooked. In this dream, I could calmly review those. As an adult, for example, why do more than half the children we meet chain every time agents come in? If all the children were different, I could logically assume, there are multiple similar places like this due to the nature of the supernatural phenomenon. But if more than half change, that's something else entirely. That means more than half of them have disappeared. At the very least, disappeared in a way that prevents them from meeting the agents. And then, why aren't the agents questioning that? Two eerie but simple and clear possibilities flashed through my mind. Either they themselves are being influenced by this ghost story, or there are truths they're deliberately hiding from me, the rookie. Maybe both. If that's the case, then don't I have something perfect for this kind of situation? Something that could support my insight. Something I don't need to ask the others for. Indeed, clever boy, grapes, a wise idea is a treasure for all time. Don't forget what you've learned in this dream when you wake up tomorrow. It felt like a wrinkled hand gently stroked my head in encouragement. Thank you, Elder. Kierararara. Laughter and the sound of chimes. A new golden morning had begun. Let's go see the mermaid princess. I wanna play tag. Children chattered cheerfully as they woke up and began leaving the bedroom. Normally, I'd immediately follow to gather information, but my mind was already focused on one clear idea. Something I'd concluded during the dream. I reached inside the thick coat I wore and carefully pulled out what I had packed to avoid breaking it. Detective syrup for kids. The syrup I'd made by pressing one of the emoji buttons in the dream incubator. At Daydream Inc., it was officially called this. Detection potion. When consumed, it brightens your vision to reveal what you need most at the moment. If I drank the detective syrup, I'd see which child could be rescued. Because right now my mission, and what I most need, is to rescue a child. All right. Normally I'd have weighed this or that option, but... Come on, this is about saving a kid. Being too calculating about it just makes me feel like scum. Besides, I needed to test its effect anyway. I opened the sealed cap of the syrup and drank it in one go. Just as the label described, the syrup had an artificial cherry scent and sweetness that slid down my throat. I pocketed the empty bottle. There was no dazzling, dramatic change like you'd expect from a healing potion, but I felt my heart beat steady and my mind grow calm. Now let's check. I turned my eyes to the children still in the common area, then to the kids running outside through the window, looking for the one who would catch my eye. But, why can't I see anything? The kids running off, the ones laughing by the fountain in the distance. They're just kids, none of them stand out in any way. For a moment, I started to feel a chill. Was there truly not a single viable target to rescue? But then, I felt a presence elsewhere. Something distinct and bright registered at the edge of my vision. I turned my head to check what it was. My coat's opposite pocket. The one holding the item I'd bought at the faceless market in the manhole. Why is this? I reached in and pulled it out. It was a sheet printed with 4 vintage stamps. They looked like cheap fundraising seals or promotional stickers, each showing an old Korean street scene. And if you looked closer, you could see things in the background that weren't human. Pigeons, rats, stray cats, sparrows, cockroaches. Creatures that coexisted with people on the streets. Street stamp. A strange stamp that allows the user to disguise themselves as one of the animals commonly seen on the streets of Yongdyungpo-gu, Korea, during the 20th century. Crafted by the Today's Artifacts dealership. I'd picked it up just in case I needed to run or hide while spying. I'd even broken into a cold sweat when Agent Choi suggested it himself. And sweated more sorting through non-Daydream Inc. items to trade for it. Anyway, the core ability of this item is exactly that. I can transform into a non-human street animal. Sounds useful. Of course, there's a fatal side effect. If the stamp's effect lasts more than 2 hours continuously, The user's body may begin to mutate into something from the stamp. Not simply becoming an animal, but rather having their body infected with features from that animal. Like something out of a biohorror game. Imagine growing a pigeon's beak out of your jaw, or sparrow eyes on your forehead. Ugh. Just thinking about it made my skin crawl. I vowed again never to exceed the time limit. But transforming into an animal in a ghost story that requires the form of a child to enter, was that really what I need most at this very moment? I felt uneasy, but also something colder. A gut feeling told me I needed to check. Daydream Inc. never scams people with their potions, even if they lie about other stuff. Their effects are always spot on. There's no need to fake it. All right. If something feels off, I'll spit out the stamp immediately and return to my child form. I took a deep breath and peeled off one of the stamps, then placed it in my mouth. My field of view dropped, even lower than when I turned into a child. My back hunched and I stood on all fours. I felt fur, my ears rose, whiskers twitched. A cat, huh? I lifted my head. It might have been more useful to be a pigeon, at least I could have flown. But at least I didn't turn into a cockroach or a rat, which was comforting enough. What? Oh. The golden city collapsed. The blissful blue ocean, the fairy-tale-like brick houses and wide boulevards, the beautiful banners all lost their color and decayed. And in their place horrifying sights appeared. Rusty metal pipes, flickering broken street lamps, half-collapsed buildings, scribbles of blood and filth. Grotesque, bulging ulcer-like masses filled the cracks in the bricks and lampposts, pulsating and oozing. The whole space is infected. It's wrong, it's everywhere. I'm contaminated. Spit it out. I had to spit out the stamp. Something's wrong. No, that's not it. This was the shock of falling from paradise into a nightmare. I wasn't contaminated. HHU. I caught my breath. The panic faded as I adjusted to my environment. Then, shivering, I looked around with a cold, adult mind. A grotesquely collapsed civilization, flesh-like infected masses embedded across a ruined cityscape. I recognized this. Yes, Twinkle Twinkle Ocean Palace wasn't a ghost story I didn't know, nor was it an unrecorded one left out of the dark exploration records. It simply didn't look the way I remembered. The one I knew was a horrifying ghost story from Daydream Inc. Dark Exploration Records / Ghost Story. Mermaid Grave. A ghost story featured in Dark Exploration Records. Daydream Inc. Identification Code, Q-Turwasi 1642. A story of wandering a strange city, submerged deep into the sea. Victims are chased by swarms of grotesque lifeforms, and when caught, have all blood and mucus drained from them to death. That one. The city is already in a ruined state, and remaining records suggest that it fell due to infection from a biological disaster. Traces of what was once a beautiful city now contrast starkly with the current apocalyptic state brought on by a tragic and horrific biological outbreak. As the records within the city refer to the biological disaster as Merfolk, the site has been registered in the database under the designation Mermaid Grave. So, the children of Twinkle Twinkle Ocean Palace. At the city's heart lies a grotesque mass, the central cluster of infection for the biohazard merfolk, from which infected fluids endlessly pursue any explorer. If caught, one becomes infected, a host of the merfolk. I staggered forward on all fours, walking along a shattered street. Scattered throughout the dark deep-sea city, I saw bodies frozen in strange positions, half alive, half dead, drawn along by ulcer-like lumps. They moved stiffly like dolls, swaying as they walked. Those decorative figurines on the fountains. Children, please take your honey. Those colorful soldier figurines, elephant-shaped ones too. They were once human. People infected after being drawn into this cursed ghost story. Then the faucet sticking out of their stomachs that spewed honey. That was actually blood, extracted from the bellies of those people by those ulcerous growths. Lahi. I ran. Kicking off with 4 legs, I sprinted through the sunken ruins of this once seaside city, now crawling with twitching, corrupted biomechanical filth. And finally, I reached the heart of the city. What had once looked like a beautiful ocean palace was a mass of festering ulcerous clusters. Thump thump. The pulsing of the vile mass could be felt even here. A sprawling, pus-colored flesh conglomerate, in dirty red, green, and pale pink hues, clung to crumbled buildings like some grotesque art installation. And at the forefront, an oozing sack covered in tentacles like a deformed egg nest. To anyone who's seen it before, its silhouette is unmistakable. It resembles the statue of the mermaid princess. The infectious fluids extract the blood and mucous membranes of explorers who have become hosts, delivering them to the central cluster at the heart of the city. The cluster then expels infectious mucus and residue. Residue has been identified as indigestible materials, such as fibrous matter and plastic. Right. The toys, clothes, picture books that were gifted to children when they offered honey to the statue at Twinkle Twinkle Ocean Palace. They were the worn belongings of those who had gone missing here. It only appeared beautiful to the children, a seductive illusion. That's what this ghost story does. And it was infecting the children. Those horrific infected fluids, called mer-children in the dark exploration records, were in the end. In the end? No. This is. I have to leave. I can't make contact with the children like this. I turned around, staggering. But at that moment, WRRDGHHHGH. With a repulsive sound, one of the ulcerous growths on the floor shot mucus at me. Contagious fluid. If that sticks, I'll end up with a faucet on my belly, too. Damn it. Thank God cats can run fast. Moving on instinct, I dashed between rusted alleyways and rotting ruins, fully adapted now to this feline body. Maybe this was why Agent Choi had recommended it after all. Anyway, so the question is, what the hell do I do about this? Should I report this to the other agents? And if I do, how much do I say? How do we even rescue the children now? Should the agents even remain in child form in this situation? Is being in a child's body really safe anymore? Is it really better to let these kids keep living here rather than turning into bubbles? This area's clear, no more children. Let's move on. Yes, assistant manager. I froze. 3 figures had entered the alley. Calm voices, phrases I recognized from the dark exploration records, people addressing each other by job positions. Daydream Inc. So a squad of the field investigation team really was dispatched. Of course, most of the long entries in the dark exploration records had been written by employees of the company, so it only made sense I'd run into them here. Which meant, maybe I could use this. If they're Daydream Inc., employees, they've gotta have at least 1 or 2 special equipment, right? Something that could help resolve this, even just an idea. Even if not, it was better to have more cards to play. Let's go. I held my breath and crept toward the alley the masks and suits had passed through. Is what I heard. Oh, this thing here. Their conversation filtered through my sensitive feline ears. And when I rounded the corner, finally seeing the 3 figures clearly. Familiar masks. Doesn't look useful. Looks valuable to me, I'm taking it. Goat Beak Sahian, Pony Kangyak. And, pipe down, Butterfly, Assistant Manager Jin Nassal of the A Squad. Goddamn. An absolute nightmare lineup. Chapter 156. The members of Daydream Inc. S Field Exploration Team were people who literally staked their lives on the job because they had a single, desperate wish they wanted fulfilled. In other words, most of them are perfectly willing to use anyone, coworkers, civilians, even deranged ghost stories, to achieve their own goals. They only care about the welfare points they need for their own wish. 3 prime examples of that kind of person stood right in front of me. Of course, it's not just the wishes that made them who they were. Assistant Manager, what about those who lagged behind when we first met the Mer-child? Don't care. Ms. Pony, it's tragic that some people were taken, but that was their fate, right? Should we press on? We have to find our item. Right, but maybe they dropped some equipment when they were taken, so I'll just check real quick, ha. They really never chained. Telling those people that the Mer-children were actual children wouldn't make a dent. Rather, they're the kind of people who just find a way to exploit this situation. Having a familiar face among them was useless. No, to begin with, my current form couldn't intervene directly anyway, so knowing them only goes so far. Hiding in the black shadow cast by a collapsed street lamp in my street animal guise, I watched the Daydream Inc. employees scouring the alley. Then, quiet. Jin Nassau stopped and crouched low. Merfolk. A fledgling at that. All three held their breath and pressed against the alley wall. Kierarara. A sound like a child's laughter drifted through. Huh? My whole body froze, but I had to confirm. Cautiously, I contracted my 4 legs and silently climbed onto the wall, peeking over the alley's edge. And there at last I saw the merchildren. Kierarara. It was bizarre. Small humanoid bodies, emulating people, walking the broken avenues of this infected city. Some were unnervingly precise, mimicking human expressions with a grin, but others had faces so swollen with ulcers they pulsed grotesquely. Beneath each face, raw mucus throbbed, leaking air with each pulse, making a sound eerily like a child's laughter. Clumps of pink ulceration, greenish flesh, and contaminated masses dripped from their limbs like tails. They wore discarded belongings and scraps of clothing, haphazardly draped, as if desperately trying to mimic humans. Even knowing they were innocent children. My spine and whiskers bristled in a cold sweat. My instincts screamed just one thing. Run. Upon encounter with infectious fluid. Avoid detection and evacuate the area immediately, increasing distance as much as possible. In the event of failure, no manual is available. Rescue attempts for personnel who have failed to evade are not recommended. The infected fluids marched down the avenue like a grotesque parade. Everyone in the alley, Daydream employees and I, held our breath. Then someone burst out of another alley. A person running straight into the infected mass. But they were already covered in the viscous infection, their joints engulfed by ulcerous growths, forced along like a puppet. It was hopeless. The infected person was no longer of sound mind, but they could still scream. The infection hadn't removed their mouth. The infected fluids laughed as they surged forward. Tentacle-like ulcer clusters lunged at the victim. The growth on the victim's belly split open, spewing blood, mucus, and indescribable horrors. They were having their honey collected over and over. I huddled in place, enduring the spectacle. Finally, the screams stopped. The victim lay dead. The infected fluids, bellies bulging with blood and mucus, resumed their march. Toward the mermaid statue. A tumor of infection, a swarm of biohazard. Kierarara. Only after the sound fully faded did the 3 employees move again. If you get caught by that tail, it's over instantly, right? Yes. That was why we had to run. The tail of the infectious fluid secretes mucus that induces severe paralysis. A single puncture is sufficient to cause immediate and permanent loss of muscle function. Anyone infected in that state was already as good as dead. At this point, you'd wonder how this ghost story ever earned a grade C rating. Because there's a rock-solid way to clear it. And like 2 sides of the same coin, the way to clear it actually lies with those mutated creatures. Thunk tudutung. A strange sound echoed again on the boulevard. But this time it wasn't the infected fluids. It was full-grown, human-like forms. Their size had grown so large that the fine details had all but blurred away. These wobbling things had no faces left. The ulcer-laced tails had transformed into vein-like cords, interconnecting and stretching high above the avenue, directly linked to the central cluster. They'd nearly shed any human appearance, looking more like bait the cluster used to lure in prey. This must be the final mutated form of the infected fluid. General infected entities appear to be fully absorbed into the central cluster and function similarly to nerve endings. They are considered extensions of the cluster rather than independent organisms. Assistant Manager Butterfly's eyes brightened slightly. They're out. Therefore, if the encountered threat is identified as a general infected entity rather than an infectious fluid, shoot them, terminate the entity, and collect evidence material. The 3 employees stepped out, luring the creature into the open and firing. Ordinary infected bodies, once their tendril cord is severed from the cluster, wither and die almost instantly. Upon presentation of the collected evidence, access to the remaining escape vessel within the city will be granted, allowing for successful clearance of the associated darkness. So the children, once they're fully infected, their bodies overrun by those ulcerous growths, They lose their humanity and transform into those biohorror life forms. That's why every time agents visit, the children vanish. They die, become part of the grotesque cluster, and are absorbed. Damn it. I clench my forepaws against the urge to swear. Even though I'd read about this in the dark exploration records, the visceral revulsion still made my fur stand on end. Evidence collected. Shut up. Why, yes, ma'am. At last, the 3 employees succeeded in hunting down the merfolk and retrieving a sensory organ from its tail as proof. The sight, so reminiscent of the mer children extracting blood and mucus from victims, was strangely overlapping. With that proof, they could now escape this place. But instead of heading straight for the boat, they continued scouring alleyways, pushing forward. Because they have a second objective. Anyone familiar with Daydream Inc., employees would realize immediately. An item. That's why this darkness, despite being only C-grade, was still under the research division instead of handed over to general teams. They judged, given its scale and clues, a greater secret must be hidden here. They always recruited volunteers for these missions, and there was never a lack for applicants. There's a reason. Because the very clue they sought was an item found only here, a remnant of a wondrous, lost civilization in this ruined city. Namely, Angel Sigh. Arg, there is no sigh or anything here. Quiet. A Daydream Inc. employee wearing a suit and a bizarre mask grumbled in a side alley. They weren't here just for points. They knew rumors of a hidden, ancient technology beneath the ruined streets. And this squad was composed of volunteers more interested in loot than glory. The Angel Sigh. It was a conch-shaped artifact, sometimes found inside or outside the city's ruined homes. Its true power would be revealed when you press it to your ear. A beautiful hum emanates from inside the shell, calming the mind, healing wounds, and restoring vigor. A healing item. It was one of the few that Daydream Inc. would purchase, so employees scour every ruin looking for it with bright, eager eyes. But they had searched these streets dozens of times already, finding it was no easy task. They would have to venture deeper into danger or uncover secret chambers overlooked by all others. And just like now, many end up infected by the creatures before they find it. Arg. Idiot. Hearing a scream from the alley they'd passed, Baek Deoksu allowed himself a brief moment of satisfaction with the companions he'd chosen. Good thing I shoved them and came first. These people were crazy, but at least they weren't short-sighted fools who'd do something that dumb just for an item. He discreetly touched the ticket to the escape launch he'd cut from a tail and let one corner of his mouth twitch. All preparations for a clear are also done. Now he could go and look for items. If anything were to happen, he'd just toss the others to the merfolk and wait a sec. Just now, something went by. Baek Deoksu blinked. He could have sworn something darted out of the street lamp shadow and slipped around the corner, right at the edge of his vision. He checked his companions, but neither reacted. Did I imagine it? Baek Deoksu had always trusted only his own senses, so he couldn't accept that. Yet he had no wish to tell the A-Squad assistant manager. More than anything, that woman was the least likely person to get lured into taking action. Hey, if you're going to talk about some new monster coming out of a darkness that's only produced merfolk for 7 whole years, at least try and describe it properly. Get in my way again, and I'm leaving you behind. And she actually would, that prick. Ah, fuck, no time to spare, not even for items. Grinding his teeth, Baek Deoksu kept his eyes on the corner of the alley. Then, at that moment, swish, a shadow flitted across the lamp. It was the same black thing that he had seen earlier. Triangular ears, sleek body, 4 legs. What the hell? A familiar thing. It's just a kitten. Baek Deoksu let out a sigh of relief, laced with irritation. That was just one of the common, cumbersome stray animals often seen on the roads. That's what he thought. In that instant, a cold shiver ran down Baek Deoksu's back. In the darkness, where no life forms had ever been found aside from the biohazard merfolk, there was no reason for a stray cat to be there. Baek Deoksu's mind went through many different calculations. And quietly, so the other employees wouldn't notice, Baek Deoksu gently lifted his eye patch to check for danger using the violet inverse eye hidden beneath it. And then, he saw danger. A terrible crimson halo surged beyond the corner of the alley. Even in its shadow it was visible. Rats, cockroaches, wings, teeth, a writhing mass that resembled a swarm of all the vile, harmful vermin one might encounter on the streets. No, it wasn't a cat. That wasn't a four-legged animal. Something's wrong. It's the merfolk. No, something even more dangerous than merfolk. That particular shape of the halo, he had seen it somewhere before. Kim Solium. Baek Deoksu suddenly lifted his head. What are you doing? And nothing. With a stiff neck, he looked again toward the corner of the alley. The shadow was gone. The crimson halo beyond the corner had vanished, as if it had never been there. Feigning a search, he moved toward the corner with rigid steps. His heart pounded, and the moment he turned the corner, he saw it. On the ground, a phrase had been carved as if with sharp claws slicing through the dust. Prepare for death. Phew. Atmosphere setup complete. With this, I've laid the groundwork to potentially guide the Daydream Inc. Employees, if needed. I ran through the alley, holding back a sigh. As expected, Baek Deoksu's eye works well. The eye-shaped equipment I gave him is proving effective. Honestly, it almost feels like a loss compared to the brainwashing fountain pen I received in exchange. I never even used it because I was afraid people would suspect me of being a spy. Now that the item has become valuable, I'm thinking all kinds of things. In any case, I saw the situation firsthand with my own eyes. A living hell, where children and adults slaughter each other in a place overrun with infected entities. Hell itself. I feel like I'm going to throw up. The bigger problem is, it's not enough. Time, information, strength. All of it. How the hell am I supposed to save the kids in here? As the shock faded, reality set in. There was no answer. If I tell the agents, they might seriously suggest it's more humane to just kill everyone. It already looked like I'd barely be able to protect myself. Besides, once the sun would set today, I'd be leaving this supernatural disaster with the agents. I already knew. Just because I had learned the horrific truth doesn't mean I was responsible for saving anyone. And honestly, it's easier on my conscience to ignore it. My own situation was dire enough. Laying low and waiting out the day, until extraction seemed like the best plan. But I have a bad feeling. I had already seen both sides of this. Still, could I really escape safely using the Disaster Management Bureau's protocol, especially when I was being treated as a child? There's a good chance I won't make it. It seemed smarter to dig a little deeper and come up with countermeasures. And if I could save even one more child in the process, all the better. Besides, this ghost story was packed with meaningful details. If I were to investigate further, I might stumble upon items or unexpected information that could help me survive in the future. All right. Let's do what we can. At least until the promised afternoon rendezvous, Black Tortoise Team 1's agents wouldn't come looking for me even if I didn't show up. It wouldn't feel awkward either, since the children were scattered across this wide area and we wouldn't run into each other. A method, something usable. I began combing through my hazy memories of the dark exploration records, trying to recall any hints. Even if it's not directly about the mermaid grave, looking into similar stories might remind me of a viable countermeasure. Wait, hold on. That's right. There was another exploration log that mentioned the mermaid grave. And that particular darkness was one that I had already experienced. All right. I'll give it a try. Once more, I began to move forward on all fours. I ran. Though danger lurked throughout the city ruined by infection from monstrous creatures, it was somewhat easier thanks to the nimbleness of my quadruped body. Being small makes it easier to dodge. My destination, as I avoided the mucus and ulcers, was clear. The western outskirts, far from the infected cluster. And among them, especially, was a place with fewer ulcer masses, which felt relatively safe. However, since it's not in the residential area where items were located, no Daydream Inc. employees ever came here. Even the merchildren weren't here. That's why exploration in this area was slow. Somewhere around here, right. Found it. Amidst the half-collapsed and old buildings, I saw the door of a small brick house, now a semi-basement due to ground collapse. And if one were to look closely at the corner of that door, it's possible to make out its inscription. Moonlight Tattoo Shop. Written in a more ornate script than the one I'd seen before, delicately carved into the edge of the door. I found it. The back door of Moonlight Tattoo Shop. A connected door was discovered within Q-Turwasi 1642, Mermaid Grave, marked with a sign reading, "By appointment only." The door appears to be a sealed rear entrance, rather than a main entry point. All attempts to open the door and gain entry have resulted in signal failure. This was one of many sightings related to Moonlight Tattoo Shop. However, in most of those sightings, the door remained closed, preventing entry. Daydream Inc. had no confirmed visit records, aside from the one time I used the "it is empty" method. Even now, the door's small glass window, meant to allow visibility from inside, was entirely covered with a note. Currently accepting appointment-only clients. That one. I don't have an appointment, but still. Knock, knock. I politely knocked on the door with my front paw, then slid a prepared note under it. It had been difficult to write with a paw. Hello, I'm the person who received a tattoo cover-up last time. I've come by with some related questions. And then, a few seconds later, I heard it. Click. The sound of the back door's lock disengaging. It worked. I leapt up with my hind legs, grabbed the door handle, opened it, and quickly slipped inside before the door could close. Into the Moonlight Tattoo Shop. Chapter 157. The Moonlight Tattoo Shop I returned to was darker than before. It felt warm here before, but unlike last time, it felt somewhat eerie. Maybe it was because I slipped in through the back door, or because the moonlight is too weak. The round beam of light, coming down to the massive procedure machine in the center of the room, cast a crescent shape today. I don't think it's business hours. I'd never read a record about that. I crept forward, one careful step at a time, and locked eyes with the dark counter. The curly-haired tattooist, neck covered in dense Hangul tattoos, stood behind it. The shop's owner. She looked at me with even darker eyes than before, then lifted a single notice. Guests with fur are requested to don a gown before entering. Oh. I quickly spat out the stamp I'd been holding in my mouth. As my body grew, I shifted back into human form, albeit that of a child. As soon as my mouth returned to human shape, I hurriedly spoke. I'm sorry for entering through the back door. My face was grabbed. The tattooist, wearing black gloves, clenched my face in one hand and stared at me from every angle. Front, back, left, right. Her black eyes drilled into me. Dilated pupils, black, so jet black that it felt wrong. Humans usually had visible whites of the eyes, right? Why couldn't I see any white? The tattooist towered over me, growing larger by the second. Her deep green curls lengthened, filling the air like seaweed. The small, cozy, professional interior I'd remembered felt alien now, an unfamiliar space of incomprehensible techniques and styles. What is this? My mind spun with confusion and blaring alarm bells as I realized I was trapped in the ghost story itself. No. I forced my mouth to move. Could I be in my cat form? Thud. The tattooist released my face. I shoved the stamp back into my mouth without even pausing to process the disgust, and my body shrank, returning me to feline form. Meow. Everything returned to normal. I was once again in a small, cozy, professional tattoo shop, facing a kind, characterful tattooist. Is this okay? And I spoke in a child's voice. No, I really spoke in a human voice. Oh, yes. The tattooist rifled through the counter and pointed to another notice. Comfortable communication guaranteed. Now that I think about it, the Moonlight Tattoo Shop owner never speaks a word. And the sign I'd seen before coming in. It wasn't written in Hangul. Yet I'd read it perfectly. I mean, if not for this disquieting feeling, I'd have assumed it was in Korean all along. Even the tattoos I'd thought were Hangul on her neck might not be. Indeed, a strange ghost story twist. Stay on guard. The owner's lack of malice applies only to tattooing, nothing more. I've got to remember that. But her reaction just now confirmed something. You inspected me because I came in as a child through the back door, right? Children are more vulnerable once infected. The tattooist lifted her head. Of course. This shop accepts only C-related items as payment. And there's the mermaid grave connection. Eyewitnesses even mentioned a back door. A back door is usually staff only, after all. Ms. Owner, I very carefully extended a forepaw. I found this back door in the ruined underwater city. The tattooist's eyes swirled. Was this shop here originally? Silence. Are you from that city? Silence. Why did it end up like that? Children are being deceived and dying. Sadness filled the tattooist's eyes. Instead of the usual swirl, they shimmered with moisture. I wet my parched muzzle and spoke. There are still children there now. Is there any way those children could leave through this shop's front door? Thunk. The wall vibrated as the tattooist slammed her pen down. Thick pen strokes trembled, carving out enormous letters in earnest. N.O. I see, I understand. My heart felt like it would burst, but my lips moved smoothly. Because they're infected, it won't work, if so, perhaps. Please. About the source of infection, the strange clusters of flesh. Could you tell me about them? What? The tattooist picked up her pen again. With a trembling hand, she tore a memo pad sheet from the counter and began to write. Tiny characters pressed firmly onto the paper. 2 strokes, I could see the pen's movement carving each line. Finally, she flipped the note around and showed me the completed word. Black. Huh? I didn't understand its meaning, but I could still pronounce it. So then, black. Shock shattered my mind. Images whipped by. Strange creatures racing from the glowing surface, silent mites clinging to biting gander growing gan burrow and jevne few pick them off they grow again and invent city off great waves. Researchers studied suicide death from subterranean antelope spreading contamination screams. Escape attempts, the final arc sinking the can slam it. No contaminate children sever infection cords screams, beware the children it shall removeth the conch. Donna trust the infection runs rampant. Cough. Blood burst forth, not just from my mouth but my nose and eyes from every mucus-lined orifice. The shock made them bleed. The tattooist gasped and hurriedly poured a lemon drink into a bowl, offering it to me. I didn't know if cats could even drink it, but I drank deeply. Focusing on the taste of the sour, bloody lemonade on my tongue, I forced the images from my mind. Bitter as it was, inspiration struck. Just now, an explosion of meaning lay buried in those 2 symbols. Was that the true language of the mermaid grave? I wasn't sure I'd fully understood. If I could, I wouldn't be human. But one thing I knew for certain. The tattooist originally came from the mermaid grave ghost story. And for some reason, the conch, that angel sigh item, was deeply tied to this crisis. Strangely, 2 utterly opposite images were fused in that conch. Healing and death. It was spine-tingling. If seen through a child's eyes, what would the conch look like? Tattooistnim. I swallowed the sour, bloody taste. Could you tell me what you thought of the conch-shaped object you remembered? The tattooist's lips moved, revealing only the shape of the word. I read it. Filth. Disgust, a sense of uncleanliness and unease. Even knowing it posed no rational threat, the horrific imagery left a powerful, repellent afterimage. The space around the tattooist shimmered again. I see, understood, thank you. Was that it? Having calmed her, I began to piece together all the clues I'd gathered so far. My vague grand plan finally began snapping into place with these finer puzzle pieces. Even if it was my own hypothesis. If this is right, by pushing things to the very limit, there was something worthwhile to attempt. Good. My mind cleared. What I needed now were the conditions to support this plan, and the abilities to satisfy them. And by a stroke of luck, I had just entered the very shop where I might purchase those abilities. I'd like to talk about tattoos now, if that's all right. The tattooist nodded in understanding and quickly held up another notice. Procedures on underage individuals require a guardian's consent. Yes, I'm not planning to get a tattoo right this second. Given the insane power of the tomato tree tattoo stickers, I'd need to be extremely cautious about any permanent ink here. Even if the artist had only the best intentions, everyone's standards were subjective, and irreversible results could happen. So instead of a permanent tattoo, I asked again for a temporary effect. Do you have stickers for, simpler designs like this? The tattooist tilted her head and began reaching for the booklet of designs. The same Royal Special Premium 1, customizable, I'd chosen last time. No. That's fine, just the basic style, please. At last a plain booklet appeared. Hugh. Because I don't have the money to pay for fancier work. I'm such a beggar. I don't even have enough for pearls. I'd thought about scavenging something from Mermaid Grave, but judging by her reaction, I'm glad I didn't. I nodded at the very simple design she indicated. Great, let's go with that. Then came the real question. I forced out the words. So about the cost? Tab tab. The tattooist knocked on another notice. Write a review and receive 3 free tattoo stickers, basic designs only. So where should I write it? And so I had the odd experience of tapping out a review with my forepaw. The owner is kind and highly professional. Where that review ends up, well, let's not think about that right now. What mattered was this. Escape safely from this crazy ghost story with the largest group possible. And I had just acquired the ability to do it. In my quadruped form, I bowed politely and concluded my second visit to the Moonlight Tattoo Shop. The agreed-upon time with the agents was fast approaching. Agent Bronze. Ryu Yiquan turned his head. His senior, who'd been playing with the kids and just waved goodbye, was approaching. Agent Choi. The moment the children disappeared from view, Agent Choi's smile faded. There's none left. I guess we really have no choice this time, Bronza. Yiquan clenched his teeth. I told you we should leave yesterday. Breaking the rules, giving false hope. I know. Agent Choi habitually mimed putting a cigarette to his lips, then caught himself and laughed softly. But at least we tried our best, no regrets that way. That's what I think. Ryu Yiquan quietly clenched his fist. And besides, we didn't break the one truly critical rule, not revealing the truth about this place. That was right. The Bureau already knew. Twinkle Twinkle Ocean Palace is a hallucination induced by hypnosis. Many agents had confirmed this during missions. And while they all tried rescuing the children in adult form, each attempt ended in utter failure. If an infected child is forced onto the escape boat, they undergo acute molting and develop ulcers all over, losing all vital signs. Never attempt this. The children transformed into ordinary infected creatures, and their bodies would burst, killing them. After such missions, agents suffered severe trauma and nightmares, often never returning to duty. Since then, the Bureau stopped telling new agents the truth up front. Grape still doesn't know. Let's keep it from him, got it. Ryu Yiquan nodded. At that moment, whoosh, a small shadow flickered near the alley entrance. The 2 agents who'd been watching immediately turned to a defensive stance. Ryu Yiquan frowned. Just now, I thought I saw a cat's shadow. A cat? Agent Choi let out a nervous laugh. Egu, you mean something that just looked like a cat, probably nothing. That's right, you can't trust appearances here. Though this place would dazzle you with the innocence of children, they had already seen what lay beneath. Ryu Yiquan slowly crouched and peered around the alley corner. And he saw the unexpected. Life-sized clockwork animal figurines walking down the alley. Daydream Inc. The field exploration team of Daydream Inc. Perhaps due to those eerie animal masks, they always appeared in the bizarre form of a cute animal-themed drinking fountain, making them stand out even to a child's eyes. This time was no different. One had a beautiful butterfly perched on it, another was shaped like a cute pony, and the last resembled a friendly-looking goat. To a child's eyes, they were simply adorable decorations. But, approaching silently, Agent Choi pulled out something that glittered like wings. It was a suncatcher made of glass. Suncatcher. It looked crude, like something made by a child, yet emitted an uncanny light even though there was no sunlight, when raised to the eye. The truth would become visible. It's them, damn, these guys are good. They look totally normal, too. Ryu Yiquan likewise raised his suncatcher and checked them. 3 people in suits, animal masks, butterfly pony, and goat. That one. Ryu Yiquan gripped the glass tightly, blood running cold. He recognized that guy. Kim Solium's co-worker. It was the man in the black goat mask he had seen at Sekwang Technical High School. Recalling the conversation with the one in the bison mask at the time, it was clear this man knew Kim Solium fairly well. If that's the case, if by some chance someone recognized Kim So-lium's features hidden beneath a child's appearance, if they started asking questions, no, he couldn't allow that damn company to track down someone who had barely managed to get out and rebuild his life. Ryu Yiquin's mouth opened on its own. Agent, MMH, wouldn't it be better to subdue them and drive them out now? Oh, Agent Choi shrugged his shoulders. Bronza, we've got only 1 day left. Why stir up trouble now? Of course, the Disaster Management Bureau already knew that the damn company was sneaking into this place, using some private route only they were aware of. But they hadn't acted on it. Fighting them might only lead to civilian casualties. Resources were best used to save more people, to end the supernatural disaster more effectively. Let's just keep an eye on the kids instead, just in case. Is what I should say. A twisted smile spread across Agent Choi's face. He looked at one of the staff, the one wearing the butterfly mask, stamped with a gold emblem. An elite team member is here. A dangerous glint flashed in Agent Choi's eyes. If we toss them into a glass cell for obstructing official duties, I bet we'd get some prime intel. Let's go. The agents began to move. Assistant manager. Jin Nassau clutched her throbbing head and looked toward the dumb brat sprinting toward her. Over there, over there. And behind him, there were mer children chasing after him. Only they had no tails. Special variant, huh? Jin Nassau's index and thumb extended unnaturally, revealing a sharp, chilling thread of silvery wire between her nails. What a drag. Chapter 158. Jin Nassau looked up. Something peered around the corner of the alley, staring right at her. A tailless merchild. It hurled something at her. Whoosh! The projectile glittered in the dim light. Without hesitation, Jin Nassau reached out, grabbed the fleeing employee by the scruff and stopped the attack. Hick! The moment glass shards struck the employee, bubble-like shards erupted across his body, encasing head and hands in a crystalline cage. Then over it all, a geometric traditional seal appeared, as if stamped in midair. The Bureau. Warning, you are currently obstructing a rescue operation in a supernatural disaster. Cease obstruction of official duty and surrender. Surrender, surrender. The seal emitted a recorded warning. It was mandatory whenever a civilian obstructs a disaster bureau operation. At the same time, it functioned as an item. Hearing that broadcast drains aggression and compels compliance. Well, that is for ordinary people. Nuisance. A vein pulsed in Jin Nassau's temple, beneath the golden mask of the elite team. Those weren't merfolk fledglings, but agent punks in disguise. How irritating. Ugh. Jin Nassau kicked the bound employee aside, then, as if by magic, donned her monocle to identify the agents. 2 agents stood beyond the corner. Should I pursue them? No. The priority was finishing the mission quickly and racking up points, maximal effect for minimal effort. That meant ditching tedious item searches and boarding the escape vessel to clear the darkness. But, what a fucking drag. A severed nail soared like a projectile, embedding itself in the far wall. Her irritation boiled over into action. Nails screeched as they gouged the wall, catching on the corner. Along with a few of Agent Choi's cut bangs. Agent. Ugh, what a piece of work. But these were Black Tortoise Team 1 veterans, adept at one-on-one combat. Even in a child's form, Agent Choi dodged with practiced ease. When you reel in the wire, pursue. He moved. Then Assistant Manager Butterfly seized the wire and fired it back, aiming at the merchild behind the agent. The 2 Disaster Bureau agents rolled aside and returned fire. Shattered glass shards flew. Arg! Jin Nassau pulled the bound employee toward her using the wire on her forefinger, blocking the shot. The Daydream Inc. employee was hit by a bureau restraint round and screamed. Ah, a merchild merfolk. The fool cried as if a bureau bullet would kill them, though they weren't even scratched. And they still saw only a merchild. Clearly his brain was completely gone. Something S there. Jin Nassau peered through her monocle again. Behind the 2 agents, there was one more. A merchild. At that moment, one of the unusual agent entities, slightly larger, shifted its position to better hide the merchild. Uh-huh. A-Squad's assistant manager Butterfly narrowed her eyes. She tossed the bound employee at the agent, then sprang the wire nail again. This time toward the merchild behind the agent. Ping! The nail clicked off the wall and flew true. The bureau agent moved again. Huh? Jin Nassau seized the opening, sliding backward out of the standoff. For a brief moment, her headache vanished in a rush of exhilaration. Because if the bureau agents had truly committed to defending that point, there was only one possibility left. Is a merchild considered a civilian? This meant critical intel for a manual revision. Huge points. Jin Nassau's eyes shone fiercely. Anger aside, she had to board that escape vessel immediately. A clear priority had emerged. If all else fails, take the merchild hostage. Jin Nassau casually snapped off the part attached to her nail and hurled it forward. A smoke screen billowed up. Using the gap in the obscured view, she slipped back through the alley by a hair's breadth. Her mind had conceived the simplest, most violent solution, yet her relentless focus on points demanded a smarter plan, and the words tumbled out. Hey! Jin Nassau used her wire to eavesdrop, then yanked in the other rookie employee who'd been plotting an escape route in the meantime. The woman wearing the pony mask. Yes, yes. Draw their attention to you. Me. Kang Yihak, the pony-masked rookie, pointed at herself in surprise, eyes wide. You'll at most be detained, thrown in a cell, then released. You're still a rookie, no obstruction record, no grounds to lock you up. Oh. Kang Yihak glanced back, then beamed. Brilliant plan, assistant manager. Then let's have Mr. Goat do it. Look at him, he's pretending to be a dead rat anyway. 1 gold piece per day of detention. I respectfully volunteer. The unrelenting gold worshipper grinned and gave an immediate thumbs up. Just one thing, assistant manager. If you're lying, I'll squeal your personal info to the bureau, then take out a long-term secured loan in your name on the way out. Go right ahead. Leaving the rookie as a decoy, Jin Nassau stepped back and began to run for a quick escape. Kiying. Blades rained down. The bell-tipped traditional swords poured out all around, blocking her path and embedding in Jin Nassau's legs. A wave of excruciating pain shot up her limbs, paralyzing them. Most of the Bureau's anti-human gear is designed to kill marked villains when minimal deaths are required in a supernatural disaster. There were tools for subduing and killing as needed. Oh, come on. One agent in the form of a tailless merchild laughed, shoved Kang Yihak aside, and charged toward her. That goddamn bastard. It was targeting the elite team. Occasionally, a veteran agent would behave like this. Field records and testimonies from the elite team were prime intel. And besides, anyone who rose to that level at Daydream Inc. was assumed villainous. Locked up, you could squeeze them for anything. Should I just kill this fucker? Whoever it was, he's been obstructing her at every turn. Crawling on her belly, Jin Nassau reached into her suit and drew out a lethal weapon. BOWDOWN. A TREMENDOUSWILL. Slammed into the entire alley. Everything froze. Contextless violence. The fleeing employees of Daydream Inc., the goat mask with his head bowed, the mer children, the agents from the Disaster Management Bureau, and even the pony mask mid-gesture. All of them could only move their eyeballs, looking upward. A massive eye was watching. No, it was language. Black square black black, black square black black, black 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 black, black black black, black 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 black. A sinister string of words was being spoken aloud, and the very sound became a gaze directed at humankind. Words that couldn't be described, language from beyond, fundamentally unknowable, conceptually ungraspable, came crashing down from another dimension. Be grateful that you can't understand it. The moment you do, it's irreversible. One of Daydream Inc. Corporation's employees collapsed on the ground, began frothing at the mouth, convulsed, and ended up strangling themselves. SPEAK. The mer children who had been laughing suddenly collapsed. BOWDOWN. Kang Yihak gaped up at the sky, vacant, then slammed her forehead into the ground. A muttering voice. SPEAK. It wasn't even saying that in the first place, but when filtered through human comprehension, that's what it sounded like. Oh, the whispers of the abyss, deep, so deep solaring wemist escape but we cannot escape. Solaringen soprafane? Wemist worship it. D-Death. One person said so, muttered. That guy said we're all gonna die, told us to prepare for death, What are you talking about? Jin Nassau barely managed to grab someone by the collar. Not just anyone, but the rookie in the goat mask. That guy told us to prepare for death. Death the cat, that monster Kim Sol. A mouth appeared above the alley. A massive shadow of an open mouth, as if to swallow everything. It began to speak. It's still reading something. It's reading no. Damn it. Agent Choi loaded the strongest mental defense round he had into the glass handgun, feeling an overwhelming urge to bite down on his own tongue. There were only 3 rounds. Prioritization was crucial. Wait. The narration and thoughts were starting to merge. Even the thoughts and words of Daydream Inc.'s employees are now being understood. Agent Bronze swallowed hard. The supernatural structure of the ghost story, which normally only presents hallucinations to children, is being ignored. Hold on. A chilling sense of crisis crawled up the scar on his neck. This phenomenon that's appearing right now, this is annihilation sanctioned. What do you want? What do you want from us? Why are we dying? I don't want to die. I don't want to die. I'll do anything. I don't even know what I'm supposed to do, but I'll do it. Please just go away. It vanished. Twinkle, twinkle, ocean palace, and mermaid grave returned to view. Thud. They collapsed to the ground, eyes vacant. The indescribably vast black had disappeared, and the void slowly filled. And then a grim premonition. Just now you said you'd do anything. All eyes turned to the black goat mask-wearing Baek Sahian. If I go away, you'll do anything, you said. As Baek Sahian's face went ashen. Jingle. Something emerged silently from the darkness at the alley's end. It was a black cat. The red-eyed quadruped stared blankly at the humans. A symbol of misfortune, a history of fear and persecution, a familiar street animal passing through everyday life. The protagonist of the most famous short horror tale. The cat stepped forward. A crackling sound accompanied its shifting form. Tension rippled through the crowd. They halted their complex rivalries and conflicts to watch the moving creature. Before the black goat mask, it opened its mouth. This way. A will was spoken. This way. The cat's gaze was directed towards that side. Baek Sahian staggered to his feet, glared at the cat with a pale face, then began to move. The black quadruped walked alongside him. Humans and merchildren alike staggered along. It's working, it's working. Even if inside he was Kim Solium swallowing cold sweat and tears. Do you have a sticker for tattoos that reads aloud anything I input like an app? You can print it on the spot. Yes, that's right. At Moonlight Tattoo Shop, Kim Solium had purchased a music note tattoo sticker that transmits thoughts as spoken words and applied it to his paw pad. He moved on all fours, desperately projecting composed authority. In any case, he was relieved that events were unfolding as intended. I thought I'd actually go crazy. A few hours earlier. Who? Emerging from Moonlight Tattoo Shop, Kim Solium shed his cat guise and returned to being a child. He surveyed the surroundings, once again a blissful paradise, and stifled a shudder. The old stamp was now tattered. One more use and it'd be spent, but this was absolutely a deed that had to be done in human form. I finally have the chance to try it. He retrieved the item he had been saving. Deep within the inventory tattoo on his skin, he at last drew out the object he'd bought long ago at the Space Shopping Mall. Who? Right then. It was a strange tome. Its cover was bound in human skin, finished with dark red wax bearing human faces mid-scream. Necronomicon. The Book of Death. Kim Solium stared at the ancient grimoire, its red wax seal seeming to hold back unspeakable secrets. Braun recognized it. But there's one thing about it. This is not the Necronomicon you're thinking of. It's exactly as he said back then. Kim Solium reverted to cat form and shifted his forepaws, to reduce suspicion. By carefully feeling beneath the wax with his paws, he could find it. There at the edge was a tiny hinge. Of course, this grim tome was really just a bookcase. When he opened it, click, he saw a wireless-bound softcover with neat, standard fonts and cover. Konne Kodonomikon Anus. Easy Korean Revised Edition now available. A slick yet tacky modern publication. At this point you're probably thinking, but just bear it a bit more. He flipped the cover. Beyond the table of contents, the text began. Wija and Kuroga Zakip Hirajibu Samruka Buatunai. Alat Hotel Purajibu Winiwiku Zay Trulu. Did you catch that? Alien words written in approximated phonetics. Right, this book was a different kind of horrific mistranslation. According to researchers in the Dark Exploration records, it was so full of typos it was laughable. A botched edition that clumsily mimicked the pronunciation of some old version Necronomicon. In cosmic horror, fictional tongues are nearly impossible to fully pronounce or understand, so this was truly pointless. Needless to say, it couldn't summon the madness or cosmic dread of the real thing. Its true nature was a ghost story mocking crowdfunding scams. Right, that sort of item. Yet in every ghost story, there's always at least one gruesome side effect. And this corrupted edition had exactly one, appropriate to its scam theme. Exactly what's expected, a psychological effect. When this book is read aloud, the reader falls into a state of delusion, experiencing madness and fear as if a colossal entity has truly descended. It is also estimated that all individuals within a 10-meter radius who hear the reader's voice are subject to similar effects. The more deeply the reader is immersed in horror media or possesses a high level of suggestibility, the more vivid and pronounced the effects become. At the very least, it provides the reader with an immersive experience, making it, relatively speaking, a more honest form of deception. Assistant Manager Lee Yonhwa of Research Team 1. In short, a bluff item for intimidation. And a little embarrassing. The more deeply the reader is immersed in horror media or possesses a high level of suggestibility, the more vivid and pronounced the effects become. Which meant, Kim Solium judged, it was an item made for him. Qug. Of course, he nearly lost his mind reading it. Without the lemonade from Moonlight Tattoo Shop, he might have bled from every pore. Anyway, I can't do that anymore. He couldn't read another line. He'd go mad mid-reading, and if he stayed in cat form and was caught reading it, the plan would be ruined. But that terrifying psychological effect only triggered when reading the Necronomicon. So, disguised as a cat now, Kim Solium's abilities were no different from any other street animal. Could I fool them? But he had to try. This way. And so Kim Solium resolutely led the Daydream Inc. employees and the Disaster Bureau agents as if he were an extraordinary creature. Please, I implore you, just help me escape. Their destination, the place where the Angel's Sigh still remained. Chapter 159. Kim Solium thought to himself. If he'd had his good friend with him in this absurd situation, he could almost guess what he'd say. Oh, deception, yes, an effective tool of governance since ancient times. I can't wait to see how the crowd will be guided. This is getting exciting. Something like that. Come to think of it, there's no room to carry a stuffed bunny when you're on all fours. Kim Solium zoned out on that thought, desperately distracting himself. Because the stares from behind were too intense. Gaia. Behind him, the Daydream Inc. employees and Disaster Bureau agents followed as if entranced. Even the children, rather the children were trailing after him. This far, it felt like he was about to break out in cold sweat. He deliberately steered the two factions into witnessing each other, heightening chaos so the fake Necronomicon psych effect would hit harder. But he never expected it to work this well, with no one breaking away and everyone actually following him. If they find out, I'm massively screwed. He could only imagine what those veterans would do if they realized the truth. His paws felt damp with dread. Yet astonishingly, Kim Solium managed not to betray any of it. His survivor's instinct from his rookie days at the Ghost Story Company kicked in. As a result, they took him for the avatar of that cosmic horror entity behind the horrific phenomenon they just experienced. Even that guy who'd suspected this cat's true identity. Baek Deoksu, the goat-masked employee walking next to the cat, finally found his voice after what felt like an eternity of hell. What on earth? The cat stared. It halted and with red glowing eyes, silently beheld the black goat mask. Lug. At last, Baek Deoksu covered his mouth, sweat beading on his spinning eyes, and started walking again. He's not killing me. He's definitely not going to kill me. He definitely has a purpose. Just as rational thought began to resurface in everyone's heads, the massive terror in cat form spoke again. In a different tongue. 10. A countdown. 9. And the cat's paws quickened. 8. It began shrinking away, toward the far side of town. If you didn't follow right away, who knew what would happen? 7. With cold sweat dripping down their napes, everyone fell silent and followed the cat's resumed stride. A rare scene even for seasoned ghost story investigators. Because they all knew this unwritten rule. In a ghost story, if you scream blindly and run, you usually die. Thus the logic of the tale protected Kim Solium. Moreover, with a bizarre entity planted between these two hostile factions, they now kept each other in check, unable to act rashly. Thanks Baek Deoksu. Thanks to him, despite his sweaty paws, Kim Solium was able to cultivate real fear and pressure as he guided them. The ominous black cat pressed on, its paws carrying it at lightning speed deeper into the city. The employees dodged patches of ulcerous slime along the way, and the agents hoisted children whose legs ached onto their backs. They all hurried along. Eventually, past the city streets, a strange building appeared. It looks like a cathedral. It was a stained glass structure at the eastern edge, though its windows were shattered and its symbols destroyed. The cat silently entered that ruined building and moved beyond a collapsed beam into a strangely concealed space. Amazingly, there lay a small annex. I've never been here before. Hidden by the collapsed structure, this annex was a place the Daydream Inc. employees had never noticed, or rather didn't even know existed. Through the eyes of children bewitched by Twinkle Twinkle Ocean Palace, it must have looked like a fully intact, beautiful building. This is the spot we searched last time, right? Yes, no anomalies were found. So one side entered warily, the other with puzzled suspicion, both following the black cat inside. This way. The cat stopped only once it reached the annex, in front of the left interior wall. Directly beneath a small, torn painting. Baek Deoksu hesitated. What am I supposed to do with this? This way. Shit. Baek Deoksu broke into a cold sweat as he examined the damaged painting, then spun around and smiled. Ms. Pony. Despite how Kang Yihak pretended not to hear, Baek Deoksu pressed on. I'm not great at art, could you take a look? I feel like there's a safe hidden behind this painting. A safe? Yes. In an instant, Kang Yihak stepped forward. She studied the painting intently then. She reached out confidently and pulled it aside. Behind it was, sure enough, a rusty iron locking mechanism. It was supposed to be a bluff, so why was it actually there? Baek Deoksu nearly grabbed her by the collar. If only I'd done this myself. Kang Yihak sprang into action. Cat Nim. She knelt before the cat. Kim Solium nearly toppled backward, but held his form with practiced composure. Kang Yihak's eyes glittered. The safe key, where could it be? Good grief. Haha, you said to bow earlier, so I gave it a try. A hint about how valuable what's inside might be would be nice. This way. The cat remained unwillingly resolute. Meanwhile, Baek Deoksu quietly reached out, gripped the safe door and wrenched it open. Kriyak? Oh, it just unlocked. Everyone from Daydream Inc. froze. 1, 2, 3, 12. Inside the safe were 12 beautiful white conch shells, each tied with a golden cord. These were rare treasures once scattered across the city, now nearly impossible to find. The Angel's Sigh. 13 Angel's Sigh, items discovered in the safe of the annex beside the ruined cathedral at the city's eastern edge. Due to the building's significance, these were likely professional stockpiles. This was what the cat had wanted to show them. The cat watched, red eyes gleaming, as the employees beamed with joy. If this had been a post-exploration find, they could have quietly led everyone on to another site, but this was the place it had to be. There was a reason, but the promised side effects were unavoidable. Item. Greed flickered in the Daydream Inc. employee's eyes. How many points is that worth? I've got to take them all. Yet they still hesitated, under the lingering fear summoned by the fake Necronomicon. They seemed certain the cat's true. Immense malice would trigger some terrible condition if they acted rashly. And so, this way. The cat moved on again. A suffocating silence followed. Then it sat before the children, the agents of the Disaster Management Bureau. It's a cat doll, cute. No, you can't, Jigia. Agent Choi barred the merchild from pouncing on the cat. Ryu Yiquan broke into a cold sweat. In any case, having glimpsed the other world, the cat could detect the agents' voices as they were still disguised as children. And it urged them again. This way. It looks like it wants us to look inside that safe. They calmed the merchildren, then approached the safe with caution. The Daydream Inc. employees' hands itched in greed, but they stayed silent. Finally, the agents peered in. Bronza, can you see it? No. I see. Agent Choi wiped cold sweat from his brow and forced a grin. There's nothing here. That's right. To the agents in child form, the gleaming ivory interior of the safe appeared completely empty. But actually, there is something here, right? Agent Choi raised his suncatcher again and peered at the spot where the Daydream Inc. employees had been gushing. He finally confirmed it. There really were 12 conch shells. Agent Choi hurriedly asked one of the merchildren. Hey kid, can you see that? What, see what, what's there? I see a cat, the children answered with innocent cheer. The agents realized. This item is invisible only to children. More precisely, they simply cannot perceive it. Wait. Agent Bronze felt a chill run down his spine. So, there was a critical item the Bureau never identified until now. They had always infiltrated the ghost story in child form. In that guise, they could not even sense the conch shells. Only by forced searching might they barely find them. But at this moment, the Disaster Management Bureau agents had learned of the shell's existence. Agent Choi whipped his head toward the cat, but the cat calmly looked back and once again conveyed its will. This way. Agent. No, it's fine. Agent Choi answered the call. He reached into the safe to touch where the shells lay. But he couldn't. He wasn't allowed to. The hallucination that underpins Twinkle Twinkle Ocean Palace, the root of this ghost story and its infection, was rejecting any attempt to touch the shells. Then, this way. Agent Choi fell silent. As if its turn concluded, the cat moved on, its steps heading straight for Baek Sahian. Why me again? Baek Sahian yelped inwardly, yet in the next instant he realized. Oh, shall I gather these conch shells, sir? Exactly. It's telling me to collect the items. Filled with a sudden thrill at obeying the cat's command for the first time, Baek Sahian thrust his hand into the safe and grabbed the shells. 10. Even in his joy, his mind spun with calculations. How do I scoop up all 12 in this situation? Had the cat spoken only to him, he could have grabbed them all at once. But now, he'd have to hand a few to my nasty boss and money-obsessed coworker to keep them satisfied. Fuck. 9. It must have assembled everyone here to create a more dramatic, sensational scene. That cat is that psychopathic bastard Kim Solium. Wait a minute. Baek Sahian paused. That insane, strange, grotesque pressure he just felt, this presence, was beyond what any mere human psychopath could muster right. The red halo around Kim Solium felt different too. Though Baek Sahian had seen danger halos on humans before, this one was something else entirely. 8. It felt more like the anomalous phenomena described in ghost stories. A sense of the uncanny. No way. No way his old roommate was simply an inhuman psychopath. 7. He was never really human. A shiver ran down his spine. But the boat had sailed. He had to gather the items. Doesn't matter. 6. The countdown neared its end. Baek Sahian gritted his teeth and swiftly collected the golden-corded conch shells, ignoring Kang Yahak's peaks and the intense gazes of his boss and the agents. When he'd swept all 12 into his bag, he found one more shell hidden at the very bottom. It lacked a golden cord, but it was indeed an angel's sigh. Bonus. As he wondered how to pocket it secretly and reached out. This way. Something sprang out from inside. Baek Sahian almost tripped over the cat and fell. The slimy infection spurting from inside the conch shell flew through the air but lost its target. Arg! Baek Sahian quickly threw the shell he'd been holding. Agent Bronze, watching with the suncatcher in hand, dashed forward and struck the slime-shooting shell with his glass handgun. Bang, with a short crack, the shell shattered and the tick-like chunk of flesh twitched and crawled out like a bug, only to be hit by another round and flung against the floor. Crunch! Jin Nassal's shoe crushed it into the ground. In the bone-chilling silence, everyone turned to look at the cat. The ghost story entity that had forcibly guided them here. Phew! I did my best to avert my gaze from the others, feeling as though I'd break out in a cold sweat. It wasn't hard in a cat's body. I just wanted to verify this. That's why I'd chosen this spot among all the places I could farm angel-size shells. The moment you grab the shell hidden at the very bottom of the safe, infective slime will spurt out. That was the trap, the unique danger of this place. Like a mimic, the biohazard had parasitized an apparently useful item, hiding within in a classic, creepy horror twist. But when you combine that trope with what I learned from the tattooist, it becomes an even clearer hint. A hint at the conch shell's true nature. Black. From the tattooist's overwhelming sensory insight at Moonlight Tattoo Shop, the shells, Angel's Sigh, were tied to dark, catastrophic events. Likely the insane infection and the city's ruin. Yet at the same time, the shells bore the opposite image of solace and healing. Add the tattooist's words, even knowing rationally it's not a threat, its very image feels filthy and horrific, and reassemble the clues. Originally a cure, the conch shells triggered a catastrophic event, though that wasn't their intended function. You arrive at this deduction. So who contaminated the shells? A very obvious suspect. A biohazard ulcer burrowed into the shells, posing as Angel's Sigh. The biohazard merfolk's tactic of creating the Twinkle Twinkle Ocean Palace hallucination to ensnare child hosts is identical. It first hid in the shells, spreading infection. Thus the children became infected, this madness raced unchecked, and the city's civilization distrusted the shells so much that they prevented timely treatment. Everything fits. Kim Solium had driven everyone here so he could convey this hint directly, without suspicion. And, here was someone who'd grasped the hint exactly. As Agent Choi picked up a shard of the broken shell, goosebumps ran up his hand. Almost a thrill. The sharp and experienced spot clues quickly, drawing them closer to the answer. A cure. He looked back at the cat. This is a cure. So you block the kids from seeing or touching the shells, mixed in blanks to mislead them, to keep them from being cured. The cat offered no reply, but Agent Choi was already certain. In a voice so calm it hardly seemed directed at the presence that moments ago had exuded pure terror, he declared. Yes, this is a cure. Tension began to thicken the air. What? To the Daydream Inc. employees, his words sounded only like merchild giggles. Unintelligible, yet the uncanny atmosphere prickled their instincts. But here's the thing. Agent Choi glanced at the bag Baek Sahian clutched. Baek Sahian's hand tightened on the strap. There are 28 children out there, and they were all too infected to escape. But only 12 shells, and look whose hands they're in. Agent Choi raised his hand, then readied his glass handgun. 10. 9. The cat. Before anyone knew it, it was now seated somewhere else. 8. At Jin Nassal's shoes. What? 7. I don't know what you want me to do. 6. Do what you are going to do, is that it? 5. Fine, go ahead then. 4. And so Jin Nassal did as planned. 3. The Daydream Inc. elite team assistant manager flicked her attack wire from her nail. Not at an agent, but at a merchild. Chapter 160. The Disaster Management Bureau agents snapped their heads around. Whoa! Wires tipped with Jin Nassal's ornate nails shot out and snagged the merchild's sleeve. This was the personal weapon of A-Squad's assistant manager. Look, fireworks. The child laughed. Hearing the tainted merchild's giggle, Jin Nassal sliced the most lethal appendage first, the part that secreted paralytic and infectious fluids. Slice. Alyeg. The enormous tail attached to the merchild dropped to the floor. Blood and slime burst out. It hurts. An agent's counterstrike missed by a hair. Without a pause, Jin Nassal yanked the now crippled merchild in with her wire and clamped the child under one arm. Eek. Then she announced, "Take one more step and it dies." It was a perfectly rational choice. Her legs aren't in perfect condition. Her calf, still numb from the bell-blade trap, had already forced her to burn items just to keep up with that ominous cat. Trying to fight two bureau agents, grab the loot, and run in this state would be idiotic. And Jin Nassal loathed idiocy. So she chose. "I said stay back." Words failed, but the gesture spoke plainly. "Hold on, Branza." Agent Choi, who valued every single life, raised both hands as if to yield while frantically hunting for alternatives. But that was not the Bureau's textbook response. "Hostage." The textbook agent, Agent Bronze, stared at the villain with dark eyes. These scum planned to steal the 12 shells that could save 12 children. Even though those people could escape without them. Letting them go would doom those kids. The Bureau's priority was crystal clear. Maximize lives with minimal sacrifice. If one civilian must be lost to save many more. So be it. Bronza. Agent Bronze made his decision in a flash. He raised his glass handgun and charged. Hey! At that exact instant, another creature moved. Jingle. W8. Mid Baek Sahian's startled cry, the cat sprang soundlessly off his shoulder. Clamped in its jaws was an angel's sai conch, pulled straight from Baek Sahian's bag. No. The cat sprinted straight at Jin Nassal. She reflexively braced to kick and flick her wire, yet the cat wasn't aiming for her. It veered slightly, down and sideways. Huh, kitty doll. Straight to the merchild in Jin Nassal's grip. The cat pressed the conch, still clenched in its teeth, tight against the child's ear. From within the shell flowed a tingling voice. Hummed. It was a hum as lovely as a soprano's aria, a lullaby a parent once crooned. A stirring phrase of a national anthem, a jubilant hymn brimming with life. But only one phrase. A single melody drifted softly, tenderly from the shell and tickled the child's ear. Huh. The tailless merchild froze. HMMMHH. Bleeding slowed. Ulcers shrinking on face and limbs, the torsion of infection easing, vocal cords returning to proper shape. It wasn't a full rewind to a pristine child, but the rampant infection faltered, and the human life still inside flared like kindling catching flame. Next moment. Who? With a deep sigh, the child was once more simply a sick little boy. Everyone, stunned by the miracle, hesitated on pure instinct. What's going on, Mom? The boy burst into hysterical sobs, the hallucination collapsing, twinkle twinkle ocean palace gone, and horrific reality laid bare to naked eyes. It even breaks the brainwashing. And as the child was banished from that blissful dream and kept bawling, the cat, astonishingly, crept into his arms and let him cling for comfort. Kitty. Even when the child yanked its head with a rather rough grip, the cat sat motionless. That only made it creepier, yet the signal was unmistakable. That creature was friendly toward children. Is this a ghost story whose rules change by age? Ever an elite of the field investigation team, Jin Nassal kept analyzing, yet she did not release her hostage. She merely stopped overtly subduing the child. No one could predict how that cat-shaped danger would react. But, really, these people are out of their minds. Someone exploited that tiny opening. A glass bullet flew. Jin Nassal saw it. One agent fired the glass handgun at her legs while another, already in range, tried to bind her torso. Huh? She deliberately let herself topple backward. Her body, suddenly limp and boneless, slipped past their grapples by a hair. At the same time, she flung the hostage straight into Agent Choi's arms. The moment Agent Choi caught the child, who was still clutching the cat. There are hostages everywhere. Jin Nassal made the cold calculation and kicked the door. We're pulling out. The other Daydream employees, reading her intentions, moved to follow. Baek Sahian gripped the bag holding the remaining 11 angels' size and bolted. This way. The cat looked up. The ominous cat quietly stepped out from the arms of the child held by Agent Choi. Why are you? The quadruped creature walked among the frozen onlookers. Then, after passing by everyone, it stopped in front of something. The severed tail of the young mermaid, the one Jin Nasol had cut off. A strand of the ulcer mass. This way. The cat's form crackled as it turned to face the people. What are we supposed to do with that? This way. Its blood-red eyes looked directly at me. A gaze that seemed to already know everything about me. Fucking hell. Baek Sahian quickly grabbed the tail with his gloved hand, trying to stuff it into the waterproof pouch on the front of his bag. But Agent Choi was faster. He snatched the tail away before he could. Ugh. Agent Choi, still categorized as a child, firmly gripped the still wriggling tail that was desperately trying to parasitize him and spoke to the cat. You provoked the attack because you needed this, didn't you? Silence. What use is this tail? The cat did not speak. And yet it answered. This way. By fixing its gaze on the employees of Daydream Inc. Agent Choi secured the tail in a containment case, and then hurriedly began scribbling words on the ground with the chalk he carried. A point of connection where the gaze of the Twinkle Twinkle Ocean Palace and the Mermaid Grave intersects. You guys are using the tails, huh? If you tell me where and how you use it, I promise I won't fight anymore until we get out of here, Tilda. I swear it on my honor as an agent. Is it something you use to escape? I know all about you running away on the escape vessel, so where and how do you use it? This crazy bastard. But Agent Choi had his reasons for confidence. The cat seems to want us to talk too, right? 10. Og, seriously. With the cat starting yet another countdown, Baek Sahian glanced about. Not wearing the target for this. Thankfully Kang Yehak crouched first and began writing. How much will you pay us if we tell? Haha. Another lunatic. We're completely broke. Call you anus, you rich guys, suck it up. Don't want Kitty to pop your head, right, Tilda? Aye. You lil shits. In the end, under the pressure of the countdown, Baek Sahian wrote the answer himself in place of his money-crazed colleague, using his best judgment. You already know, right? The tail's an entry pass for the escape run. But we never brutally cut the tails off of the mer-children. We only took the minimal amount from already fully infected general entities. We need to survive, too. Telling them we butchered a kid would make them flip. Even so, Agent Choi didn't blink. How was it used? Fuel, ticket, sacrifice. Was it safe to spill this much? 6. Damn it. An admission ticket. As he wrote, Baek Sahian instinctively glanced toward where the cat had been. After squeezing him with that killer countdown, are you satisfied now, you psycho bastard? But the cat was gone. It was now standing in front of the window. Standing on 2 legs. This way. The cat's posture was uncanny. As if something else were forcing it to move. It stood eerily upright on 2 legs near the window and lifted its left front paw, pointing sharply westward. That direction was the escape vessel. And with that, it dropped below the window. The people rushed to the window and looked down, but below, there was nothing. The cat had vanished. The air suddenly felt lighter. As a few people caught their breath and began thinking rapidly. The escape vessel, the escape vessel. Baek Sahian tore at his hair. That's it, the cat meant for us to board the escape vessel and get out. What? I'd said prepare for death. I thought that meant something else, but now it seems it was a warning. If we don't all escape by boat, it'll kill us. We have to get out of here. But the Daydream Inc. employees didn't forget the danger so quickly. The disaster management agents were still here, and the memory of what the cat had just done. At that moment, Agent Choi fell into thought. The cat had forced them to sever the merchild's tail, then use the conch shell to heal it. Any adult would have recognized that as a friendly act toward children. Thinking of that, Choi calmly wrote on the ground. The cat showed us where the conch shells were and even demonstrated the cure. Clearly it wants us to use them to save as many kids as possible. Unless you'd rather risk being slaughtered by a monster for your greed. Damn it. But Choi didn't stop there. Otherwise, will you cooperate only until we're all safely out? Make sure you escort every child out safely, using the conch shells on the escape vessel. Jin Nasol shoved Baek Sahian aside and strode forward without hesitation. She barely blinked as she wrote. Any foolish moves and you're shot. Okay, Tilda. Thus a strange temporary alliance was born. It was a team capable of utilizing both the sensory perception of the mermaid grave and the Twinkle Twinkle Ocean Palace, with enough personnel to both handle the biological disaster and protect multiple children at once. Was it leading us into this? Ryu Yiquan's eyes twitched slightly. Just what kind of supernatural phenomenon was that rumor in the form of a cat to lead to something like this? No, what mattered for now was getting out of here safely and completing the mission. Wait. Yes, and he wasn't even alone anymore. They had a rookie now, too. Grapes. Ryu Yiquan spun to face his superior grimly. Their rookie must still be searching for survivors among the children. We have to find him at once, if someone is left behind. Hold on, calm down, we're meeting this evening anyway. We'll pass by and pick him up on the way out. That was the problem. We can't take these maniacs with us. I'll threaten them a bit first. Agent Choi, instead of keeping the conch shell with Baek Deoksu, demanded the tail tissue of the general infected creatures as collateral, and verified that the employees weren't lying about the location of the escape vessel. He even pretended to wrestle over the conch shell to discreetly attach a tracking device to it, completing the precautions. All set. Finally, they firmly agreed to meet in front of the building near the escape vessel. Now let's gather the kids. Yes. In any case, the encounter between that lunatic pseudo-pharmaceutical company and Agent Grapes was now inevitable. Ryu Yiquan felt a chill in his chest, but resolved that he should spot the rookie first and make him cover his face with a hood or something. If he said he wanted to protect the rookie's identity from the cult-like pharmaceutical staff, his superior would probably understand. By the fountain. Yes. But the moment they met Agent Grapes at the central fountain of the city. Agent. Ryu Yiquan realized his plan had been meaningless. Through the suncatcher he had been holding up reflexively, just in case he saw it clearly. The rookie agent, who turned back after noticing them. I've been gathering and organizing the children by age group. Half of his face was covered in ulcers. Ryu Yiquan came to a halt. Cold sweat ran down his back as his trembling eyes scanned the childlike figure of the rookie agent. Below the torso, long umbilical cord-like masses of cellular tissue dangled. From his waist, thick chunks of flesh extended outward, with ulcers hanging from him like a tail. It was grotesque and horrific, but because of the setting in an underwater city and because the form resembled a tail. This biological disaster was referred to as the merfolk. But playing together is so much fun. The merchild, who had once been an agent, smiled and waved. Can't we stay just one more day? Upon seeing the rookie fully infected by the biological disaster, the two agents stopped in place, their faces completely drained of color. Chapter 161. A rookie agent had been infected. Agent. Ryu Yiquan had already experienced similar situations multiple times. An agent who miscounted the final step and stepped onto the wrong stair. An agent who endured 2 days without a drop of water, only to be contaminated by a raindrop falling into the membrane of their eye. They just disappear. Just like that. Without context, without warning. The kind of eeriness that some find entertaining is what people often call a ghost story. But for the person involved, it was only natural for it to feel like a common tragedy. Just like now. Branza. At that moment, his superior quickly bumped his shoulder and slung an arm around him. And with a finger on his back, he wrote one word. So the infected rookie agent wouldn't notice. Come. Grapesai, but hey, we should get going. Your hand's about to disappear too, right? The rookie agent, Kim Solium, looked down at his right arm, which had been severed and vanished, and answered rather brightly. It's fine, the mermaid princess said she'd give me a new one. I'll be okay. Is that so? Yes, look over here, I even got this. Kim Solium lifted a few items the children had given him, and proudly showed them off. In reality, they were all worn-out, shabby trinkets, glittering only in the eyes of the Twinkle Twinkle Ocean Palace. The kind of toys only young children, not full-grown adults, might like. Right, just a sec. The two of them let Kim Solium continue playing with the kids, and quickly stepped aside to speak in hushed urgency. I don't know what the hell happened, but the infection's already way too deep. Half his face was covered in tumors, and the infection core manifesting as a tail had grown far too large. Normally, something like this wouldn't happen after just 3 days. Had he actually entered the Ocean Palace and come back? Or maybe something went wrong when he came into contact with the kids. Or perhaps Kim Solium himself simply had a body that was exceptionally vulnerable to biological disasters. Either way, while rare, it wasn't impossible for a rookie to experience such a thing. But with his mind already seeming contaminated, it was hard to confirm anything through him right now. Or maybe, you don't think that cat? A more dangerous entity had intervened. Maybe to push them along. Ryu Yiquan's face turned pale, then snapped back to focus. The conch. It was the cure. We need to bring it right now. Wait. Agent Choi grabbed his arm. That cat seemed to give the cure to save the children. But Agent Grape still looks like a child on the outside. Listen to me. If that cat's a high-risk phenomenon ranked higher than even the Dokibai trick our elders set up, it might not recognize that guy as a child anymore. Ryu Yiquan nearly shouted, so what, do we just give up? But his superior, Agent Choi, was looking at Agent Grapes with an unreadable expression. Then, after calming his junior, he walked back over to Kim Solium among the children. Grapes-ai. Yes. Then would it be okay if you just stayed here altogether? Yes. Ryu Yiquan couldn't hold back and yanked the back of Choi's collar. Sunbi. Hey, I'm asking to check how far the infection's gone. It's serious. It's not just physical, it's in his thinking too. Let's get him out now. Then. No, I mean the way we always do. Agent Choi sighed and patted his junior's back. Bronza, get it together. Our escape method isn't based on infection levels, it's based on the time of disappearance. That's right. According to the Disaster Management Bureau's escape protocol, a child wouldn't vanish into nothing if their disappearance had occurred within the last 1,000 days. And Agent Grapes had only been here for 3 days. He still met the criteria. All we have to do is convince him to leave. I'll send him out, so just keep the kids from scattering, okay? Then he turned toward the infected Kim Solium and called out in a cheerful voice. Let's come back to the Ocean Palace next time, Grapes-ai. But how about we play balloon ride on the way? Just like when we came here earlier, floating up nice and easy. It was one of the escape routes, identified by the Disaster Management Bureau. Do you remember? Wasn't it said that children's books with a surprise appendix titled How to Get to the Twinkle Twinkle Ocean Palace were often found scattered throughout the playrooms? In truth, those books contained an additional passage. At the very back of the books that had How to Get to the Twinkle Twinkle Ocean Palace, written in them, there were rare instances where a method for returning from the Ocean Palace was included. That particular page was composed with advanced vocabulary and steps comparable to professional manuals, demanding a level of reading comprehension impossible for preschoolers. All attempts to identify the required materials for the returning from Twinkle Twinkle Ocean Palace ritual had ended in failure. So to actually use this escape method, the agents carried the necessary supplies with them directly. Fortunately, because the entire preparation process was so irrational and obstructed, the escape method itself was narratively sound. Up until this very moment. It's not going up. This time was an exception. Agent Choi, with a look like he might bite his tongue, almost gawked at Kim Solium dangling from the balloon, but managed to keep a straight face. Originally, a child tied to the going-home balloon would close their eyes and gently float into the sky, and when the balloon eventually popped, they would fall and be found rolling out from a slide. That was how it was supposed to work. But the balloon wasn't rising at all. This had never happened before. That's because no agent had ever been this deeply infected. Moreover, the degree of infection usually matched eerily well with the symptoms of a year of disappearance. So any child still within the viable window for escape always floated upward with the balloon. But now a new irregular had occurred. If the subject is severely contaminated, the balloon cannot rise into the sky, rendering the escape method useless. Like a parasite gripping its host tightly, refusing to let go. The tumor tail, ulcerated and grown from Kim Solium's back, lay heavily grounded and squirming. Is he almost fully merged with the ulcer mass? Thinking about that bizarre collective entity resembling the Ocean Palace, Agent Choi's brow twitched. Yet his mouth spoke casually. Oops, Tilda, I must have underinflated it. Let's try a different way, okay? Okay. And the moment Ryu Yiquan, who had been with the children, saw the two returning empty-handed, he immediately sprang into action. Bronza. We need to get the cure right now, the Prepa. Bronza. Agent Choi paused briefly, then spoke slowly. Did it ever occur to you that, if Grapes was in his right mind, he would have given up his spot to a child? Ryu Yiquan's hands froze. It did. That's exactly why he should be prioritized. Most agents think like that. If you don't prioritize them, they'll give up their lives too easily. Saving the agent means saving more lives. Ryu Yiquan's superior fell silent for a moment, as if at a loss for words. Then sighed softly. I don't know. It's not like we can assign rankings to human lives. Wouldn't it be better to save him just because he's a comrade? Was our bureau always like this? I feel like it used to be different, but at some point, everyone started staking their lives on that principle. Because they realized it was necessary. Ryu Yiquan knew full well that Agent Choi's silence leaned closer to disagreement than agreement. Still, even Choi let out a small sigh of resignation. Anyway, fine, Grapes must be saved. Let's go see those cult company bastards. But before that, from the remaining 11 Angels Psi-Conscious, they would have to set aside one for the agent. That left room for only 10 others. 10 children will have to choose. Agent Choi's eyes dimmed, but regardless, he moved toward Grapes. You said you sorted the children by era, right? Can you show me how? Yes. Agent Grapes had diligently categorized the children. Somehow, he had managed to gather all 20-something children scattered across the entire city. Did they gain the ability to communicate with each other after becoming infected and connecting to the hive? Ryu Yiquan pushed aside the chilling speculation. These ones all know the same songs. The children were sorted, from kids of the 2010s all the way back to those from the 1960s. And a few were explained a little differently. These kids seemed like they came from a slightly different place. They had 6 fingers, or no whites in their eyes, or claimed to be from countries that don't exist on Earth. Agent Bronze immediately placed them at the end of the priority list. There was a high chance they were civilians. It didn't feel good. Assigning ranks to human lives. Ryu Yiquan felt a deep fatigue he had momentarily forgotten. Tired as always. And so he implicitly prioritized children who had gone missing more recently. Because with the intel they had now, those children had the highest probability of successfully escaping. But still, we'll bring all of them for now. Ryu Yiquan slowly nodded. All right, Grapeseye, the kids might get scared now, so how about we walk and play together? We'll see the mermaid princess tomorrow. Today you can play with me. Okay. They decided to hide Agent Grapes among the children to protect him as much as possible from Daydream Inc. If it were revealed that he was an agent, he'd become a target. A group like Daydream's elite team would likely know that the Disaster Management Bureau prioritized agents, lives over civilians. A contaminated agent is an easy target, at least until they could secure a conch shell and treat him. With that, they hastened their steps. And shortly after, over here. At the agreed-upon location, a staff member wearing a pony mask was waving, and the rest of the employees watched warily. They didn't run off. Ryu Yiquan confirmed that the tracking signal attached to the conch shell by Agent Choi was still active, and joined up with the members of Daydream Inc. They flinched at the sight of dozens of merchildren, but perhaps due to the lingering influence of the cat, they didn't act rashly. They simply kept a clear distance. This way. After a brief exchange of written notes, the two factions began moving, each cautiously keeping the other in check. Downward into the depths of the city. This place, it's where the kids usually don't go, right? Even seen through the eyes of the Twinkle Twinkle Ocean Palace, it wasn't particularly beautiful or remarkable. A shaded place under a bridge. In reality, it was beneath a rusted iron bridge that somehow hadn't collapsed, beside a stream of black, contaminated water. There a small door waited. However, we can't see it. The door wasn't visible to the infected children at all. Just like the conch shells, they simply didn't appear to them. Then, Agent Choi, aware of Daydream's staff watching closely for any slip, calmly closed his eyes and reached out with his hand. Okay, he passed through. Ah, so it works if we just trick our senses. If you walk in with your eyes closed, you can go in. The only problem was that they'd have to get all 28 children to do it. Hey kids, let's play a game. Let's see who can walk with their eyes closed the longest. But it's scary. Usually eager to play together, a few of the children now hesitated, fidgeting strangely, as if they instinctively felt something was off. Damn it. One ominous thought struck the agents. Would they have to leave behind the kids who couldn't pass this threshold? But then, are you a scaredy cat? I'm not. Then close your eyes. Kim Solium began encouraging the children. You know that shiny thing you see when your eyes are closed? You can see it, right? Yeah, I see it. Look closely. If you can't see it yet, just walk a little and it'll show up. Amazingly, he succeeded in getting the children to walk forward with their eyes closed. Agent. Let's go. Agent Choi, who had been watching the scene in a bit of a daze, quickly came to his senses. He tapped the shoulder of the anxious Agent Bronze and began to walk. Let's go. The children, with their eyes closed, safely passed through the wall and entered. And then, a place that was not the Twinkle Twinkle Ocean Palace revealed itself to them. From the perspective of Daydream Inc., that is, from the viewpoint of the ghost story, Mermaid Grave, it was nothing more than a slightly less rusted, harsh-looking steel corridor compared to the outside. It resembled a hastily built emergency passage for authorized personnel. But in the eyes of the children, nothing's there. Just a white rectangular path, as if all texture had been stripped away. It seemed this area couldn't sustain the illusion of the Twinkle Twinkle Ocean Palace. A space presumably somewhat isolated from contamination. This is getting more and more suspicious. All the more reason a veteran would know that this was likely the correct path, so he hastened his steps. Should I keep my eyes closed? If you open them, you'll see something amazing, right? Thankfully, the children didn't collapse in fear or burst into tears. If anyone started to cry, Agent Grapes distracted or comforted them. They reached the end of the corridor. What was visible through the suncatcher item was the true scene beyond. A roughly constructed, ramshackle terminal. It seemed there had once been a total of 7 escape pods. In the spots where some alien mechanical technology escape pods had already launched, only dust, filth, and dried infectious fluid remained. But there was one left, a massive capsule-type escape pod, covered in blood. As they approached, the door's device spoke. Please V black square phi removal of infect black. So you just have to show it a severed tail. When a few employees from Daydream Inc. only nodded weakly in response and said nothing, Agent Choi quickly added one more thing. To the cool person who answers quickly, 50,001 haha. I thought it was to prove you de-hunted an infected entity and helped stop the spread. That's how you get access to the pod, haha. As soon as that answer came back, Agent Choi nodded and immediately handed over cash. Yahoo! Then, ignoring the giggling employee in the pony mask, he turned around and called out. All right then, Grape Sai, want to come over here, and let's bring that friend you were just talking to as well. Yes. Kim Solium, standing among the children, took one child by the hand and walked toward the escape pod. Fortunately, it seemed the Daydream employees hadn't realized he was an agent. Ryu Yiquan, on alert, reached into Baek Sahian's bag and yanked out several conch shells as if robbing him, handing them to Agent Choi. This, Baek Sahian's quiet stream of curses, swallowed in frustration, didn't make it through. Agent Choi smiled and lifted one of the conch shells, approaching Grapes. If you just close your eyes for a second, it'll be over quick. But at that moment, what's that? Whoa, it's a real white spaceship. The child standing beside Grapes suddenly ran toward the escape pod. Let's go together. Grapes followed the child, running all the way to the front of the escape pod. Wait. Forcibly boarding an infected child onto the escape pod will trigger rapid shedding, causing ulcers to erupt across the entire body and resulting in total loss of life signs. Do not attempt under any circumstances. It must not happen. To make matters worse, the Daydream Inc. employees immediately shifted into an aggressive stance. Agent Bronze stepped in to block them. Grapes I. Huh. At that moment, Grapes turned at the sound of his name. Naturally, his tail brushed against the escape pod's door device. The message displayed the same message again. Please V black square phi removal of infect black black black. Wow, you were right, it flashed just now. Right. In that brief moment, Agent Choi ran over and yanked both of them back. Watching the scene through the suncatcher, Agent Bronze let out a short sigh and dropped his threatening posture toward Daydream Inc. A tense silence lingered in the air. Still at least the escape pod isn't attacking. That's a relief. Agent Choi didn't even have time to wipe the cold sweat from his brow before he raised the conch shell. But Agent Bronze felt something strange from the scene he had just witnessed. The device had reacted again the moment a living tail made contact. And his superior's words, "At least the escape pod isn't attacking. That's a relief." Could it be? If we just treat the kids, hand them the severed tails, and board them. No. Bronze. This isn't what we think. Agent Bronze reread the text on the device. Please V black square phi removal of infect black black black. It read as if one were meant to remove an infection, like killing the infected merfolk, and verify it. But this is already a ruined city. Judging by how hastily this escape pod space was constructed, it must have been built in a rush during the final collapse as a last-ditch escape attempt. And that would mean most of the people expected to use this escape pod were already infected. Agent Bronze turned again toward the last remaining escape pod. And if it really was the last remaining means of escape, it wouldn't be strange for it to have been designed under the assumption that everyone was infected. That makes sense. Agent Choi's eyes lit up. In that case, to minimize the risk of contagion spreading to other locations. Yes. Both agents turned their gaze to the tails. Those grotesque biological masses, leaking infectious mucus. It means the directive is to sever the infectious appendage, the tail, and then board the escape pod. Then the device's message took on a completely different meaning. Please verify removal of infectious protrusion. It wasn't telling them to hunt and kill another infected being. It was telling them to remove their own infection source, the tail. Only coherent beings who had severed their tail and verified it could safely board. Wait, then that means... Yes. For the first time today, a faint smile of exhilaration appeared on Agent Bronze's face. We don't need to fully cure the infection. If the children simply cut off their tails and verify it, they should be able to board the escape pod without the conch shell. And if we only use the conches on the kids, who are at risk of dying from blood loss when cutting their tails. As long as they distribute them correctly. We can all get out together. Not a single child left behind. They could rescue everyone from this supernatural disaster. That's it. I clenched my fist discreetly. I was still among the children, so I wouldn't be noticed, but I had to stifle the sighs of relief and joy that kept trying to escape my lips. We did it. By naturally merging Daydream Inc.'s intel with the disaster management bureaus, they had reached a conclusion similar to the one I'd reasoned out. How much effort had it taken to steer everyone to this conclusion without raising suspicion? It's been a truly brutal day. I swallowed hard. Even getting infected was a wise choice. It would be a lie to say it wasn't horrifying and revolting. But the benefits gained by becoming infected were too valuable to give up. From concealing my identity completely from Daydream Inc., employees by hiding behind the tumor covering half my face, to ultimately giving them a direct hint toward the conclusion. You can enter the escape pod if you sever the tail. It had been the one and only correct answer. It was the only way to break through every obstacle naturally without arousing suspicion. And I might be able to take myself off the suspect list too. That cat. Agent Choi knew I could transform into a stray animal. After all, he was the one who recommended the item. Of course, due to the effects of the fake Necronomicon, the two couldn't be directly linked, but you never know. After escaping, suspicion might still arise. Better to bury it with something stronger. That's why I chose to attempt infection up to the limit of what my rationality could endure. gradually increasing the infected mucus, deliberately ingesting it little by little. This was the limit. This current state, with half my face engulfed in tumorous boils. Able to understand the hive's will and the strange telepathy shared with the children, yet without losing my own sense of self. Strangely enough, the Dokibai trick that turned me into a child actually helped. Maybe because it forcibly fixed me in the form of my child self. In any case, I'd kept the option of taking a nostalgia candy if things went south. But now it looked like I wouldn't need it. Perfect. I believed in you agents. The Supernatural Disaster Management Bureau really is different from that damn psychopath potion company. It was actually kind of touching. This is the classic Disaster Management Bureau-style resolution I haven't seen since before the dark exploration records took off. Trying to save as many as possible, and actually succeeding in the end. Maybe it was because I was in a child's body but my chest swelled with emotion. Sniff. Of course, this being a ghost story, about half the time these kinds of attempts ended in total annihilation, but this time, things were going smoothly. Now all we had to do was time our escape together. Tingle. That's when it happened. A strange sensation began crawling up from my tail. Tingle. Above. My head shot up. Beside me, a child in a blue dress muttered softly. Weird. She was right. Weird. No, it wasn't just that one child. All 27 children standing near me lifted their heads to look into the air. Every single young merchild, who still had their tails attached. The mermaid princess is angry. It seemed so. All the hosts sensed something, from somewhere no one could pinpoint. A threat to survival. She was searching for where it had been triggered. And now she had found it. The mermaid princess. Tingle. Grapes eye. Right now. A chill swept down my spine. My mouth moved on its own quickly. The mermaid princess is on her way. Boom. The ceiling collapsed, and hundreds of tumor masses began to surge downward. Chapter 162. When you think about it, it's strange. The disaster that occurred when a Disaster Management Bureau agent once tried to forcibly load an infected child onto the escape pod. Acute molting occurs, ulcers erupt across the entire body, and all vital signs are lost. Contamination spreads rapidly, resulting in death. If this were the escape pod attempting to eliminate internal threats, the reaction was far too deliberate. It was more like the action of the infection source itself. Right. It makes more sense to interpret it as the doing of the biohazard merfolk. A punishment dealt to a host that dares to break away from the hive. A retrieval of energy. But this information was known only to the Disaster Management Bureau agents, while, conversely, more detailed intel about the escape pod was only available to the employees of Daydream Inc. Fragmented information. And that's exactly why no one could have reasonably predicted what was happening now. A child raised a hand. It's the mermaid princess. Boom. With a thunderous crash, a mass pierced through the ceiling and smashed into the terminal. Kierarara. A sound like children laughing. No, like ulcerated tissue colliding filled the entire station. Countless tumor-like tendrils, spewing horrid mucus, descended and braced themselves like feet. Thud, 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 thud. Like spiderwebs hanging down, flesh masses that excreted mucus extended limbs like tentacles and clung to every wall of the shattered terminal. From the massive infected hive came its most grotesque core was a monstrous shape that now coiled before the ocean palace. Kierarara. It slammed its meaty mass down, blanketing the terminal. Thud. Fuck. Beek Sahian stood frozen, screaming, then shoved back the employee who tried to push him forward and quickly retreated. A company employee was snatched by the fleshy mass. The sound of a skull cracking, blood and mucus being sucked out. Gotta get out. Clutching the bag containing the conch shells, he bolted toward the escape pod. But at that moment, someone grabbed the back of his neck. A young merchild. No, he'd already confirmed who it was through that halo, but had kept quiet until now. Kim Solium. The infected Kim Solium slammed the back of Beek Sahian's head to the floor. Ugh. In that moment, a mass of flesh flew past overhead. Baek Deoksu swallowed hard. Move recklessly and die. The infected mass had very clearly wrapped itself around the escape pod at the center. Then Kim Solium, with a strange expression, began looking up at the grotesque mass of infection. What is he doing? Why are you? The surroundings turned disturbingly quiet. Baek Deoksu frantically looked around. All the merchildren were looking up at the sky with the same expression, raising their hands. Princess! It's the princess! The two agents also turned their eyes to the massive figure that had burst through the ceiling into the terminal. Their gazes blanked. Come here. A dazzlingly beautiful mermaid form appeared, as if sunlight had poured in from the terminal ceiling, filling the empty white space. Beautiful. Like a living statue of the mermaid princess, the enormous mermaid glowed with a divine aura. Overwhelming awe, admiration, and enchantment filled their minds, emotions that one should rightly feel in the presence of a being so great. Come here. Themed white vidus overlaid with a beautiful twinkle twinkle ocean palace, a small golden-fung-shaped plazaglamers like a chapel. Fill it with praise worship and affection and look up Mr. Child, but the race na such thing as ain't scape potter. This is a place off prayer a placitop ratov, mermaid princess and. Damn it. Agent Choi lifted his suncatcher and barely managed to block his view. Beside him, his hoobie mimicked the action and spat blood, having bitten his tongue to jolt himself back. But again, the gaze from above. Come, elder. A flash burst from Agent Choi's hand. A flicker of light burning within the lantern. Red and blue fire pushed back the golden glow of the mermaid's halo. Dakibai House. The Dakibai House blazed, creating a space of illusion. Where the flames reached, tile-roofed houses wavered and the shadows of dancing, singing Dakibis flickered. A fleeting moment where anomaly repelled anomaly. We won't last long during that time. They had to sever as many tails as possible and get the children into the escape pod. The mermaid, no, the fleshy mass, raged and tried to reach the escape pod again, but the space around it distorted, forcing it to circle near the ceiling. Now's the chance. Whoosh! The adults in suits scrambled toward the escape pod. Those wearing animal masks. The employees of Daydream Inc. Agent Choi's eyes darkened. At the same time, I have to follow. Baek Deoksu was grinding his teeth, watching the same scene. Now was the time to run, but the problem was that Kim Solium still had his hand gripped tightly around Baek Deoksu's head, holding him down. Fucking hell! Cunning flashed in Baek Deoksu's eyes. Was there a way to push him off? This little since the fucker looked like a child, maybe he's physically weaker than him. No, wait, he's contaminated, he might be even stronger. Still, one thing was clear. Most contaminated individuals often lacked signs of human intelligence. Madness and bizarre rules governed their minds. Excuse me, shouldn't you be more worried about the big one above me? She can't come in right now, shouldn't you be cheering her on? The bastard was baiting him. Did turning into a merchild make him unable to understand words? Then Baek Deoksu could just write on the ground. But just as he tried to scrawl the same message on the dusty floor with his finger, the pressure pinning his head down vanished. It worked. Baek Deoksu shot up, ready to bolt, only for Kim Solium to press him back down again. Arg! Why again? Then Kim Solium began writing on the floor. Carry me. Carry me and run. What the actual F? A dazed Baek Deoksu blurted out without thinking. To where? Kim Solium turned his gaze. Toward the opposite side of the escape pod. The passage going out. At the same time. Are they all morons or what? Jin Nassau twitched her temple as she looked at the Daydream employees clinging to the escape pod like moths. Even if they got inside, how exactly did they plan to get out? The path for the escape pod's launch was completely blocked by that filthy biological disaster mass. They were acting like clueless punks, blinded by rewards, instead of reading the room. Ooh, is there a spot on the escape pod where we can shoot a laser beam or something? Ignoring the money-obsessed rookie's nonsense, Jin Nassau assessed the situation. Why the hell am I the one stuck doing this? It soured her mood to think she was doing all the work while the regular team staff loafed around. But if she wanted to escape, she had no choice. That flesh lump started going berserk the moment the mer children were brought near. As a test, she grabbed one mer child by the scruff of the neck and prepared to toss it toward the biomass. Smack! You're out of your mind. Excuse me. The sharp glare of a furious government agent stopped her. Agent Bronze. Having completed a quick emergency ritual under Agent Choi's protection, he had shed his child form through the Dakibai trick and returned to his adult self. A necessary decision, as the situation was escalating fast. Clenching his teeth, he growled at the employee in the butterfly mask like he was spitting poison. You saw him as a real child, didn't you? If he can't use the conch, he's just an infected freak, isn't he? Even without it, if he just cuts off the tail, he can board the pod, so stop. Hey, Jin Nassal interrupted, barely suppressing her irritation. Even if you board, then what? You think you can pry that thing off the launch gate? So do you have bombs stashed in your pocket or what? No, yeah, I figured. Of course not. And it wasn't even certain whether human firepower would work, whether it was a biological disaster or a ghost. Let's just throw a few of them outside and scatter the focus, then make a run for it. Take whoever's left if you want. But assistant manager, the cat told us to take all of them. If we leave any behind, we'll get cursed or lose our reward. There's even that saying, a cat always returns a favor. We're about to die and you're worried about a curse. Go cry about it when you're outside, yeah. That cat hadn't shown itself again. Chances were, it was a one-off, irregular phenomenon. So forget the cat or whatever. Please cooperate with the civilian rescue. The capture cable sprang out from Agent Bronze's hand. Jin Nassal scoffed and grabbed her own special equipment. No time left. He had to incapacitate her fast. Agent Bronze gritted his teeth, glancing toward Agent Choi's flames. The infected hive's call was beginning to pierce through the warped space and infiltrate the illusion of fire. Come here. The mesmerizing golden light began to take hold of the children once again. Somehow, please, just hurry. No, even if they cut every child's tail, it was becoming impossible to see how they could all escape from this place. Did they have to make selections? With grim eyes, Agent Bronze reached out his hand. FOUNDYOU. A malevolent gaze slammed into the space. A description of a terrible, overwhelming being filled the room like a divine descent. Yes, it was descending. Descending. Lord Cat. A voice soaked in rapturous madness burst from behind the pony mask. All the humans froze. Bells, voices, laughter, deception. The call to a beautiful German Iklentoter now Dekian mindlesservidud. BEHOLD. The children once enthralled by the biological disaster staggered, lowering their heads. Their collective psychic disarray shook the infected hive, and even the towering image of the mermaid princess began to tremble. Then came telepathy. CUTIT. A forceful command. CUTIT. The children began tearing off their own tails. With faces twisted in madness and terror, they screamed toward the sky. Then, sobbing, they ripped their own tails off. Blood and mucus sprayed in all directions. It was a hellish sight. The anomaly was devouring the anomaly. Ryu Yiquan struggled to his feet and began stopping the bleeding of several children. But his mind had begun to comprehend the language of a different dimension. Wouldn't you like to know the horrific truth of this world? Madness shall set you free. It shook his thoughts. What? So this world is actually... Branza. Ryu Yiquan jerked his head up. The sound of that malevolent scripture had vanished without him realizing. All that remained were the children standing stiff from mental shock, bleeding from the spots where their tails had been. Kierarara. And the giant tumorous mass, writhing violently. The creature, now severed from every single host, shrieked in rage, or perhaps in instinctive panic at the threat to its survival. Agent Choi's Dakibai house was starting to collapse. No. Priorities. Agent Bronze quickly scanned the group. That's right, first the agents. But Grapes was missing. Where had he gone? He looked through the children, but the agent was truly gone. No, it can't be. At that moment, he heard the sound of someone running from the far end. From the opposite side of the escape pod, the corridor leading out, a Daydream Inc. employee was sprinting toward them. Black goat mask, and slung on his back, covered in blood with his tail completely torn off, was Kim Solium, limp and unconscious. Dripping blood, the employee shouted. Move. What? Move, you fuckers. F-wick. Something glittering arced through the air from the goat-masked employee's hand. Ryu Yikwon turned his head. The glass bottle struck the tumor mass of the biological disaster. From the mouth of the bottle, a thick, purplish-pink liquid began pouring out. Surprise syrup for kids. Grapefruit flavor. It was the potion Kim Solium had picked, based on the security chief's advice. If you converted it into Daydream Inc. terms, its effect would be: expose potion. Target temporarily loses reason, and while incapacitated, reveals their most emotional and honest secrets. Incapacitation. Kierarara. The mermaid princess's figure, now doused in syrup, began to collapse. Twisting violently, it slumped to the floor. Dozens of tumor tendrils writhed inside the ulcers, calling to the children, but the connection was already severed. However, that potion had been made for humans. Which meant that stuff doesn't last long. Just a very short opening. Run! The agents dashed for the escape pod, dragging the children with them. And then, seriously, what a drag. Amazingly, Daydream Inc.'s elite team member also sprang into action, quickly grabbing children and running straight into the escape pod. She even barked orders at her fellow employees. Grab them. Yes, yes. Yes, ma'am. After witnessing the insane events just now, they recalculated the risks of leaving the children behind and made the snap judgment to comply. If you send the escape pod out first and I'm not back yet, know that you're dead. At that shout from the elite team, the employees inside the escape pod clenched their jaws and helped get as many children on board as possible. For those bleeding badly, they applied the conches. The chaos was barely controlled, but time was running out. There are still some outside. Now, verification complete. All aboard. Okay. Having also consumed his Dakibai trick and returned to adult form, Agent Choi sprinted in last and slammed the escape pod door shut. Boarding confirmed. And then, beginning transport to destination. Chiliek. With a hiss of steam from the machinery, the massive escape pod began to launch from the tunnel. Through the pod's window, they saw the giant mass moving to block the launch gate once again. Thud. Hundreds, no, thousands, of ordinary infected creatures surged into the terminal. But it was too late. The escape pod slipped through just in time and shot out beyond the city. In transit. They're alive. As people relaxed slightly and slumped in their seats. There, far off in the opened view of the city. It's moving. The massive cluster that had once clung to the castle, called Twinkle Twinkle Ocean Palace, was lurching forward. Bam! The tremor reached the escape pod. The hive of the biological disaster was not limited to what they had seen. What is that? It had burrowed underground, had spread across the entire city. Endlessly crawling to the surface, it covered the city's center and spilled outward. Flesh. Ugh. The monstrous mass of flesh, now above ground, smashed the castle it had infested and hurled itself toward the escape pod in a final frenzy. It slapped its sticky mass down on the ground with heavy, thudding weight, twisting itself forward. The grotesque, horrifying, massive biological disaster reared up and revealed the mouth that had once been flush with the ground. A gaping hole lined with rows upon rows of massive, jagged teeth opened, roaring toward them. Hurled flesh like missiles. Sticking. Latching on. Catching. Thunk. The escape pod shook as it was struck by the ejected flesh. Alieg. Quiet. But it didn't crash. HRRK. Agent Choi clamped a hand over an unknown staffer's mouth and looked back out the window. It's not as close as it looks. Everyone calm down. And then those who were finally able to gauge the biological disaster's scale realized something. It was so massive that it surpassed the range of human comprehension, The numbers were astronomical, so much so that it distorted all sense of distance. Huff, 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 huff. In the end, the enormous hive of the biological disaster couldn't leave the city's entrance and collapsed, leaving behind a strange vibration, like the sound of children laughing. The city's underground foundation began to cave in, pulling the disaster down with it. Into the deep sea. The escape pod quickly distanced itself from the scene, safely shooting up through the water. People exhaled hard, cold sweat on their faces. And then, not long after, "Please board your capsule. We've arrived." The Daydream Inc. Employees promptly began entering the capsule devices attached to the escape pod. Once inside, a person would be enveloped in a bubble-like sphere of strange air and launched toward the surface, losing consciousness in the process. When they woke again, they'd be back in reality. That was the escape method. The agents, having overheard this procedure while managing the company employees through both carrot and stick, followed suit. First boarding the children, then themselves. Naturally, the youngest agent went first. Grape-Sai. Because his contamination was so severe, they'd used a conch shell to prevent him from bleeding out. He'd avoided death and recovered somewhat, though he still looked exhausted. And since he still had the appearance of a child bearing remnants of an infected merform, he looked all the more pitiful. Did it all work out?" "Of course." Agent Choi grabbed his hand tightly. "You did so well. Bet you were scared, huh? You can sleep now. We'll be heading back soon." "Yes, thank you." Kim Solium, blinking slowly, climbed into a capsule. Soon after, he closed his eyes and took a deep, steady breath. "We did it." As the capsule sealed shut, I barely suppressed a sigh of relief. I almost lost my mind. The aftereffects of reading the Necronomicon nearly shattered my sanity. If I hadn't used the conch, who knows what might have happened, but it was a gamble I had no choice but to take. What else could have cut all the kids' tails at once, incite the Daydream employees, and shake off the biological disaster? It had been sheer luck that I'd been connected to the children via infection-based telepathy. In a state where the hallucination of Twinkle Twinkle Ocean Palace had already weakened under madness and fear, and then someone yelling, "Cut your tail," inside your mind. Of course, kids would follow for sure. I feel sorry for scaring them, but this was the only way to save everyone. I just hoped the shock wasn't too deep, and that with memory suppression and proper treatment afterward, they'd recover. I bit down on my lip. Still, I felt a bit more at ease, because I'd brought every last child with me. And now that the entire city has been buried, it'll be a lot harder for anyone to start snatching kids again. Maybe this really was the end of the mermaid grave, of the Twinkle Twinkle Ocean Palace. And if Daydream Inc.'s research team threw a fit about it, honestly, not my problem. Those psychos can deal with their own fallout. I swallowed another sigh and let the growing haze of unconsciousness wash over me. A success was a success. Now, once I get back to reality. Wait. They did say we were going back to reality, but where exactly is that? The coast? Well, not really my concern. The veteran agents will handle it right. I believe in you, Sunbees. Even as I realized my right arm was still gone, I accepted the drowsiness with a strangely peaceful mind. Escape? Oh ho, what's this? Huh? I opened my eyes. All around me were unconscious adults and children who had yet to fully wake. And near me stood a single man, completely awake. White lab coat, glasses. He stood in front of a now-awake Agent Bronze, grinning brightly, his eyes twinkling with fascination. "Ah, government agents, are you?" A familiar face. Quack Yiking, Research Team Section Chief of Daydream Inc. Goosebumps spread across my entire body. Wait a minute. No way, this place. I looked around. White-walled office, laboratories, a modern, pristine corporate interior I knew too well. Yes, it was familiar, because this was my workplace until just a few months ago. We had escaped right into the heart of Daydream Inc. Chapter 163. For the escape destination to be set to Daydream Inc.'s headquarters, given that it was a darkness under their jurisdiction. Sure, it's not all that strange, but still. If we all entered through different paths, shouldn't we have been sent back to where we each came from? I gulped hard. Looking around, it seemed like everyone who'd been aboard the escape pod had, without exception, been dropped into the research team's office. Why the hell had every last one of us ended up stuck inside Daydream Inc.? Shouldn't an escape pod, at the very least, ask passengers where they want to go? Don't tell me. It was because the first person to board and calibrate the pod was someone from Daydream Inc. Maybe that initial input had set the default destination for everyone. Totally possible. Problem was, thinking about that now didn't change anything. I wiped my cold sweat and shifted my eyes to glance at Agent Bronze, who was now facing off with Section Chief Kwak Yikeng. I see the uniform now. Disaster Management Bureau agents, right? Looks like a distress signal from our darkness reached your organization somehow. Haha. Supernatural disasters are not private property. Please refrain from inappropriate terminology. Agent Nim. Well, you can put it that way, sure, but... Kwak Yikeng smiled behind his glasses. Still, you did trespass into this here private company, right, sir? But hey, since we helped each other clear things up down there, yeah. If you'll just give us a quick interview, we won't even charge you for. Charge us? Well, I mean, you did use one of our designated escape routes. Things like data usage fees, labor costs, expert consultation fees. You're a government agency, so surely you're not planning to dine and dash. Honestly, I wouldn't have been surprised if Agent Bronze introduced his fist to Kwak Yikeng's face right then and there. But shockingly, he didn't get angry. Instead, he stared with quiet contempt and replied, "We did not request any consultation, and the escape method we used was based on our own previously acquired intel. Then I guess that makes it unauthorized trespassing, not collaboration." Kwak Yikeng continued smiling at him. Agent Bronze, silent, slipped a hand into the inside of his jacket. A strange tension crackled through the room. Right. This place, we're standing in the heart of a psychotic pharmaceutical megacorp. And not just any office, but the research team. A simple press of a call button would make Daydream Inc.'s security team come running to subdue the intruders in no time. And since those security team members had long surpassed what could be called human, even these two veteran agents could end up horribly overpowered. In short, we were deep in enemy territory, where no concept of societal common sense applied. A chill ran down my spine. This lunatic company wouldn't bat an eye at making a few civil servants disappear and turning them into test subjects. Agu my back. Just then, a groaning voice cut through the tension as someone stirred on the floor. With deliberate exaggeration, Agent Choi sat up, playing up the drama enough to cut through the tension. Agent Choi. Well, I couldn't stay lying down, I was too scared. What's this about trespassing? I mean, these days even crash landing out of a ghost story counts as unauthorized entry, huh? Goodness gracious, how's a guy supposed to work under such cruel rules? Agent Choi stood up, locking eyes with Kwak Yikeng and flashing a cheeky smile. Over at the Disaster Management Bureau, we don't treat people who wander in during a safety inspection so coldly, you know. Right. Daydream Inc.'s hatred for the Disaster Management Bureau didn't stem from anything like wounded pride or jealousy. The reason was far more simple. The government simply did not recognize ownership over supernatural disasters. Officially, that is. So when the Bureau identified a ghost story under Daydream Inc.'s jurisdiction and deemed it solvable, they'd storm in and put an end to it. All under the banner of a safety inspection. From Daydream Inc.'s point of view, the Bureau's more like a disaster that would ravage through and destroy raw material suppliers. Because of this, both sides had even established rules to limit how often their investigations clashed over ghost stories. Otherwise, the number of chaotic reports would have gotten out of hand. Just like this case. I worry we might get a little too aggressive if this keeps happening, Tilda, don't you think? In other words, Agent Choi was now politely threatening to make their lives hell. And as the veteran members of both factions dueled with words and veiled menace, Agent Bronze, now out of the spotlight, casually turned his head in my direction while pretending to check on the children. Our eyes met, and I read his lips. Stay still. Yes, sir, absolutely. Zip it and don't stand out. If I got exposed here, the consequences would spiral out of control. Agent Bronze probably thought I'd faked my death and resigned from this company, which was why he was trying to protect my identity. But the truth was far more complicated. I'm not just missing. My identity was officially altered so that, as far as the company's concerned, I'm dead because I'm working undercover as a corporate spy. If the research team found out who I really was, and that information reached Director Ho, I couldn't even fathom what might happen. And if Director Chung, who thinks I hit her on the back of the head and ran, found out Kim Solium was currently inside the company. Gulp. I'm dead. No, worse than dead. This was a ghost story after all. I absolutely cannot be exposed. So I naturally blended in among the children, doing everything I could to hide my presence. Meanwhile, Agent Choi's subtle threat basically, keep this up and we'll keep crashing into your jurisdiction with inspections, was gradually leading the conversation toward a conclusion. We'll just take the civilians and be on our way. No need for any formal thanks for rescuing your employees, of course, tilde haha. A clean, diplomatic offer. But let's not forget, Quack Yikang's a total nutjob. Ah yes, of course, always so busy working for the good of the citizens, I understand completely. He spread his arms wide, holding a file folder. Then by all means, take only the civilians. Quack Yikang started walking toward us. I quickly lowered my posture and bowed my head, pretending I was still unconscious. Footsteps. Tab tab. They drew closer. Then right above me. But these contaminated ones here, no matter how you look at them, they don't seem like proper functioning members of society. Shit. Why look right here, gills instead of ears, that's not something a citizen should have, and this one has an extra arm, this one over here. A gaze. Is missing his right arm. Goosebumps raced up my back. Oh, of course, it could just be a poor civilian who lost it in an accident, but we won't know until we run some tests, right? His voice turned gleeful. Since they're all heavily contaminated, we'll go ahead and examine them, sort them, and make sure only true citizens are safely sent home. And if they are citizens, the company would handle it themselves. So, dear government agents, I'm sure you've got plenty of other things to do, so why don't you clock out and go home now? At that moment, it seemed Agent Bronze's patience snapped. Cut the nonsense. Nonsense. Damn it. I'm just saying it's unclear whether these fall under the jurisdiction of the Disaster Management Bureau. And if you keep pushing, hey, let's ask our own staff. Hey, Assistant Manager Jin. Beside him, we heard Quack Yikang shaking awake Jin Nassau. And then came her flat, annoyed voice. What? Oh, you're up. As an elite team member, do you see these kids as innocent citizens? I mean, seriously, I feel like I'm being treated unfairly here. You feel unfairly treated every single day, sir. But Jin Nassau, seeming to grasp the situation, gave a cold and strategic response. A damning one. They're mer children. Oh ho. Quack Yikang's footsteps grew animated. Mer children, what a fun, no, fascinating discovery. So in truth, they're not innocent citizens at all. They're something like traitors from the darkness. Just a moment. Agent Choi's voice turned sharp. That is a matter for the Bureau to decide. A private company has no authority to make that call independently, especially. Even though I couldn't see it, I could feel it. You personally. Pressure. Haha, looks like we have a difference of opinion. Clap Quack Yikang started to applaud. Then took a step back. You're right, maybe I acted a bit rashly. So then, why don't we all take a little break and talk again after we've cooled down? The two agents seemed to be calculating their next moves. This was a precarious moment. No, this can't escalate further. Getting out of here as smoothly as possible, without any conflict, was the best outcome. If hostility boiled over here, especially with everyone already drained from escaping a ghost story, no one could predict what might happen. And so, oh, we're always open to conversation, tilde. Phew. We'll just rest here with the children. Come back when you've organized your thoughts. Got it. The agents sat right where they were, making it clear they would not take their eyes off the children. And perhaps realizing he had no leverage at the moment, Quack Yikang finally stepped away. But there's no way that's the end of it. I opened my eyes naturally. At some point, agents had moved closer and now sat beside me as if we'd relocated together by chance. They were talking, clearly for me to hear. How long will it take? Dunno, tilde maybe half a day at most. Agent Choi's voice was laced with a relaxed sigh. Not the first time we've seen a guy like that. Let's just wait here a bit until backup arrives. Thank God. It seemed like we'd successfully created a window to contact the Disaster Management Bureau and get their support. The problem was, excuse us for a moment, we've got some procedures to handle. That the research team would try every trick in the book until then. I cracked one eye slightly open and watched someone approach the group. A sleep-deprived researcher with deep eye bags and glasses was tending to the field exploration team staff, getting them treated and guiding them toward the interview room. Lee Yonhua, Assistant Manager, Research Team 1. The name tag matched a researcher I remembered reading about in the dark exploration records, which meant one thing. She's notable enough to have her own wiki entry. And her notable trait was, she was one of the rare few in Daydream Inc. who actually cared about research ethics. The kind of researcher whose attitude made that clear. If this had been under different circumstances, I might have even felt glad to see her, but not now. Not when she'd almost certainly been sent by Quack Yiking on purpose. To lower the agent's guard. I think both the kids and the agents should really receive some basic first aid, especially the children. They're suffering from severe blood loss, and a few seem to be in shock. It wouldn't be easy to refuse, right? After the Bureau agents confirmed that the researcher meant no harm, they scanned the recovery potions she offered with their equipment and gave a reluctant green light. Of course, they didn't drink it themselves, but since the kids had just gone through things like ripping off their own tails, the urgency of the situation forced them to allow it. Drink up. Naturally, a potion made its way to me as well. One of the standard-issue red recovery potions, stocked in their infirmary. Been a while. I reached out with both hands, only to remember one of them was missing, so I just accepted it with my left hand. Instead of drinking the potion, though, I just pretended to, while secretly funneling the liquid into the tattoo on my wrist. That guy might have recognized me and spiked it with something strange. Even if that wasn't the case, the researchers could have tampered with it for research purposes. I definitely saw it. While handing out potions, some of them had exchanged signals and deliberately chosen different bottles for certain children who seemed unusual. It's a real healing potion, but something's probably mixed into it. Call it paranoia, but it never hurts to be cautious. That's when I noticed something else. As I moved, I suddenly felt the presence of an unfamiliar object tucked into my clothes. The glass lantern. The Dakibai flame, now transformed into a glass lantern, was stowed away beneath my coat. If someone caught me with this, it'd be obvious I was an agent. In other words, it would be the perfect excuse for Quack Yiking to lock onto me. That can't happen. Pretending to be a scared little civilian kid, I nestled deeper among the children and tried to subtly stow the lantern into the tattoo. But the Dakibai fire inside rejected it violently. It didn't want to go into the tattoo. Damn it. Left with no choice, I used my oversized jacket to cover it up as much as I could. Then, keeping calm, I sat back down and handed the now empty-looking potion bottle to the researcher with a scared look on my face. That's when I locked eyes with Baek Deoksu, who had just woken up. Acknowledge me and you're dead. Ah, yes, sir. That was the gist of the unspoken exchange. Baek Deoksu turned away quickly, one eyelid twitching. Honestly, he'd probably imagined ratting me out and getting a promotion, but he won't move recklessly. He still wants the item he was promised. He's the type to calculate every gain and loss. I remembered the conversation we'd had right before the escape, when I used Baek Deoksu as a ride to read the Necronomicon. If you do it right, it's yours. And how his heartbeat had quickened with greed. Good. I could stay quiet. I sat still, quietly observing the dazed and traumatized children around me, letting time pass uneventfully. But then, the D-Squad has returned. A new voice rang out as someone entered the lab. I instinctively looked up. Oh, you're back. Yes. An emotionless voice. And a white lizard mask. S-Squad leader. It was Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun. Chapter 164. It's actually him, squad leader. Since when did that white reptilian head and those vertical pupils start making me feel so relieved I could cry? I almost jumped to my feet when I saw the lizard wearing the lizard mask. Of course, it's not exactly the right situation to be feeling that happy right now. Still, the memories of being super saved by the physically strongest in those insane ghost stories were just too vivid. Anyway, Chief Lizard, who seemed to have just returned from the darkness, was now starting his report to the research team. It took 3 hours and 24 minutes to clear. Section Chief, now might not be the best time for details. There are outsiders present. The research team gestured towards the office, now thrown into chaos. Nearly 30 injured children, a handful of government agents, and even the groaning Daydream Inc. Staff lay scattered around the space. I see. Even though Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun would have just seen, as usual, a room full of civilians instead of employees after clearing the darkness, there wasn't a trace of disturbance on his face. Typical of the lizard that was him, really. What bothered me, though, was that no one else had followed in after him. The researcher definitely said the D-Squad had returned. But Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun was alone. Don't tell me the new hires all died in an instant. Whatever my doubts, the interactions among Daydream Inc. employees continued. Section Chief, the Dream Essence Collector, if you could bring it over this way. Yes. Thank you, if you could just wait for a moment. With the mermaid grave cleared, it was the first thing that needed to be handled. After handing back the Dream Essence solution to the researcher, Chief Lizard looked around the unusually crowded research team area. As his gaze swept the room, those blood-red eyes locked onto me. No way. Did he recognize me? But soon the gaze moved on, and Chief Lizard silently walked into the center of the office and sat down on a meeting sofa. That meant he just walked in and sat right among the blood-soaked, contaminated children without batting an eye. That spot. Even the research team was stammering. His presence was so extraordinary and forceful, you could hear agents whispering to each other. Agent, do you know him by any chance? The lizard mask? No, but if I'd seen him even once before, I'd never forget him. Agent Choi also seemed to be seeing him for the first time. That made sense. Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun, or rather Employee D, was a character who would first appear when the dark exploration records got bigger and anomalous joke, clears became acceptable amongst the community. You could say his exploration records don't really overlap with Agent Choi's, who was active mostly in the early days. Even the kids who just received first aid and regained their energy were sneaking glances at the man in the lizard mask. It would have been nice if things had just ended there. But as time passed, the number of kids who'd regained their energy kept increasing, so. Excuse me, are we going to see my mom now? I want to go to the bathroom. Subin is hungry. The relatively uninjured kids started looking around and then began raising their hands to speak. Even though they'd had horrific experiences in the Twinkle Twinkle Ocean Palace, because it was all inside that fairy-tale-like hallucination, they hadn't lost their innocence. On top of that, being left injured on the uncomfortable office floor, it was impressive the kids had held out this long without a word. I need to pee. But with this, the researchers now had the perfect excuse to lure kids away one by one. Damn it. Any minute now, the researchers would probably start saying things like, "Let's take you to the bathroom, let's take you to the cafeteria," and try to separate the kids into groups. The agents would certainly stick with them like glue, but the problem was there would always be some kids left behind, which meant they'd get split up. If the agents are separated one by one, it'll only get harder to deal with the Daydream Inc. employees. As it was, the agents were already at their physical limits, covered in bruises from head to toe. This obvious setup wasn't lost on the agents either. Their expressions had grown subtly colder. If that's the case, there's no other way. We'll have to make the first move. And the safest employee here is. Only I know that. Holding back a sigh, I whispered to one of the kids who said they wanted to go to the bathroom. Really, do you know where it is? Yeah. With that, the kid shot up and shyly grabbed the pants leg of someone nearby and asked. Excuse me, Ajasi, where's the bathroom? Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun. The lizard-faced man sitting on the sofa blinked and looked back at the child. Kids, just a moment. Before Agent Choi could say anything, I egged the other kids on. Do you want to go too? Yeah. Me too. Quack Yikeng was gone, and all the familiar employees had disappeared for treatment and interviews. On top of that, half my face was still covered in ulcer scars and necrosis, so the odds of anyone recognizing me were extremely low. As long as I act properly, it'll be fine. Blending in among the kids, I went up to Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun and asked as much like the other kids as I could. Ajasi, can you take us to the bathroom? Yes. The kids who had gathered around me looked up at him with shining eyes. Are you going to show us the way? Yes. And as soon as Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun stood up, the children finally burst into giggles and clung to his thighs and back. Well, only then did I give the two agents a small nod. It was a signal that if anything went wrong along the way, I'd shout and alert them to danger. Agent Braun seemed to realize that I depict the safest employee, and though his expression was complicated, he stayed silent and did not intervene. Let's go. In any case, thanks to this, Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun started walking down the hallway with about 6 or 7 children in tow, just like a pied lizard. And fortunately, there were no other incidents until we safely finished using the nearby restroom. Phew. After helping the children who were too young to use the bathroom alone, I washed my hand with cold water at the sink to try to collect myself. It really is inconvenient having only one hand. And now that I was using this familiar company restroom again, it felt like my mind might float away. I just want to collapse into a bed. Suppressing my fatigue, I finished washing my hand. Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun quietly came up next to me. No way was he going to look after me just because I was a child. Mr. Rowe, dear. I almost struck the lizard head with my remaining hand. Anti-eavesdropping equipment is currently active. This conversation will not leak outside. Phew. With a trembling hand, I turned off the faucet and lowered my voice. How did you recognize me? I mean, I don't even have an arm anymore and my age has changed. Yes, you have been determined as the same person through the change in age and loss of limb. Let's just move on. He's a reptilian alien who fires holy bomb barrages, so maybe he has other methods of analysis. Anyway, thank you for your help. I nearly had my identity exposed to the research team. I see. When we return to the room, please also make sure the children don't get led away by researchers along the way. Yes. The lizard's lidless eyes stared into space for a moment, then returned to me. The children hadn't come out of the bathroom yet, so we still had time for a short conversation. I hesitated for a moment, then asked, Have you been doing well, squad leader? I wanted to ask if the new staff in the D squad are doing all right, and if your explorations into the darkness have gone well. There are no new staff. Currently, the D squad is assigned to single-person entries into darknesses, and there are no unusual incidents. I see. So Lee Jae-hyun was working alone. He's been left in the lurch. Just when the squad had been promoted to an elite squad and was about to start trial operations, I, the person who'd been promoted and transferred, went missing and was declared dead. In the end, the D squad was left dangling like a kite with its string cut. So even if the company had been dragging its feet for months, not knowing what to do with the squad, it wouldn't be strange at all. But because it was so realistic, my mouth felt even more bitter. There must have been a lot of rumors. Even if Chief Lizard was the type who didn't care about things like that at all. Squad leader. I opened my mouth before I knew it. If I make a purchase at the Space Mall, does that help you, Section Chief? Purchases at the Space Mall are not directly related to Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun's livelihood. However, the corner of his mouth drew a slightly friendly curve. But it is helpful to us. It was an odd way of putting it. That reminds me of we can help, somehow. At any rate, I understood that it provided indirect help. If that's the case, do I have to use cash to shop there? No. Then is it possible to barter items? No. Damn it. Then how do I use other payment methods? Use the VIP card. The conversation will end here. Someone is approaching. I processed his sentences one by one. Click. The restroom's frosted glass door slid open, and someone entered with brisk steps, coming all the way to the sink. Oh, Tilda, what fun conversation are you having with the children? Quack Yikeng. I showed them to the restroom. Bodily functions, very important tilde especially for children. Quack Yikeng in a white lab coat bent down to meet my eyes. Damn it. Feigning fear, I quickly lowered my head and stepped back. Quack Yikeng's voice dropped to a whisper, as if offering a secret favor. Want to come with me? We'll have delicious snacks, play on the playground with your friends, and get a good rest tilde. Let's just go with the friends who are here now, not the others, just you specially. I want to see my mommy and daddy. Of course, you'll get to see them too. This bastard, seriously. Dunwana, Ajasi's scary and ugly. Hearing the children coming out, I hid behind Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun. Scary? What's wrong, why? He's scary. I guess that Ajasi's scary. Children are quick and easy to influence. The mood shifted in an instant, and all of them hesitated, then rushed behind the kind Ajasi to get away from the scary Ajasi in the white coat. No, I might not look as good as Section Chief Lee, but still, I have my own. This is embarrassing. Seeing the lizard with all the children clinging to him, Quack Yikeng scratched the back of his head. There was a flash of regret and obsession in his eyes. Section Chief Lee, if you're thinking of trying to lure the kids, you should know your place, ha. Clicking his tongue, Quack Yikeng eventually turned around and left the restroom. Creak. The moment the bathroom door closed, a few of the children let out involuntary sighs of relief. I had a thought. Maybe the children weren't just reacting to the mood, but instinctively sensing someone harmful. Let's go. Okay. Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun once again became the pied lizard and led the children back to the lab. The agents, who had been nervously watching the door, finally let out short sighs of relief, and the suffocating tension eased just a little. Thank you. I gave Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun a small, inconspicuous bow of gratitude, and he, still wearing that expressionless reptilian face, sat on the sofa and continued to stand guard. And about an hour or two later, staff of the Disaster Management Bureau have arrived. The backup we'd been waiting for had come. What happened afterward went more smoothly than expected. As soon as Agent Choi's urgent message was received, the Disaster Management Bureau dispatched rescue vehicles and came to Daydream Inc. And with everything ready to escalate, even the research team had no choice but to step back. We'll just take a simple sample. That's nothing harmful to anyone, so it should be fine, right? Agent Bronze was about to explode, but in the end, tissue samples from the mer children were indeed collected. They're just scraping some from the cut-tail stumps. That much wouldn't harm the children. What concerned me a bit was that they also took some of my own flesh. I'll have to contact Director Ho quickly to make sure it gets handled. The important thing is, well, we were finally free from the ghost story. Egu, the kids are all asleep. The children had all fallen asleep. Loaded into the ambulances sent by the Disaster Management Bureau, the kids were quickly transported to headquarters. There they were cleaned up, treated by medical specialists, changed into clean clothes, and given a meal. Only after that, maybe due to all the accumulated fatigue from their spectacular ordeal, did they finally fall sound asleep. Thank goodness. Of course, the agents were finally able to take a hot shower and get a meal, too. Grapes finally turned back into an adult, too. The same went for me. Thanks to a quick recharge from the Dakibai flame, my right arm was restored, and my whole body returned to its original adult male form. I sank into the sofa, feeling a rare sense of stability. For some reason, the lounge of Black Tortoise Team 1 felt more comfortable than ever. Then again, it always did feel like a cozy school club room, so maybe it was only natural. You never know what that company might try next. I know. In my drowsy state, I caught bits of the agent's conversation beside me. Agent Braun seemed suspicious that Daydream Inc. might try something else. We got a call from the analysis team, by the way, about the drugs the kids were given. Apparently, some bottles had a daydream potion mixed in, the kind that makes you fall asleep and get transported somewhere else. My mind snapped awake. I did notice they were selecting certain bottles for the more heavily mutated kids, so I was keeping an eye on it. Have those all been removed now? Of course. Phew. Agent Choi patted me on the shoulder. Grapes, you really did well earlier. You even managed to make that not yet on the conspiracy staff member take you to the restroom for real. Oh, yes. At that, Agent Bronze was trying desperately not to meet my or Agent Choi's eyes, even by accident. Thank you, Agent. So now we should go get that fixed, right? Agent Choi suddenly pointed at me, or more precisely, at the half of my face still bearing the traces of ulcers. Right, even after returning to my original appearance, the signs of infection hadn't disappeared. It seemed that the mental contamination from being merged with the ghost story had been cured by the conch shell, which was why I hadn't been as conscious of it until now. So if we go to the infirmary... No, there's a faster way than that. Agent Choi stood up. Agent Bronze followed suit from the sofa without a word, and both turned to me with a smile. Let's go meet the Elder. Chapter 165. The Elder, the person known as team leader of Black Tortoise Team 1. It was also this Elder, who, through the window of this clubroom-like waiting area, had played a docky-by trick for the agents, and sent us into the Twinkle Twinkle Ocean Palace in the forms of children. They can't possibly be human. I'm almost certain. So I expected that we would probably visit the Elder by performing some magical ritual through the window in the waiting room. But things didn't go that way. All right, let's go carefully. Tak. We traveled by car. It's not that far, maybe about 40 minutes. Maybe I should just be grateful it wasn't by bicycle. The three agents used, of all things, an ordinary means of transportation, and crossed the city of Seoul toward our destination. That place was Blue Hope Hospital, a white building in a quiet area. A convalescent hospital. From the way the staff were all kind, and there seemed to be many visitors, it looked like a very well-managed place. The agents, as if familiar, entered the main entrance without hesitation. We're here to visit Park Hongrim. Ah, right this way. Going up to the 5th floor, there was a sunlit single room. And, there, lying on a bed bathed in the warm glow of sunset from the window, was an elderly person with a peaceful face. If she had her eyes open, I would have thought of her to be an intelligent and kind person. Truly the Elder. Grapesai, let's say hello, this is our Elder. On the table, there was a picture frame filled with messages written on rolling paper. Just like in Black Tortoise Team 1's waiting room. Hongrama Nai, love you so much. Thank you always. Leaving a message as your beloved disciple who tracked down and rescued the master of Andong Soju for the sake of solidarity with our Soju-loving team leader. Our great leader, our team leader. Traces of people. Grandma Aitha. Just then, a student entered the room in a hurry and was startled to see us. Hello, agents. Hey, Yejia, good to see you. Have you been well? Oh, you know, about the same as always. Now let's see how our madam is doing. The high school student who seemed to be her granddaughter checked her grandmother's temperature by touching her forehead and then looked up with a smile. She must be in a good mood. She does look well. Haha, oh, Uncle Yiquin, have you been well? Yeah. The granddaughter and the two agents seemed to know each other, exchanging words naturally, then introduced me. This is our new recruit. Ah, nice to meet you. Yes, me too. This was no time to be flustered. I hurriedly bowed my head in greeting, and the student also bowed deeply in return. Then she said, Please take good care of my grandmother. For some reason, my chest felt tight. I should be the one saying that. I've received so much help from the team leader. Yes. The granddaughter took a deep breath, as if holding back tears, and then smiled brightly. Then I'll step out so you can greet her. All right, thank you. Tak. The hospital room door closed, and silence settled in. Agent Choi looked at his unconscious team leader, and gently reached out to straighten her hair. Still, the Elder did not move. There was an accident. As you know, grapes with supernatural disasters, even the slightest mistake can lead to someone dying in the most absurd way, right? Agent Choi's voice grew a bit softer. They say the last supernatural disaster our team leader entered was a real labyrinth, mysterious and bizarre. Just all sorts of strange things happened. He took a deep breath. Her upper body was almost blown away. Especially her head, I heard nearly half of it was gone. I instinctively checked the Elder lying on the bed. She looked perfectly intact. Yeah, but she looks fine now, doesn't she? Agent Choi couldn't continue, and like me, just quietly looked at the bed. Agent Bronze slowly opened his mouth. Team leader passed the Docubuy trial, and received her own personalized Docubuy flame lantern. I instinctively looked down at my right arm. More precisely, at the Docubuy flame that had replaced it. You must want a custom version made, right? That requires a full consecration ritual, which you can't get with this temporary issue. You'd have to pass a Docubuy's trials, too. Goodness, it's powerful but no easy task. Could it be? So right now, from the team leader's head down to her upper body, more than half has been replaced by a Docubuy flame. They say the reason she can't wake up is that the Docubuy flame is already using too much mystical power, so it can't withstand the causal interference of directly manifesting in reality. I looked at the elderly woman peacefully sleeping on the bed. Most likely forever asleep. That's how our team leader became the Elder. No longer just a human, but a supernatural being, a Docubuy Elder. Agent Choi, who'd been staring at the bed alongside me, finally managed to lift his head. He wore a gentle smile. But we know she's always watching over us, in dreams and fantasies. Yes. Let's greet her then, Elder. We came to offer our thanks and to introduce our new recruit as well. Agent Choi patted me on the shoulder. See, I told you this one would do well. He really did a great job. I'm sure you've already seen it yourself. At this point, I couldn't say I had no intention of joining this team. I wondered for a second if Agent Choi had planned even this, but looking at his soft smile, that didn't seem to be the case. With Agent Bronze's guidance, I stepped up right to the bedside. Hello, Elder. And I bowed deeply and respectfully. I'm the new recruit who just joined. At that moment, Grapesai. I raised my head. Everyone else in the hospital room had vanished without me noticing. And instead of sunset, a brilliant full moon shone into the room from the window. There. You did very well. A gentle, softly glowing flame was stroking my hair. No, something with a warmth like flame, but also with the sense of body heat, a fragment of the Elder. Warmth and an image. I blinked. Am I dreaming? Yes, your weary journey has made you doze off for a bit. Come, sit here for a while. A familiar hand took hold of mine. My eyes drifted closed. Before I knew it, I was leaning against the bed, receiving the Elder's comforting pat on my back. Do you? The words came out suddenly. Do you really think I did well? Of course. You did your very best, and thanks to you, the children came back alive and smiling. That's all because of your efforts and your good fortune. Don't be so hard on yourself. No one else could have done better than you. Even if you went back, you couldn't have done it better than you did. For some reason, I felt choked up. To be emotionally supported by someone had a power that shook a tired heart. But a suspicion came over me. It feels like she knows my real identity. I'd felt it in the previous conversation with the Elder, too. She seemed to know all about the items I had. Maybe it's because this is a dream. She must already know about me. Then maybe, is this also a ploy to make a spy let down their guard? Rather than suspicion, it was a strange feeling, closer to disappointment. Like realizing your grandmother had some hidden motive for being so kind to you. And anxiety. And really, who in this world has no secrets? Who is without fault? Once again, the hand patted my back. The important thing is to always keep a little light burning in your heart. If you ever realize, I've lost my way, then sometimes you need to check your footing so you can turn back. Thank you. I steadied my breath. Yes, I've become an old woman for whom it's hard enough to know even those in my own care life is so complicated. With all its quarrels and troubles, I don't really understand much of it. It was a gentle way of saying she wouldn't reveal my true affiliation to the Disaster Management Bureau. Or about my suspiciousness. The hand patting my back lifted away. There was a hint of excitement in the gesture. But the elderly have their own kind of wisdom, you know, and they have gifts to give, too. Before I knew it, I'd sat up and was perched on the edge of the bed. As always in dreams, the context had shifted, but it didn't feel strange, because this was a dream. And this gentle request as well. Take your trinket out of your pocket, would you? Before I knew it, I'd taken the item out of my pants pocket. A round accessory marked with an X. Memorial pop socket. The item that let me read the dark exploration records, displaying past memories concisely as text. But it had cracked, so I hadn't been able to use it anymore. I remember this. All the kids put these on everything these days. The administrators must be so upset. The docubus didn't even throw a party for 8 days just to make one of those. A hearty and kindly laugh. But this one is a little different, I think. Let's see. The elder put on her reading glasses and peered at my pop socket. In the crack of the pop socket, the adhesive left by the government agent pretending to be a docubuy in the docubuy workshop was still there. He said that adhesive would set within a month, but even though a lot of time has passed, it hasn't changed at all. I see. Since that fellow wasn't a real docubuy, just a human in disguise, it's no wonder he didn't know. That person is more of a strange creature, but it looks like they were imitating something from our workshop. But if you treat something made by street riffraff like a knockoff, things just won't work out. The elder infused the pop socket with fire. The pop socket, which had been burning brightly, suddenly sparkled as if all the old grime was scrubbed away, and the crack disappeared. There you go, it's now properly bonded. Thank you. But the important step isn't finished yet. You have to make a wish for what you want it to become. Come to think of it, I'd heard that at the docubuy workshop too. Wish for what form you'd like it to take. Then it'll transform into a splendid trinket. But things had been moving so frantically that I'd barely paid attention to that part. This time I'll try to be conscious of it. I politely put the pop socket back into my pocket. Thank you. Grapes, you really are so polite. I could feel a look of fond satisfaction. She patted my head again. It felt as if the warm fire seeped into my entire body, burning away all pain and contamination. This old woman would love to give you a dried persimmon, but it seems our time is up. Your drowsiness is wearing off. I opened my eyes. Before I knew it, my head was nearly bumping into the bed in the hospital room, and I reflexively straightened up. A person startled awake from a nap. I quickly raised my head. I saw the 2 agents looking back at me, smiling. And the elder still lying sound asleep in bed. Did you greet her properly? Yes. The clock in the hospital room showed the same time as when I'd entered. I had literally just nodded off for a moment. And even in such a brief nap, a dream had visited. I looked down at myself. The tumors and ulcers that had sprung up across my body were all gone. Thank you. I bowed deeply toward the sleeping elder. The agent smiled and patted my back. Then we'll come again next time, elder. I followed the 2 agents out of the hospital room. The elder, still peacefully sleeping with her eyes closed, seemed to be seeing us off. How was it? She's a wonderful person, isn't she? Oh, yes. Told you so. We're really lucky when it comes to people. Our team Tilda Maybe Grapes also got some luck with superiors, huh? This time, Agent Choi's confident assurance didn't feel annoying at all. I slipped my hand into my pocket. I could feel the pop socket now perfectly fixed. For now, just rest well. Think about things like the report tomorrow. The site cleanup unit already went, and all the kids are asleep anyway. Please get home safely. Yes, thank you. I bowed my head and thanked the 2 agents as well. They rode off across the road on the bicycles they'd brought with them. Only after they disappeared did I raise my head. It was amazing. At least I gained something from all this. I never expected to get the memorial pop socket repaired like this. So, does that mean I'm supposed to make a wish until it activates? All right, now what I have to do is contact Director Ho. I have to clean up the mess that broke out at Daydream Inc. This is seriously making me want to cry. Didn't Agent Choi just say I had great luck when it came to bosses? I don't think so. Please. I squeezed my eyes shut and picked up my smartphone. Please let this get cleaned up quickly. Hey, I don't think this rumor is going to be contained. Agent Choi smirked as he slapped his direct junior on the back. Ryu Yiquan held back a sigh and half-heartedly dodged his hand. It's dangerous, sir. I'm a bicycle master. After telling Agent Grapes to rest up, they headed back to HQ to file their report just the two of them, chatting as they rode their bikes. What do you mean the rumor can't be contained? What else? It's about grapes. They'd gone out for a regular rescue in a supernatural disaster and managed to save every single child, and might have even ended the disaster itself. And to think, this miraculous achievement happened right after a new recruit joined the team. When coincidence repeats twice, it starts being called skill. And if this new recruit had even just completely ended a supernatural disaster while working with the site cleanup unit before, then the probationary period for new recruits doesn't matter anymore. His aptitude score just blasted through the ceiling. Congratulations on your assignment to Black Tortoise Team 1, ha. Ryu Yiquan pressed his fingers to one temple. The one saving grace was that the Disaster Management Bureau was generous when it came to investing in equipment for talented people. Maybe things really will get safer. At this rate, it seemed like even a custom Dakibai flame lantern wasn't far off. If not, at least Grapes would be able to get some more gear. The only concern was whether he had attracted too much attention. Let's hope the rumors don't get exaggerated in some weird direction. He decided to keep an eye on things. Ryu Yiquan sighed and pressed down on his bicycle pedals. Let's go, Yiquan. For reference, this speculation was taking place in a completely different direction within a different faction. At the same time, in an office at Daydream Inc. Lord Cat, Bang, an employee from the field exploration team, wearing a pony mask, banged on the table and conducted a vivid interview with the research team. The great Lord Cat was in that darkness, the all-knowing, all-powerful Lord Cat. For reference, the research team was in total chaos. It was because the mermaid grave, which used to yield only C-grade dream essence, had just produced B-grade or higher essence. A crazy anomaly. And to make things worse, the Disaster Management Bureau had spirited away all the merchildren, and the agents had dashed off in a hurry. So now lacking research material, the research team was furiously extracting every possible statement from the field exploration team members who had entered at the time. And this is what the testimonies had in common. It was a monster, please save me. I don't know, the letters I saw, were they really there? Maybe I was just seeing things, I was terrified, but I did my best for the clear. The great Lord Cat is watching us, letting us out. We have to save the children. Multiple employees have reported observing an anomalous entity manifesting as a black cat, hereafter referred to as the Black Cat. Documented effects include induction of panic and madness, brainwashing, physical transformation, causal distortion, reality manipulation, and collective mind control. These abilities exhibit anomalous characteristics that are not currently explainable by conventional means. Yes, it did help with the clear this time, but I don't know what might happen if we meet it somewhere else. Attempts to determine the entity's objective or intent have been inconclusive. Certain field exploration team personnel reported that the entity appeared to be attempting to seize control of the ghost story, Q-Turwasi 1642. However, these accounts are classified as unreliable. Notably, the prevailing hypothesis is that an entity of greater transcendence than Q-Turwasi 1642 irregularly intervened within this instance of darkness. This hypothesis is considered highly plausible. I want to avoid it as much as possible. Accordingly, the entity designated as the Black Cat has been assigned a unique darkness identification code. Designation, Q-Turway 1845. And so began the real chaos. Chapter 166. The very night I escaped from the mermaid grave. I was able to meet Director Ho immediately at the usual Fox counseling room's waiting area. And, goodness, you must have had a rough time, Solium Nim. Don't worry about the bodily tissue that was harvested from you. I'll recover it right away. Yes, thank you. The conversation was wrapping up much more smoothly than I'd expected. Is it really this easy? Honestly, even though it wasn't my fault, and this wasn't even a routine report, just the fact that I was having an emergency meeting with a director at my rank was enough to make me break out in a cold sweat. But Director Ho listened to my story with great interest and even clapped his hands in delight. The only moment he indirectly showed any discomfort was just once. So that's why the Disaster Management Bureau's support team ended up coming all the way to company headquarters. Shit. I'm not complaining to you solely, Nim. It's just, they're such a hypocritical group, all surface and no substance. I instinctively feel uncomfortable getting too close to them. And this from someone who planted a corporate spy in there. And honestly, personality-wise, aren't they on a completely different level compared to Daydream Inc.? Shouldn't our company at least pretend to have some self-awareness? It was almost bizarre, the level of revulsion he showed toward the Disaster Management Bureau. If my personal feelings made you uncomfortable, I apologize, Solium Nim. Not at all, sir. In any case, the conversation itself flowed smoothly, and Director Ho brought things to a gentle close. In any case, please don't worry about this sort of issue. If anything comes up, just let me know anytime. And then, is there anything else that's bothering you? I'd been waiting for this. The mood's not bad right now. And we were alone. You have to ask while you can. As I poured some more hot water into Director Ho's green tea, I spoke. It's not exactly discomfort, but there is something I'm concerned about. Please speak freely. Director Ho nodded with an expression that said, I'm so sorry you have a concern. So I explained. There's a darkness I need to enter as soon as possible. About Cheerful Theme Park. I didn't specifically mention the blue mascot there, but since getting marked by strange beings during ghost story explorations was pretty common, Director Ho would have easily understood the situation. I nearly died, but when I promised, I'll come back next time, it let me go. My follow-up explanation made sense too. At the time, I'd still been working for the company, so naturally I thought I'd be able to re-enter Cheerful Theme Park whenever necessary. But after things turned out like this, I couldn't get in anymore. You're the one who assigned me this spy job. And from what I knew of Director Ho's personality, this level of request would be no problem. Cheerful Theme Park, huh? Director Ho beamed. Don't worry, I'll arrange for you to be able to visit as quickly as possible. As expected. Thank you. I was really worried that if I couldn't get in within a month or two, personal complications would make it impossible for me to keep doing my job. I nodded seriously. Thanks to your help, Director, I'll be able to focus on my work without worries. So please make it happen within a month. If not, I might drop dead, spy or not. I trust that message got across. Of course, it'll be ready soon, don't worry. He was so refreshingly decisive in matters like this, and it was comforting. Because he's competent. Maybe he's actually not a bad boss at all, as long as you don't hit his berserk button. Maybe the only reason I've had a hard time is that I was always assigned to jobs that made me dance on that crazy button. For the first time, I could relate to what the section chief from the review team once said. Director Ho is actually a pretty decent superior. Thank you. With that, the emergency report began to wind down. Director Ho would soon say he had to head back in and get up from his seat, and I was about to see him off and get ready to leave quickly. Oh, by the way, there's something I wanted to ask you. As he was just about to stand, Director Ho gave me a scrutinizing gaze. You haven't been using the Fox counseling room, have you? Ugh. If you use the counseling room, you don't have to worry about running into other employees. I'd really like you to use it actively and heal your contamination and psychological trauma. Like hell I will. No matter how I look at it, this place feels like it's connected to you. Just look at how the place is always coincidentally on break whenever I come to make a report. At this point, I could believe Director Ho pays commissions to the counselor to steal information from the employee sessions. One thing's certain, this space, this ghost story, is definitely under Director Ho's authority. That's exactly why I'd been deliberately avoiding the Fox counseling room. It's just too awkward. Even though the last time I had a session there, it was actually very helpful. And besides, the elder had just burned away all traces of my contamination, so I probably don't even need to go now. But since I couldn't say any of that out loud, I just nodded my head. Yes, I'll try, but this space, including the Fox counseling room, is still a darkness, and that person isn't a real counselor, so. I was about to finish by saying, I'll keep that in mind. But it's real. It's a real counselor. Director Ho's usual gentle tone disappeared. A voice flat and almost emotionless came out. Because he's a darkness, he's even more strictly bound by the professional code of a counselor. He knows exactly what he's doing and has the pride of a true expert. So I just want you to know, you can trust the Fox Counseling Room's doctor. Yes. And he's been very concerned about the state of client Kim Solium, too. Tap tap, Director Ho patted my shoulder in encouragement. Then I'll be heading in. See you again at the next regular report, Solium Nim. Yes, Director. And with that, the emergency report ended. The Fox Counseling Room and Director Ho. And Director Ho was a character, not even detailed in the dark exploration records. For some reason, I feel like there's more to him that's hidden. I want to look into it further, but... Yeah, focus on the wish ticket. Let's not forget, never let the means replace the end. Just finish this spy job, claim the wish token, and go home. That's all that matters. In that sense, I might have gone a little too wrapped up in this Twinkle Twinkle Ocean Palace ghost story, desperately trying to get all the children out safely. Phew. But there was an extra reward. The Dream Essence grade went up. I looked at the Elite Team Collector, which was now full of golden liquid. Glittering Dream Essence, B grade or higher. Given that the original Mermaid Grave was a C-rank darkness, this is an irregularity. Maybe dragging out the core of that biological disaster was what raised the grade. It's possible. And while I was at it, I took out the research team's potion I'd secretly stashed in the tattoo on my wrist and squeezed it into a plastic bottle. It was a recovery potion meant to be given separately to children with heavy contamination or foreign elements. If you drink this, you get transported to somewhere the research team set up right. It's probably one of the research team's experimental spaces, but just in case I won't throw it away, I'll keep it for now. With a sigh of relief, I returned the potion, bottle and all, into my tattoo. And I rummaged through the space again. Good thing all the items in the tattoo subspace are kept separate from each other. If not, I might have gotten this tag card contaminated too. I'm a Space Shopping Mall VIP. Special gratitude cells included. I even found, tucked away in the tattoo, the golden card I'd gotten a few months ago, hand-delivered by an alien shop's delivery tentacle. The VIP card, that Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun mentioned, is probably this, right? I examined the card letter more closely, running my fingers over it. Then inside the slightly thick cardstock, I could feel something thin layered inside. Carefully, I peeled back a layer of the card paper, and inside a small, chip-like object appeared, sealed inside. It looks like a SIM card. There was a sticker in rounded font attached to it. Sell meal anywhere. Healthy and peaceful purchase. Fast connection to a customer service, agent guaranteed. Please just hire a professional translator. Meal. So this chip is a cell, and I'm supposed to eat it. Healthy and peaceful purchase. Somehow this reminds me of talking with Chief Lizard. It's the sort of translation error you get when someone isn't familiar with modern culture. Still, I decided to try using this cell if it ever comes down to it. Chief Lizard isn't the type to endanger others with lies or tricks, after all. If anything, it's more reasonable to worry about my head getting smashed by brute force. All sorted. I finished the accounting and raised my head. Anyway, for now, I have the most convenient usable items on hand, so I'll use those up first. Cheerful Research Institute's potion. Right. At this moment, I was back at the research lab, hidden beneath a manhole cover in the middle of the night. It's even scarier at night. But the dream essence in the dream incubator, sparkling in a dazzling hue, made it a bit better. DE 128,313. I injected all the B-grade dream essence I obtained this time into it. The number increased. DE 143,126. So a B-grade is about 15 grand or so. You could say it's equivalent to a bottle a half of a potion, but there's actually a catch here. The cost is different depending on which button you press. The first one I drew cost 10,000 points, but the second one was 20,000 points. It might depend on how many stars it has. The first one I drew, Detective Syrup, had 3 stars, and the next, Surprise Syrup, had 4 stars. These stars, they definitely represent a difference in performance. The 4-star potion even worked, if only briefly, on a biological disaster. But if you convert it 1-to-1 with Daydream's welfare points, these potions were still more expensive than Daydream's. Maybe it's just that this dream incubator is an early model and not very efficient. But on the other hand, it seemed to produce more potent syrups, closer to raw essence than Daydream's potions. In any case, you don't know how much will be deducted until you press the button and draw a potion. Not very user-friendly, was it? It would have been nice to have research logs or something. The security sergeant said he'd look into it for me, but there's still no special news. I'll wait a little longer. There might be more functions hidden in this dream incubator. Anyway, since I've been using it quite usefully, I decided I'll visit every week to collect a potion. And now the time to choose. Smiling exploding face zany. There's a way to safely draw a potion whose effects have already been verified. But maybe it's better to be more prepared before entering the theme park. If I can verify the effect, it's better to do so quickly while I have the chance. Who knows if there are even more useful ones. For now, I'll use all the means available to me to pick out the most useful one. Association and reasoning. With that in mind, the button I chose to check this time is the one that, compared to Daydream Inc., S Potions is the most expensive and has the best effect. Clatter. Good. At the same time that 30,000 points were deducted, a small glass bottle filled with syrup emerged from the dispenser. I took the shimmering teal liquid. Disguise syrup for kids. Green grape flavor. An expensive potion, bullseye. The next day, I took a whole day off, just as the agents told me I could, and only went into work late the following day. Agent Grapes, thank you for your hard work. And thankfully, thanks to the members of Black Tortoise Team 1, who had already finished almost all of the situation report, I was able to wrap up the Twinkle Twinkle Ocean Palace, work with just a few simple answers. Thank you so much I could cry. I received all sorts of compliments from the agents. And then, good news too. They've already found the guardians of more than half the children. Since the entry method was so unique, it looks like there were a lot of similar cases already in our database. There were no cases of rescued citizens vanishing, either. As of 7 p.m. last night, we've confirmed all rescues. The faces of the Black Tortoise team, one agent speaking, glowed with rare delight. I probably wasn't much different. And want to hear another piece of surprising news. Someone on a neighboring team found a younger sibling who went missing back in 1989. There are quite a few agents here who signed up hoping for just that. To find missing family. Thanks to you, that agent finally got to see their years of searching rewarded and can sleep easy at night, together with their family. So how do you feel? How do I feel? An agent who joined here after searching for their sibling for decades. Someone who, after finally learning where their sibling disappeared, couldn't rescue them because of distorted time. To hear that person finally found their sibling safe and sound. My God! A powerful, overwhelming wave swept over me, like a chill running down the back of my neck. This isn't just a sense of accomplishment. So this is why people do this work. It was dangerous. If I'm not careful, I might actually start working here with a real sense of duty. No. I gripped my once missing right hand tightly. I have to go home. That has to be my only goal. Already, I've survived more brushes with death than I can count. For someone who used to only experience ghost stories as content in a world without them, there's no way I can live here with my sanity intact. The end and the means to reach it, I must not confuse the two. I took a deep breath and tried to calm my heart. But my excited heart didn't completely settle. Anyway, really, you did a great job. Agent Choi, who had been listing off rewards that fit a successful investigation, smiled and patted me on the back. Oh, Grapes, you're still in your rookie period, so you have to move on to your next assignment, right? Yes, they'll assign me to a different mission. All right, I've kept you too long. Good luck with your work, Tilda. I parted with the waving Agent Choi and followed behind Agent Bronze. Thankfully, he didn't try to recruit me to the Black Tortoise team again. Good, being on the dispatch and rescue unit, I don't think I could keep doing this kind of work. Not emotionally. Suppressing a sigh, I walked after Agent Bronze. And the place he led me to was Preliminary Investigation Unit, White Tiger Team 2. 1. This was the team Go Yeonjun was on. Solium SSI. As soon as I entered the office, One delighted Go Yeonjun jumped up from her seat when she saw me. Reflexively, I glanced at Agent Bronze. He was smiling, albeit faintly. It seemed he had specifically arranged for me to join this team, out of consideration for the fact that we knew each other from Lookie Mart. Today there's no field work, so you don't need to work in pairs with anyone. You can just work in this office. If you have any problems, come find us in Black Tortoise Team 1's waiting room. Yes, thank you. I was truly grateful. And the fact that it wasn't fieldwork made me feel even more at ease. Today is a bit of a breather, huh? Of course, I'll do my best to show I'm someone who fits right in with the preliminary investigation unit. After bowing my head to the departing Agent Bronze, I entered the office with Go Yeonjun SSI. It looked just like a clean, standard office and was still pretty quiet. Everyone else is out in the field right now, so I'm the only one here, but when they get back, we can greet them together. Yes, understood. I added with a hint of hope. I look forward to your guidance. Who knows, I might end up being officially assigned to this unit and working with you. Go Yeonjun somehow trailed off at her answer. Why such an ominous reaction? Did I do something wrong? No, it's not that, who? Go Yeonjun made a mysterious expression. It's just being too competent is, well, it can't be helped, I guess. Pardon? Here, would you take a look at this? I took the phone Go Yeonjun handed me. It looked barely used, like it had just been issued for work, and on the screen was Agent Talk Anonymous Chatroom. A somewhat old-fashionedly named anonymous group chat. Wait a sec. Is there another group chat that only I'm not in? Ah, I heard they usually invite you after your rookie period ends, and you get officially assigned to a unit. I see. Thank goodness. With Go Yeonjun's permission, I scrolled through the chat to get a feel for the atmosphere. Sudden fortune vending machine appearance in Dong on call. Agents, please check. About the swamp ordeal, is it actually okay to just leave it alone if it's not working? Yeah, it's fine. It'll be reflected in the rulebook next month anyway. Lunch menu Rex PLS. The atmosphere's more laid back than I thought. It looked like a group chat where agents would ask each other for advice when they were stuck or in a bind at work. Given the frequent solo and shift work, it made sense to have a place to share information. Since it wasn't like a certain company's deathmatch, survival-style competitive structure, the atmosphere was better, and useful tips seemed to get shared more freely. Come to think of it, I think I read about this in the Dark Exploration records too. That made it feel a bit familiar. I nodded inwardly as I scrolled. It might actually be fun to get invited here at least once. Destruction King Rookie has gone in, wrecked another disaster. Wait, is this me? No way. I scrolled down faster to check the latest messages. I heard that Rookie rescued all 30 kids who were trapped in a regular rescue disaster, and apparently demolished the entire city. Wait, for real? Egu Black Tortoise Team 1 must be jumping for JOY Hangul, Kaukiuk Anus Hangul Kaukiuk Anus. Wowie, if it's at that level, it's not a coincidence. That straight-up skill, this person's not ordinary, might be the first since team leader Hong joined, isn't it? I wish to be friends, sir. Any chance you're interested in Black Tortoise Team 3? We'd treat you right, honestly better than that Choi from Team 1. Noonam, I'm here too. Duh, I know. And the group chat was summed up in one conclusion. We've got someone ready to go all in for dispatch and rescue her. Youngest team leader, hope you make it tilde. Please anyone save me. No des. One white tiger, Kopekho, Nus. One of the 4 gods of East Asian mythology representing the metal element, the directional west, and the season of autumn. Among the representative gods, it is revered as the protector against bad fortune and evil beings. However, it is also depicted as the one with attributes that are particularly unstable. Source, Wikipedia Namu Wiki. Read more about it over here, https://n namu wiki/w/kopekhoinus, kodohyoinus, and here https://n wikipedia org/wiki/white tiger, mythology right arrow curving left. Chapter 167. The agent group chat that Go Yeonjun showed me left quite a shock and a realization. No wonder Agent Choi sent me to work in the preliminary investigation unit so easily. Was it because my transfer to Black Tortoise Team 1 was already decided? And Agent Bronze's consideration in sending me to Go Yeonjun's team today. Was that actually because today would be my last before officially joining the dispatch and rescue unit? Not fair. No, if you only look at what's on the surface. The only unusual thing Agent Grapes did was insist on staying an extra day to take care of the children and ended up getting contaminated in the process, right? So I thought I was in the clear, but I guess the fact that a supernatural disaster that could barely be handled by regular rescue was resolved, and I was the only variable made me stand out. And if that variable's nickname is Destruction King Rookie, does that mean my image is set in stone? I guess so. Huh? Soli Mesesai, are you all right? I nodded. But maybe I didn't look so good, because Go Yeonjun's eyes held a hint of worry. It would be weird if I acted too strained. Let's get it together before I come off as too much of a coward. Doing my best to seem calm, I opened my mouth, pretending to be just a little disappointed. The dispatch and rescue unit is a good unit, of course, but I'm really more of a paperwork type than a fieldwork person, so I'm a little flustered. Yeonjun SSI. Sure. For some reason, Go Yeonjun's expression looked more troubled. But in the next moment, she began offering me words of comfort, so I guess I was just imagining things. Well, looking at the big picture, it could actually be a good thing. After all, each team has one assigned. The agent in front of me stopped speaking unnaturally and pressed the back of her hand, where Director Ho had set a restriction. Someone's listening. Pretending to be out of the room, someone is somewhere in this office, listening in on the rookie's conversation. I made eye contact with Go Yeonjun. Don't panic. She was probably going to say something like, each team has one assigned person to balance it out, so it's good. I picked up the conversation smoothly. Yes, each team has its strengths, so even if I do end up going to the dispatch and rescue unit, I'll do my best. Yes, let's do our best. Fortunately, the conversation ended naturally. We both raised our hands like fresh rookies and did a fighting pose together. After that, Go Yeonjun naturally shifted the topic to explaining the work of White Tiger Team 2 in the preliminary investigation unit. Phew. Later, we pretended to be surprised as we saw an agent yawning and standing up from under a desk in the office. Hey, agent. Sorry, I just closed my eyes for a bit. You're both rookies, right? Looks like you've already gotten close. Do your best. I'm off duty today, hang on. Yes, thank you. After giving us a warm look, the agent left the office. I let out a sigh of relief inside. Nothing to get caught on. It didn't feel like surveillance so much as just finding a couple of rookies cute and were curious, wondering if a Sunbee could help. Still, we should be more careful. Director Ho's restriction really did help. From then on, Go Yeonjun and I didn't mention any related topics, focusing on PC setup, and before long, the agents returned from their fieldwork. We're back, Yeonjun SSI. Team leader. I stood next to Go Yeonjun to greet them. The team leader of White Tiger Team 2 had a very hearty impression and laughed loudly when he saw me. So you're that, the new recruit. Did he just almost call me Destruction King out loud? If all these people were in that group chat, my nickname might be truly irreversible now. I never thought I'd say this, but being a supervisor at Daydream Inc. was less embarrassing than this. You just got back from a big rescue mission the other day, right? I heard you did a great job. For today, relax, do nothing special, yeah. Just observe what kind of work the White Tiger team does and then you can clock out. All right. Thank you. I almost ruined the character I'd been building. Pretending to be timid, I bowed my head low, resisting the urge to go full MZ crazy like I did at Daydream Inc. Now, for today you can work at Agent Mint's desk since she's off. So I sat at the desk of an agent who had the day off, and got a quick briefing on work from the person in question herself, Go Yeonjun. Phew. The work you'll be doing today is ghost story research, but it's not field work. You'll be working on the PC, and if you can also learn how to do the documentation afterward, that'd be great. Will you be teaching me, Agent Mint? Yes, I've been handling this kind of work a lot lately. Go Yeonjun seemed a bit conflicted, then added. The agent who went into the mart with me. After that unexpected incident, I've been given mostly paperwork since then. A rookie like her almost drowned and died, so they must have pulled her from fieldwork for a while. Of course, Go Yeonjun was already had similar work experiences from Daydream Inc., so it seemed she'd quickly cut off that agent mentally and recovered. In this place, too, they'll probably have her back in the field within a month. Still, if she were to continue to handle paperwork, she might get a natural chance to access the Disaster Management Bureau's secret archive in Gangwon-do someday. I'm jealous. I wanted to take that route, too. No, it's not too late yet. This time, I'll really make a good impression. And since it's not fieldwork today, it's the perfect opportunity. I'll show just how skilled I am at ghost story documentation. Especially the documentation for the Preliminary Investigation Unit. That's all about tracking and writing up ghost stories. This is work made for me. I smiled as I sat down in front of the computer. I'll give it a try. And so, the ghost story I would be tracking down information on during my work hours today was: do you know about the red clothes at Exit 4? It's a ghost story that originated from one particular internet post. Modern-day internet is little more than an incubator for urban legends. All sorts of nonsense, rumors, and ghost stories run wild, and with truth and lies hopelessly tangled, things spread from mouth to mouth, or rather, from post to post, from video to video. Because people spin stories in whatever way fits their worldview best. Whatever way is most interesting, entertaining, or believable to them. And through that process of mutation and regeneration, some stories end up with extraordinary lifespans, even though they clearly started from a lie. For example, like this very ghost story I'm investigating now. Do you know about the red clothes at Exit 4? Lately, more and more people have reported seeing this next to subway station Exit 4. Fode, a red piece of clothing with the sleeves tied twice. It looks way too clean to have been thrown out, and the color stands out so much that it gives off a weird atmosphere. So people are saying it's for organ trafficking, or someone possessed by a ghost, or the work of a crazy person. But it's appearing all over the place, and it really seems like someone put it there deliberately, which makes it creepier. No one knows what the intention is, but it just feels off, and a lot of people say they felt sick or had nightmares after seeing it. Fode, has anyone here seen it too? This was the most famous version that first appeared 2 months ago. A ghost story about spotting something suspicious and eye-catching at subway Exit 4. It's a report that blends the chill of encountering something strange in a mundane place with the horror born from imagination. It quickly spread through all kinds of internet forums and social media, with similar reports popping up everywhere. And now, 2 months later, the urban legend has become genuine fear. Do not touch the red clothes at Exit 4. More and more people are testifying that it's a shamanistic ritual bait. They say it's meant to attach a ghost to anyone who touches it. They made it red on purpose to attract people. Don't touch it. Even getting close is risky. It's so the ghost thinks that red clothing is yours. If you're spiritually weak, just looking at it up close could bring you bad luck. Just pretend you didn't see it and walk by. Don't pay any attention. There's someone in the clothes. These sleeves are tied twice. I have a bad feeling if it's the ritual I know that isn't SMTH a normal shaman would use. That's something you should never leave in a crowded place. Why would someone do that? Do they have a death wish? If you check inside the clothes, I'll definitely find hair or a jaijan or SMTH right. But if you touch it to check ig or an idiot. Ko keke inus. TN, jaijan equals shamanistic talisman paper. These are just what I found and captured. And the clincher is: someone actually found hair and paper inside the clothes. Fode, I don't know what this is, but it feels so wrong. Everyone be careful. And the most upvoted comment was this: someone told me the person who checked out the clothes in that screenshot hasn't been heard from since. Seriously? Crazy? It's true, apparently they sprinkled salt and even did a ritual or SMTH like that, and even posted proof that all the salt was burned up, but after that there's been no word. Hangul koyuenus hangul koyuenus. FK that's scary as hell, ko kekeinus. Even more chilling and eerie testimonies have surfaced. And comment sections and quote threads everywhere turned into a madhouse. There's even a rumor that the person who disappeared was reported dead. Is that for real? Isn't this about that YouTuber who picked up the red clothes and got hospitalized and kept posting about having nightmares and asking for help? Crazy? This is scary as hell though. Fuck, is there actually no one trying to figure out who's behind this? There's even shamans saying maybe it wasn't a human being who left those behind too. If you've read this far, it really feels like a terrifying twist in a supposedly true ghost story. Even now, red clothes are still being found at subway entrances everywhere. But with no involvement from authorities, only those who know about it are left trembling in fear, watching more victims appear. But it doesn't die down, because it's still ongoing. Another missing person case added, feels like we should report this. Red clothes found outside Seoul Pho. Is this a copycat or the real thing? And people who'd been consuming these internet horror stories, as casual entertainment, were starting to feel the creepiness and horror so close to home that they began considering real-world measures. Law enforcement. Even if you report it to the police, they don't do anything since it's just clothes. Call yuyu anos. And apparently, a lot of police who know what it is actually avoid it, especially the older officers. We just don't know, but there must have been cases like this before. Public attention. Can't we tip off the news or SMTH? Tried it, but they just mentioned it as an internet oddity at the end of the morning news, even when I said there was an actual missing person. They just treated me like an overreacting jobless person, and more realistic eyewitness accounts. I tried telling a station attendant, but since it's outside the exit, they just said it's not their responsibility. The other day I saw people yelling and fighting over it. Video. Someone stared at the red clothes for a while and then collapsed. Nobody helped, so some elderly person supported them and called an ambulance, but what if SMTH happens to them too? I can't stop worrying. Stop taking photos of the red clothes and posting them online. It seems like it's having an indirect effect too. And finally, this internet urban legend even reached the Disaster Management Bureau. Of course, most of these internet ghost stories are really just a mix of coincidence, misunderstanding, and a psychological desire to believe. At first, the Disaster Management Bureau also approached it that way. The problem was, an agent who witnessed the red clothes at Exit 4 attempted contact and sample collection. Afterward, they lost consciousness and were in a coma for 5 days. Symptoms of sleepwalking, hostile reaction from their docky by flame. After regaining consciousness, they could only repeat, "I have to wear the red clothes." Afterward, that agent jumped to their death. This confirmed that the ghost story was real, and all the rumors spreading online. They were all true. The agent has been stabilized through memory erasure therapy and is currently hospitalized. There is now discussion about registering the red clothes at Exit 4 as a supernatural disaster. More case studies needed. And so Agent Grapes, was put in charge of collecting various stories about the red clothes at Exit 4 from the internet. Honestly, it's basically a given that it'll be registered. They just want me to grab more supporting material from the internet for documentation. It's a bit spooky and creepy, but compared to fieldwork, it's really just at the level of reading ghost stories. A true training/rest day assignment for a rookie. However, I can't just stop there. Didn't I say it? I'm much better at paperwork and organizing internet ghost stories into documents. That's my specialty, 1000%. I'll show you all exactly what I can do. With a grin, I put my hands on the keyboard. Chapter 168. Go Yeonjun glanced at her colleague sitting beside her. Kim Solium, typing rapidly on the keyboard while staring into the monitor, looked easygoing with his tousled hair and glasses, a style crafted for this undercover work. True to that image, he usually presented himself at the Disaster Management Bureau as a timid new recruit, shoulders hunched, gaze averted, projecting a passive persona. But right now, the eyes behind Kim Solium's glasses, as he looked at the computer, were filled with certainty and composure. It was the same person she'd seen at Daydream Inc. That relaxed air unique to those with keen insight and long vision, the so-called composure of someone in the know. Is he that immersed in his work? For a moment, this person's original attitude was showing through. He said paperwork was his specialty, and it didn't seem to be a lie. A deceiver. Go Yeonjun regarded her colleague, who'd become a supervisor not even 1 year after getting hired, the top recruit in their batch, with complicated feelings. But soon Kim Solium finished his last task on the keyboard with a flourish, and turned to look at her as well. And just as quickly, He slipped back into his crafted passive persona. Excuse me, Agent. Would you mind giving this a quick look to see if I'm doing it right? Yes, of course. She might even learn something new. If not, at the very least, she could help her colleague get more familiar with the documentation process. Go Yeonjun looked at the computer monitor together with Kim Solium. These are the versions of the urban legend currently collected online by the Disaster Management Bureau. Red clothes at Exit 4 current ver. A flood of cases. A red piece of clothing left, standing by itself at the exit. All sorts of chilling testimonies, ominous and unsettling sightings that seemed straight out of a horror movie, filling the document in posts, comments, and videos. But Kim Solium continued his explanation without batting an eye. As expected, things like this don't scare him at all. No, it's just that he's strong when it comes to text. First, I classified these witness accounts. I divided those with actual incidents from those without any substance. He sorted the document properly, too. Then an interesting trend becomes apparent. Interesting. It's that real incidents happen after unsubstantial witness claims are posted. Look here. If you check inside the clothes, I'll definitely find hair or a jaijan or SMTH right. But if you touch it to check ig an idiot. Ko keke inus. And indeed, hair and paper were found. Kim Solium included the comment from the person who discovered the hair and jaijan in the red clothes. Next, there's the issue about the whereabouts of the person who found the hair and paper. Someone told me the person who checked out the clothes in that screenshot hasn't been heard from since. This comment wasn't posted after the disappearance. The news of their disappearance spread after this comment was posted. Go Yeonjun's face hardened. It's just like what had happened at Lucky Mart. The order is reversed. Yes, that's the nature of ghost stories. Kim Solium gave a faint smile. When you focus on this kind of trend, and then look at the ghost story again, you can start to see a larger pattern emerge. Kim Solium clicked on another document. Red clothes at Exit 4 base ver. This is a version from 3 months ago, when the rumors about the red clothes were running wild. So there are theories that it's an organ trafficking marker, or someone possessed by a ghost, or just some mad person's act, all sorts of talk. But none of the things in here ever actually happened. Do you know why? Go Yeonjun fell into thought. Because there are too many, so if one thing is realized, it contradicts another. That's right. Kim Solium smiled faintly. And one more thing. I think it's because there hasn't been a single speculation that people completely believed in. There were just so many speculative statements, and hardly anyone spoke as if making a definite conclusion. There were lots of rebuttals too, so none of it was enough to be treated as an actual incident. Because there was no evidence. That's right. To put it another way. They just were convincing enough. Kim Solium clicked his mouse again. But then, all of a sudden, such a story appears in the comments. A sufficiently convincing story. These repeated testimonies appear to serve as bait for shamanic rituals. This is where the situation changes rapidly. Go Yeonjun read through the document Kim Solium had compiled, hardly breathing. Tricks to lure in ghosts, someone getting attached to the clothes, tying the arms twice not being an ordinary shamanic ritual, instead something meant to bring misfortune. When it comes to shamanism, unless you're an expert in that field, it's hard to refute these statements. And as soon as someone presents themselves as an expert, it just seems plausible for some reason. But they don't even have to provide any proof, like photos or credentials. Exactly. Kim Solium smiled as he reviewed the comments he had collected. If you check inside the clothes, I'll definitely find hair or a jaijan or SMTH right. But if you touch it to check ig an idiot. Ko keke inus. I checked that person's comment history. He works as an office worker at a steel company. So not an expert, but a field where it's easy to pretend. Someone who's met a shaman a few times or read a couple of books could easily make things up. No one knows whether these people on the internet are actually shamans, and whether it's really possible to pass on ghosts or curses in the way they describe. No one has ever credibly proven it. But because it seems convincing, people end up believing it. The effect of fear combined with familiarity. And if you look closely, these so-called experts are all telling different stories. It's true. As she read through the comments, Go Yeonjun barely stifled a sigh. She hadn't realized it because of the horror atmosphere and all the shamanic claims with a similar feel. But really, everyone was just cobbling together every chilling story they could find. Shamanic rituals, ghosts attached, inviting misfortune. So most of it's made up. Probably. Or maybe, not just most, but all of it. But people believed it. And so you're saying that's why it became reality? Yes. Kim Solium gave a bitter smile. The information contaminated reality in reverse. Dark Exploration Records / Ghost Story. The Conspiracy of Belief. A ghost story featured in Dark Exploration Records. Disaster Management Bureau Registration Number 2106 SIA 2025. Kopa Inus 56. A ghost story that has materialized as a result of conspiracy theories spread on the internet by individuals who believe in them. The notable aspect of this ghost story lies in its suggestion that human imagination and confirmation bias may have been the underlying cause of supernatural disasters. A ghost story that someday in the future will be verified and registered by the Disaster Management Bureau. If you trace the origin back further, why's there a bright red piece of clothing at the subway entrance shit? Why TF do I have to live through a horror experience or some shit, huh? I almost fainted, PLS hug me. This was the social media post registered, along with that photo of a red garment abandoned in front of a subway exit. The sign for exit 4 was visible in the background. This is how it starts as a simple, everyday post. Maybe that red piece of clothing was just a jacket a drunk person dropped mistakenly, or something that fell off a used clothing collection truck. Either way, it was probably just some ordinary, mundane mishap. It was most likely just a coincidence or a funny misunderstanding. But the important thing is that people started misunderstanding it. That's the correct answer. In the end, this witness account went viral and was quickly reproduced, gaining new explanations with each new iteration. And as fear and rumor attached themselves, it became reality. This concludes the results of my investigation. He's seriously good at this. But by any chance did I make any mistakes? And yet he'd go back to that crafted passive persona again. It really does make him look like a deceiver. Well, I know it's because of the spy thing, but still. Go Yeonjun held back another sigh and yet another bitter smile. Instead, she nodded. No, you're probably exceeding the expectations of the agents in this office. Oh, that's a relief. Then, would it be fine if I continue working in the preliminary investigation unit? No, wait a minute. That's not the important part right now. So does this mean you've pretty much figured out the mechanism behind this supernatural disaster, if your reasoning is correct? Maybe so. No, not maybe so. It seems he's actually right. Go Yeonjun looked at her colleague with a slightly excited expression. If that's the case, then couldn't they also deduce the solution? In other words, if people just stopped believing in it, this ghost story would end too. That's right. In that case, if they could just set the record straight somehow. Go Yeonjun came to a realization. Making people stop believing is practically impossible. Yes, because actual incidents are happening. This is an anomalous phenomenon that has already stepped into reality. Since too many people already believe, persuading them won't be easy. This ghost story itself is a conspiracy theory about internet rumors that become real because people believe them. Maybe the author of this entry in the Dark Exploration Records wrote it as a kind of satire, mocking the so-called evidence and testimonies behind various conspiracy theories. And on top of that, it really has turned into a supernatural disaster. Since the evidence and situation are real now, it would be even harder to refute. Exactly right. That's why whenever agents encounter this ghost story in the Dark Exploration Records, they continually manage the situation by destroying the focal object of the incident or erasing people's memories. A method of acknowledging the ghost story's existence, managing the risk, and slowly neutralizing it. A lukewarm solution that matches the uncomfortable nature of this particular ghost story. But that's not necessarily the only way. Pardon. Kim Solium smiled faintly and brought his hands back on the keyboard. There was another way. It was a countermeasure he'd thought of ever since reading this entry in the dark exploration records. I can do this. The only reason he didn't update the wiki back then was because it just didn't fit the atmosphere of a creepypasta. 7.3 Countermeasures. Go Yeonjun watched as Kim Solium, without hesitation, began typing up the final section of the document. And then, looking a little satisfied, he took his hands off the keyboard. This should do it. Kim Solium. This time, he's determined to show up and show out. A few days later, a red piece of clothing at a station's exit 4 appeared again, just as before. There's one at Yeongjumpo Station exit. Everyone avoid it. By now, people had started to become afraid of even mentioning the red clothing directly. It seemed like TV stations would start covering it soon. With several missing person and death cases, people on the internet were murmuring that, even though it's a supernatural matter, at the very least, there would be an investigation. However, what's this? This time, there was black writing on the red garment. Red Baccarat new sign-up 50,001 free. Poker, sports, Toto, roulette, all in one. Guaranteed ghostly chills and profits website address. An ad for an illegal gambling website. What? It was a damn gambling ad. People exploded. Are you shitting me? Isn't spam SMS enough, damn? Fuck-ass build-up for nothing. Goddamn illegal gambling, cocainus. Are you happy now, using people's fear to get clicks? Let me kill these scammer dickwads. Reported to police, I'm seriously pissed off. Profanities and annoyance flew everywhere. But after things settled down a bit, a few other opinions quietly appeared. But aren't they just using the red garment for clout, 'cause it went viral? Doesn't it look like they're just exploiting it, though? TBH, I am kinda scared like want SM happen to those guys now. At a glance, it sounded plausible. So those who firmly believed in the ghost story of the red garment began to whisper again, saying, isn't something going to happen to that company? And started creating an ominous atmosphere. But the very next day, were you frightened by this red garment? Human life is filled with fear. The lover of paradise, who will protect and love you so that you no longer have to be afraid, is waiting for you. Come to the paradise of love. A famous cult put the red garment on official display at the exit, complete with a sign. TF is this. HA Hangul Kokyuk, Enos Hangul Kokyuk, Enos Hangul Kokyuk. Enos Hangul Kokyuk, Enos Hangul Kokyuk, Enos Hangul Kokyuk, Enos Hangul Kokyuk, Enos Hangul Kokyuk. Enos Hangul Kokyuk, Enos Hangul Kokyuk. Enos Hangul Kokyuk, Enos Hangul Kokyuk, Enos. Aren't these the guys who always go around asking about your ideal type, and then ask you to buy them coffee on the street? And to top it all off, even a phrase attached under the sign. We are a wholesome religion, and do not operate illegal gambling sites. We are proceeding with legal action against the aforementioned company for intellectual property theft. People picked up on the subtext. Wait a sec, so the red clothes thinf was there doing all along. It was a religious cult. It turned out that the trap created by the cult to lure in emotionally vulnerable people had been hijacked and used by an illegal gambling site. There they go outing themselves in a panic as soon as their idea got stolen. Just go get sued for illegal waste dumping. I really hate it, the scum of society. Thinking back on all that atmosphere with shamanism and stuff just makes me feel even more annoyed. People, shuddering with irritation, started to remove the red clothing from their conversations altogether. Perfect. Kim Solium smiled as he scrolled and checked the scene. That's right. If it's a ghost story that becomes reality through people's belief, then the solution was simple. Just make it so that no one wants to believe it. Make it cringe, make it lose all its tension. If you connect it to something that annoys and bothers people in everyday life, it'll disappear in no time. Never falling for it again, you damn fishing asshats. And so, together with their irritation, people quickly erased the whole affair from their memories. Even the fact that there were actually dead or missing people was conveniently dismissed, as it was all a fake for advertising. And just like that, red clothes at Exit 4 has been resolved. Amazingly neatly, the ghost story ended. Safely, without a single agent getting hurt. All it took was the cost of making a few banners. Grats. Amazing, but how did it end as soon as it was found, though? Great work, everyone, tilde. Borrowing Go Yeonjun's phone to check the unusually active Agent Anonymous group chat, Kim Solium smiled to himself. Investigation, solution proposal, and documentation of the ghost story all handled in the office. I did it right. And if he gets recognized for his ability in the preliminary investigation unit like this. No, to be honest, Henus, it wasn't all our unit's work, sirs and moms. That famous new recruit wrote up the documentation and even included a solution, and it worked perfectly, Henus. And then, that rookie again. Daebak Hangul Kodihud, Enos Hangul Kodihud, Enos Hangul, Kodihud Enos. Destruction King as expected. Truly as consistent as ever, Henus. Even destroying ghost stories with documents now. Kim Solium really did prove himself. And in truth, the conclusion of a ghost story is always achieved by teams piecing together clues and trying different ideas. But the world already has its set images. And so, the Destruction King rookie made a major contribution to destroying the ghost story, even while working in the preliminary investigation unit. Look at that initiative, must be destined for Black Tortoise Team 3. Team 1 you mean, Mom? Henus. Born to slay in D and R. It was all consumed as reinforcement of his existing image. So Kim Solium, who had ruined a ghost story through image, ended up ruining his own plans through image as well. Waiting, Solium SSI. Foreseeing all of this, Go Yeonjun just squeezed her eyes shut and sent a silent message of support to her colleague. And on the last day of the 2-week probationary training for new recruits, Kim Solium was assigned to dispatch and rescue unit, Black Tortoise Team 1. Not a single soul was even surprised. Chapter 169. On the day of assignment. Let's all congratulate our Agent Grapes on his official appointment, Tilda. Well, how about a team dinner tonight? Our team's overtime meal allowance for this month has stacked up quite a bit, right? How much do I have again? Anyway, it's on me. Well, I received the team's welcome in the waiting room of Black Tortoise Team 1, eyes already resigned to everything. Honestly, calling it a welcome didn't feel quite right. I saw them just a few days ago. It's just that today, I'd been officially confirmed to be a member of Black Tortoise Team 1. I look forward to working with you. Oh, yes. Incidentally, the senior who said he'd do his best to voice his opinion, so I could be assigned to a different team, was here as well. Agent Bronze, even while shaking my hand, avoided my gaze. Yes, I know, Agent. I dug my own grave. Destruction King, let's just work diligently and try to shake off that nickname. Though I wondered if this was really okay for a spy. In the end, I gave a polite bow to Agent Choi as well. We'll be seeing each other often now, so there's no point in whining again about not wanting to join Black Tortoise Team 1. Thank you for the welcome. No problem, Tilda. Agent Choi grinned and patted me on the back. At the very least, he has a decent personality. We'll be working together for life now. Shouldn't the welcome be even more extravagant? Haha. The sense of mission in these early agents is a little scary. Let's work together for a long time, Grapesai. No, like really. Anyway, Agent Choi's dinner suggestion became reality that evening. As soon as work ended, Black Tortoise Team 1 moved out to eat together. This is a place we come to often. The owner here is a retired agent. Please bring a large portion of gapchangjiangal and 2 bottles of soju. And so, in the corner room of a popular, crowded restaurant, we started our meal and conversation with some light drinks. It was during this time that I was finally, officially introduced to Black Tortoise Team 1. Team numbers don't really mean much anymore, but when we first started, Team 1 did take on tougher missions. So it's fine to feel a little pride in your team, thinking of your seniors. I already knew that, but hearing it explained directly by the person involved felt different. Same with hearing about the current situation like this. Black Tortoise Team 1 originally had a team leader and 5 regular agents, but 2 are on sick leave, and 1 is, on an extended hiatus. He didn't mention it, but I'm sure there were many who died in the line of duty. Thinking of the writing in all sorts of handwriting covering the whiteboard in the waiting room, I looked at the 2 remaining team members. Agent Choi grinned. And now we're finally back to 3 members. Isn't that great? Hey Yikwin, don't you agree? Maybe this person was just happy to see a new face. I suppressed a wry smile. Raising my glass, I gave a polite bow to the two of them. Thank you again for welcoming me. Even though they knew I'd stubbornly requested to go to another team, not once did they rebuke me for ending up here anyway, and I was grateful for that. And I could tell they understood what I meant. No, we should be thanking you. Agent Choi waved his hand as if to brush it off. You didn't want to come, right, our team? I held back a sigh and downed a shot of soju. It's not that I dislike dispatch and rescue, it's just, I can't really trust myself. Soliama. Agent Choi looked at me. It's fine, no one actually does. Who could ever be 100% sure they're doing the right thing in a supernatural disaster? If someone is, that's the real supernatural phenomenon. At some point, this senior had started calling me by name and title, instead of Hubie. He grinned as he ladled stew into my bowl. But for us, we have advice from those who have gone before us, don't we? Believe in that. The exploration records. And as you go on, sometimes you'll want to try something yourself, even just once. Then you'll be the one giving advice to whoever comes after you. Agent Bronze's gaze turned distant, but he didn't argue. It felt like the two had already fought and settled this issue long ago. But there's no need to think that far ahead just yet. Agent Choi grinned and refilled my glass. Solium, you've really had a rough time since coming here. I really couldn't deny it. But honestly, things like that only happen maybe once every 6 months, or sometimes, not even once in several years if you're lucky. Just because you joined our team doesn't mean you'll be dealing with that stuff all the time, so don't worry. Agent Choi grinned and clinked his glass against mine, unilaterally. Clink. You'll do fine. Got it. I nodded. And as if it was a lie, those words soon came true. 3 weeks since the official assignment to Black Tortoise Team 1. Grapeside over there. I was handling rescue work in ghost stories much more smoothly than I'd expected. Catch that guy? Yes. I grabbed the person requesting rescue, who was frantically trying to run past me, and shoved him into the washing machine. Sorry, but that's the exit, so please bear with it for a moment. Hey, it's over, get out of here. Before the drying finished, I also dove into an empty washing machine, plunging into the swirling water. Phew. I managed to escape safely. Rescue of the requester and 2 others, safely completed at intersection laundromat. Today, I saved 3 civilians from a crazy laundromat that remodels your personality and reformats your body. And the past 3 weeks were much the same. About 1 dispatch every 3 days. Honestly, it's scary and exhausting. But, is that kid the one, the Destruction King? Wow, he really gets things done, doesn't he? Wahaha, right team leader. Surprisingly, the Destruction King rookie, Image, was working in my favor. Destruction King rookie is adapting smoothly. So we're in this chat now too, huh? Thanks to my persona being a kind of funny, approachable, and positive character, it made adjusting easier. And this characterization just kept getting reinforced. At this rate, it wouldn't even be strange to read about myself on the wiki. Me being a named character of the Disaster Management Bureau. Honestly, it didn't feel bad. And maybe because what I went through before was like an exorcism. For 3 weeks there were no unexpected incidents in the ghost stories. All that was left was to follow the already established rescue manuals and bring people out. If you could just put up with the terrifying stuff, it's doable. If it's a ghost story where you can even find the Disaster Management Bureau's rescue request number, it means the Bureau already has a good grasp of it. To the extent they can embed a number into the ghost story. Now I can understand why there are so many solo missions. At this rate, I can handle it. Besides, since I'm still a rookie, I was always in a pair. Less scary, a lot safer. So at one point I tried bringing this up to Agent Bronze, but he looked at me seriously. No, it's not safe. Your standards are a bit warped. Once you've spent just half a year in Daydream Inc., like me, you'll be the same Agent Nim. I could almost cry. Since I ended up in Black Tortoise Team 1, Agent Bronze had been looking after me a bit excessively, while also subtly avoiding small talk. He must have an awkward sense of indebtedness. I get it. Anyway, for the past 3 weeks, it was something I could endure even while tense. I naturally blended into Black Tortoise Team 1, And now I didn't even have to introduce myself as part of the team whenever I met people at headquarters. I'd blended in so well that everyone already knew. It's fine. I couldn't deny the sense of security that came from belonging. The problem was, it was about time for me to get my first solo mission. Alone, it'll be scary. Having to experience a ghost story alone every 3 days, that's the real problem. But before that, I got this suggestion. Grape Sai, do you want to take a little break? It was when I was getting ready to leave in the waiting room, having finished transferring duties to the site cleanup unit. You haven't really taken a break these past 3 weeks, and you kept helping out with support duty too. Someone who was hospitalized just a month ago shouldn't be overdoing it. You need to rest now, to clear your head and recover your strength. Agent Choi made the suggestion. And, to be honest, I kind of planned for this. It's hard for a rookie to just use up their annual leave all at once. So I purposely overworked and maxed out my hours, hoping a senior would eventually urge me to take a few days off. Success. Agent Bronze caught my eye and quickly nodded in agreement. Good. Thank you. Yeah, make sure to use your 2 days off together, and don't forget to tack them onto your regular days off. That way, I managed to take 4 consecutive days of leave. If you add the 2 regular days off per week, that makes 6 days total. Of course, I definitely needed this time off for a reason. Sir Kim Solium, your psychological stability test results are in. Please book a counseling session and pick them up when you're free. Last week, Director Ho texted me. Soon, I'd be able to enter Cheerful Theme Park. I need to prepare. And I need to handle the schedules I'd put off because of work. Aren't you going to trade, sir? It's info y'all definitely want to hear. Baek Sahyun seemed to be ready. And that evening, I met him at a secluded room Cafe 1 in Seoul. Hurry up and talk. Baek Sahyun, pressed as soon as we met, had veins standing out on his temple. Hey, this is a trade, you know. If you talk like that, it doesn't exactly feel good. You like efficiency, don't you? Isn't it better to talk fast and get your item? Try thinking things through for once. Baek Sahyun's face twisted in anger for a moment, but he quickly hid it and smiled. Then fine, let's just get on with it. Oh, he must be feeling pretty confident. I focused, ready to listen closely. So first, Baek Sahyun began in a very meaningful tone, about to reveal something special. 2 people from our batch have disappeared. Remember Go Yeonjun and Jang Hyo-woon. I know already, so skip that part. Wait a second, but even you don't know where they went, right, supervisor? Now I actually do. I looked at Baek Sahyun with dead fish eyes, and he broke into a cold sweat as he hurried to continue. They got reassigned to a branch office. Nope. You know about the branch offices, right? Out in the countryside. These days there are a lot of people being assigned to headquarters from the branches, but honestly the place feels pretty suspicious. I mean, they've cut off all contact. Next. I told you that's not it. I'm pretty sure Baek Sahyun was swearing at me internally right now. Whatever. But I should give him a bit of hope if I want more info to come out. So I changed tack. Tell me something else. There's no point going on about stuff I already know. You'll just tire yourself out. No other rumors. Baek Sahyun gave me a look that basically screamed, how do you even know this? But eventually coughed up the next bit of information. And that was, I saw people from the research team and the security team fighting not long ago. Did a researcher get his head bashed in or something? Maybe my face looked disgusted, because Baek Sahyun hurriedly explained. No, listen, you know that researcher too, Section Chief Kwak Yikeng from Research Team 1. What? I almost lost my composure right then. I barely managed to just widen my eyes, but it was already too late. Looks like you're really interested. Baek Sahyun grinned with satisfaction. I want to tell you quickly too, but, well, let me see the item first, just in case. If you hear everything and then say you don't have it, that would be a problem. I'm not saying you do that, supervisor. It's just mutual trust, you know. Speed is important, but so is trust when you're making a deal. Cheeky. Is that so? Fine. Like a magic trick, I pulled out the Necronomicon from my wrist. Seeing the intimidating book-shaped item, encased in a creepy bookcase, Baek Sahian's eyes sparkled with greed. He reached out his hand. Smack. You said you were just going to look. For a second, Baek Sahian gave me a hostile glare, but then started spilling more information. I heard that security team member picked a fight with the researcher. Apparently, he asked the researcher something but didn't get a straight answer, so he tried to hit him. And the rumor goes like this. A security team member ran into a researcher while on duty and asked him something about the facility. Then the researcher's superior showed up. That's Kwak Yiking. And he said something to him. What did he say? No idea, doesn't sound like it was anything special, but suddenly the guard attacked. A scene came to mind. The sergeant talking to Kwak Yiking on the phone. Just to let you know, I may not be able to enter darknesses, but I can still kill people. Wait, could that security team member be JSSI? Probably because of contamination. Those security team guys go absolutely nuts from contamination, you know. Don't make things up. What? You're mixing in your own imagination. I put on my crazy act too. If I can tell you're exaggerating, my dopamine dries up. Keep going. Baek Sahian looked a little scared. His tone became more matter-of-fact. Thankfully. Anyway, that security team member hardly ever comes outside, but now he's volunteering for shifts in the annex and things like that. I hear he used to be pretty famous. Who said that? A bunch of section chiefs were chatting. I don't know exactly who, but they were all pretty senior. The sergeant, he was originally a squad leader on an elite team. Looks like it really was JSSI. He's actually trying to look into the Cheerful Research Institute for me. Still, I hope he doesn't do anything too dangerous, but it seems he's keeping a safe distance. Running into Kwak Yiking is enough to make you sweat, but even if he gets hit, it's not like anything going to happen to the sergeant. What's scary about Kwak Yiking is the crazy explorations he sets up for people. It's nice to have this confirmed. Now I don't have to worry for no reason. This one's for sure. Yeah, okay. After that, I pretended to be interested, and listened to a few more useless bits of gossip from Baek Sahian. And when I sensed that his patience was just about gone, that the price had reached the right level. Honestly, the rest of the backstories weren't that interesting. But the one about the fight with the researcher was interesting. Good job, that's quality info. I smiled and lifted my hand off the Necronomicon. Take it. Baek Sahian snatched up the bizarre book the moment I finished speaking. His eyes scanned the eerie bookcase in excitement, then he suddenly looked at me and asked, This isn't like, only readable by people like you, supervisor, or anything, right? No. I met his gaze straight on. But don't expect to use it with the same power as I can. Because you're not a creepypasta maniac. Baek Sahian hesitated, but in the end packed the book away. Phew. At last, I was able to relax my tense shoulders. Item disposed of. Got some info, and got rid of that thing too. That fake Necronomicon. I'd been uneasy about keeping it around, so this worked out well. Not that it's the kind of item that causes problems just by having it, but I think I'd want to just keep using it for work. It's just that powerful. If I kept it every time things got complicated, I'd feel the urge to just read it and resolve things that way. Because then everyone would listen to me. But the longer you use something like that, the more likely you are to get caught. It's practically asking to be found out. And no matter how you look at it, if I overdid it even a little, I'd end up going insane or suffering some permanent mental problem. So selling it for information to someone who isn't a ghost story maniac is just right. Things worked out well. As he put away the book, Baek Sahian's face visibly brightened, and then he looked back at me with a subtle expression. Supervisor, I'd like to hear more about what counts as good information for you. It seemed he wanted to squeeze a bit more out of me, since the trade item was so powerful. If you could be a bit more specific, I'll... Something interesting. I already told you, didn't I? You wanted even more specific. Yes, if you would, I'd appreciate. I rested my chin in my hand. That story about the researcher was interesting, too. It's easier to picture when it's someone I know, right? The security guy is fine, too. It's unique. Then I'll try to focus on rumors about those two, and look into some other things as well. Good. I nodded. And so the deal ended with an unspoken sense of closure. Baek Sahian packed up his bag with today's spoils and stood up from the table. Once he left, I also... Excuse me. Baek Sahian hesitated before continuing. You're still at the Disaster Management Bureau, right, Supervisor? You were rescued by the agents in the form of a child back then, so... I quietly turned to look at Baek Sahian. And I warned him. It's better not to know. It was the truth. Unless you want to disappear with a branch office assignment, too. If he keeps digging into my past and gets caught by Director Ho, it's over. There's nowhere in there you can get something like a wish ticket anyway. There's nothing in it for you. Maybe sensing something was off, Baek Sahian glanced around, then nodded. That should be enough. But then, unexpectedly, he added, Yes, well, take care of yourself, Supervisor. You too. And that was the end of our deal. I only sighed after confirming Baek Sahian had left the room cafe. Baek Sahian. I already knew what kind of person he was as a character, and after living in the same company housing unit, I figured him out. So in that sense, he's a low-risk guy. He acts just as expected. That's why I'm still trading with him, though honestly, I barely know anything about him besides his personality. And come to think of it, that goes for almost everyone I've met here, not just Baek Sahian. Because I'm going to go home eventually. Maybe only my superiors in the D Squad are the exceptions. After hearing Baek Sahian's trivial gossip today, I became keenly aware of that. So now I'm a bit curious too. Why is Baek Sahian so desperate to get a wish ticket? There was never any particular mention in Dark Exploration records as to why someone who gambles everything on survival would risk his life this way. Well, not that it's any of my business. Honestly, I'm more curious about the other batchmates' reasons than his. I'll ask if I get the chance later. For now, I should focus on my own wish ticket. And on my own survival. Who? After making sure Baek Sahian was really out on the street, I took out my smartphone and sent the reply I'd prepared. To Director Ho. I'd like to make an appointment, sir. Let's go. Cheerful Theme Park. Chapter 170. Cheerful Theme Park was a B-rank darkness under Daydream Inc. And its manual had already been written, with the analysis completed by the research team. I don't have to make an effort to remember that I contributed to it. Zocious. Because the tattoo on my wrist, engraved as the admission ticket for that theme park, burned in as it activated. And usually, the fate of a high-ranked darkness that's been fully analyzed goes one of two ways. Assignment to the research team. Or, it's handled by the A Squad. Elite team responsibility. Usually, the A Squad assembles 3 regular members, 3 round-off team members, and 6 general members, so 12 people enter at a time. Well, the last entry was 3 months ago, so there's still some time before the next. Director Ho smiled as he handed over the documents. The manual for Cheerful Theme Park, describing the 12-person entry method using a board game. And the work order. Special research entry. So I went ahead and scheduled it separately. Thank you. No problem, it wasn't even difficult. That might actually be true. After all, the A Squad is part of Director Ho's faction. Since it's a ghost story under his jurisdiction, it must have been easy for him to arrange it. Of course, that's Director Ho's situation, and as a mere regular employee who got special consideration from him, I should just bow my head for now. But Director Ho's explanation didn't end there. And to make your entry easier, I've already gathered all the other staff who will be entering with you. Haha. Why do I have such a bad feeling about this? Ah, are you worried you'll know someone among the group going in? Worried they'll recognize you, Solium Nim? Yes, as you said, I'm a bit concerned about that. Right, that's why, Solium Nim, unfortunately. Director Ho pointed at me. You won't be able to enter in your original appearance. I know. Yes, that's why I was planning to use the welfare points you distributed to purchase a disguise potion and take it. That would be so inconvenient for you. And since you're having to live as someone else even outside of work these days, I wanted to minimize that discomfort for you. So I found a way for you to enter that no one will suspect at all. Excuse me. I looked at him warily. In turn, Director Ho beamed at me. How about you go in with a special identity, Solium Nim? The next day. Conference room of Daydream Inc., Research Team 2. I heard it's B rank today. They'll give us extra points, right? One by one, people appeared. Modern office workers in suits, each wearing a strange animal mask. Employees of the field exploration team. They were general team members who had gathered despite the slightly special risk, drawn by the rumor that the point bonus would be better. Cheerful theme park, right? Yeah, gotta go for that one. Word had gotten around. Even though this darkness was high-ranked, it had a thorough manual, and a certain staff member's theories during previous expeditions had proven exactly right, so it was considered relatively safe. So when news of a special entry came up, and it turned out to be the cheerful theme park, people quietly spread the word and came together. The fact that it was for research made people nervous, but as long as they weren't the one to die, that was enough. If only there were at least one round-off team guy, I'd feel safer. People kept their eyes narrow and scanned the room, pretending not to, but unfortunately, there wasn't anyone who looked like round-off team staff. However, there was someone who used to be in the round-off team. A tall figure with long, dark brown hair, standing quietly against the wall, wearing a bison mask. You were assigned to a branch, weren't you? They let you sign up for this from over there. Haven't seen you in a while. Yes. It was Jang Hyo-woon. He broke out in a cold sweat as an employee he barely knew came up and started talking to him. A side effect of spy work. How's the branch surviving over there? Haha, yes. Jang Hyo-woon gave an awkward smile and slipped away. The people who spoke to him didn't press further and simply ignored him. They misunderstood, thinking he was just embarrassed. I heard that it's absolute hell in the branch offices. He's basically done with wish tickets now. Anyone who managed to escape from a branch office back to HQ clammed up and refused to describe it, just shaking their head in disgust. And a subtle stigma attached to them. No doubt the entrance exam for HQ was more difficult. Judging by the level of benefits and treatment, maybe at the branch offices even random nobodies could work there. So there was no one here who'd share information or make friendly small talk with someone thrown out of HQ and dumped into a branch office. If something happens, that guy can die for us. He was from the round-off team anyway. And so a tacit air of disregard settled around him. Are you okay? Except for this person. Hey, how have you been? Escaping the round-off team was pretty cool. Let's do our best today. Thank you. Wearing a dolphin mask, Supervisor Lee Seong-hee of the C Squad shook hands with Jang Hyo-woon and took a seat beside him. Acting all damn nice, huh? Such a tryhard. But since she's from the elite team, everyone keeps their mouth shut and looks away in a different sense. And here there's someone whose position is ambiguous. Hard to call elite, but not really general team staff either. It's Section Chief Lee, isn't it? Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun of the D Squad sat on a conference room chair, ramrod straight, wearing a lizard mask. He's going in too. He tanked in the elite team, and now he's doing all sorts of odd things. What a waste of a good face. Still, people avoided making eye contact, as if they're afraid. A fist was closer than the law, especially if that fist could smash through iron. Anyway, that was the end of the subtle sizing up. Once everyone's here, we'll begin the briefing in a moment. Soon, a researcher entered and started setting up for the darkness entry procedure, and the staff quickly scanned who was sitting at the table. 1, 2, 3. There's only 11. Who's missing? Some of the more impatient and senior staff glanced over at the researcher. But, the researcher was sweating bullets. A bad feeling crept down the employees' spines. Excuse me, but who's the last one? Supervisor Park, you know you've got to disclose this properly if you want a successful run, right? Well, even if the researcher was still junior, the fact that he was so flustered made people even more uneasy. What is this? Who the hell is it? Then, knock knock. Suddenly, there was a knock at the conference room door. Silence fell over the room. Everyone looked toward the door. After just 2 knocks, the black door didn't move at all, as if one had to be granted permission to enter. Come in. Bam. The door opened. Black smoke drifted in. The smoke pooled thickly on the floor, then seemed to get sucked back out, repeating over and over. And then, in the midst of it all, a pair of black combat boots stepped across the floor, cutting through the smoke. With every step, the smoke seemed to inhale and exhale, flowing around the figure's feet. And within the black smoke, the silhouette of a large person appeared. Light. Oolong. Yellow lantern-like lights shone from the figure's waist and eyes. The bizarre sight left everyone frozen. But at least they recognized the affiliation. Security team. However, a mask completely hid the man's face. And atop that, countless horns branched out over the head like the limbs of a tree. Dressed head to toe in black special equipment, the figure looked as if armored in custom gear, or perhaps confined by it. Gulp, someone swallowed hard. Security team, why here? Security never enters the darkness. That rule usually held. If security staff did enter the darkness, dream essence could not be extracted. They only ever appeared to suppress incidents. Yet sometimes, according to their unique abilities, there were individuals with terrifying, transcendent powers. This is the staff member who will be entering with us today. The employees stared in shock at the strange figure standing silently at the door. The employee from the security team wore a particularly unique outfit full of belts and a mask marked with a special logo on the head. A strange, twisted rectangle shape. The staff recognized it at once, as if struck by lightning. Special unit. Security team's special unit. Within the security team, there were many units whose true composition wasn't even known, just names on the Internet organization chart, operating behind the scenes. So all anyone knew were the rumors that circulated after running into them during unfortunate work situations. And the special unit's rumors were the most chilling. There were whispers saying that you'd witness employees so monstrous. It was hard to believe they were ever from the field exploration team, who, in the first place, were people whose origins were impossible to guess. And the researcher, now sweating coldly, had heard even more specific rumors. Supervisor Park, if you see someone from the security team's special unit, be polite. They're not human. No, I'm not talking about contamination. They really weren't human to begin with. A department that hires anomalies from the darkness itself, in human form. A rumor as chilling as a ghost story itself, that, thanks to Daydream Inc.'s know-how, the company had signed contracts with the darknesses as if they were employees. For the researcher, it was the first time meeting one of these creatures in person. Despite analyzing darknesses and sending in field exploration team squads, he'd never actually come face to face with a monster himself until now. He swallowed hard, staring at the bizarre employee in front of him. Somehow, the conference room seemed a little darker. The yellow lantern-like eyes and the glimmer at the waist of the employee flickered even more strangely in the black smoke. Looking closer, the lantern on the waist was actually a cluster of horns, like ribs. Ugh. The researcher managed to squeeze out some courage and spoke. Hello. Silence. You can have a seat. No response. Swallowed by the silence of the conference room, the researcher continued, nearly in tears. We'll begin the briefing now. Only then did the strange, horned mask walk forward, and sat in the seat closest to the door, right next to Jang Hyo-un. Thank goodness it's not me. Everyone tried their best not to look that way, swallowing hard. Please don't let me be in the same group. Please. As long as they weren't in the same group, it was fine. Every time you entered the theme park, the names and areas changed, but only the rules stayed the same. Follow the mascot's rules. If you cannot follow the rules, move to another mascot's area. And the 4 group members who drew the same color piece must always stick together. In other words, if you weren't in the same group as that monster, you wouldn't even have to encounter them to clear the run. If you were lucky with your area, you could just ride 3 attractions and walk away with a high-grade dream essence and a bunch of points. The problem was, this was a special entry. A research entry with additional objectives. And no matter how you looked at it, this time the variable was that employee. Please. The staff stared at the researcher giving the briefing. Hopefully, they wouldn't be told to find and follow that employee around, right? And for this entry, there are no special instructions. Phew. It's just that, whatever the security team employee does inside, you are not to interfere. Everyone understands, right? Yes. The field exploration team, members assembled in the conference room, nodded desperately. And the very source of this fear, the security team's special employee, was. Wow, this disguise is really doing its job. Letting out a sigh of relief. That's right, it's Kim Solium. I held back a sigh as I looked around the conference room. Well, even if I did sigh, my mask would block it, and only black smoke would come out. I didn't expect Director Ho to go this far. This was a prototype piece of equipment, but I'm glad we get to try it like this. He had just slipped me actual security team gear. A so-called reverse-side suit. Over the suit, a monster that looks like you appears. That's what was written in the developer's notes included with the suit, which resembled combat gear from a game. As for why the security team was developing a suit that lets a person pretend to be a monster, I desperately avoided asking and chose to ignore it. For the sake of self-preservation, it just seemed best not to know. Probably for some project. Anyway, I didn't know the exact mechanics, but I'd heard about the features. Supposedly, it manifests differently for each person. And in my case, it meant lugging around a pile of horns on my head. My look was like a monstrous being bursting out, yet forcibly crammed into a human suit. I made sure not to scratch my head by accident. It feels strangely reminiscent of my original mask. Remembering the wooden antler mask that had earned me the nickname Roe Deer, I felt oddly nostalgic. I'll explain how to enter cheerful theme park. Meanwhile, the briefing was nearing its end. Entry method, I need to go to the theme park section with the blue dragon mascot. The only problem was whether that place would be chosen for the board this time, but I was strangely confident. It was a kind of inductive certainty, gained from my experience with ghost stories up to now. It'll probably call me. Like a certain TV-headed talk show host who once swore he'd show up whenever I just provided the right medium. Please draw a piece. The researcher politely held out the board game piece capsule with both hands. For some reason, it was my turn first. I think I'm actually the Macne one here. But I couldn't show that, so I reached out as if nothing was wrong and took a capsule. Ayak. Sorry. This person seems like someone who'll have a hard time lasting long in the research team. Please start looking for another job. I politely ignored the panicked researcher and grabbed another capsule. And shook it. With a rattling sound, a game piece fell out of the capsule. A bright yellow. It's a yellow piece. Okay. I picked up the piece and passed the capsule to the next person. It was Jang Hyo-eun. I have no idea why Director Ho recruited someone already busy working as a corporate spy, but I felt a cold sweat thinking of how I'd inadvertently forced him to spend his valuable day off on this. I barely managed to get time off myself. He probably did the same. Why did you sign up for this? Last time, you almost threw up just from seeing the Magic Bunny area's interior parade. Of course, now wasn't the time to ask. And Jang Hyo-eun? Yellow? Yes. He drew the same piece as me. For reference, that wasn't Jang Hyo-eun who just shouted. Other staff were clenching their fists in relief. With someone else getting yellow, their own chances of getting stuck with me had gone down. Because they didn't want to be in the same group as me. Hello. Meanwhile, Jang Hyo-eun bowed his head to me. Please take care of me. I gave Jang Hyo-eun a small nod. Thank you for understanding my situation. This is the best I can do. But after that, a slightly awkward situation began. Please. Everyone was openly hoping not to get yellow. Red. And when someone drew a red piece, they practically cheered. Hey, you all read my previous expedition reports, right? Then as soon as you see the Magic Bunny, just run like crazy to the blue zone. Still, it was reassuring to see that the familiar faces were calm about it. Like this. Oh. I watched as Supervisor Lee Seong-hee drew a red piece, and then blue. Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun drew a blue piece. Why is Chief Lizard here anyway? No matter how I looked at it, I couldn't shake the feeling that Director Ho put him here as the stick among the carrots. He already knew I shared all my project outcomes with the D Squad. It's like a subtle reminder not to try anything funny. He's making sure I can't let my guard down, even when receiving a favor. I seriously just want to quit my job already. Phew. We're down to the last one. Anyway, the distribution was almost finished. After drawing the yellow piece, I ignored the staff wearing a harvest mouse mask and a ladybug mask who stared at me stiffly. Let's just hurry up and get on the rides. I'll send them off and then take care of my own business. Clack. And as the last person drew a piece, departing for Fantasil and Tilda, the board game board flew up into the air and swallowed everyone's field of vision. We were entering. Since I'd experienced it once before, I could calmly review my plans for what came next. Let's see, there's no yellow zone though, right? Didn't that magic bunny kill the yellow mascot? So I remembered escaping by activating the gate to the ruins of the yellow zone, the resort. I'll head straight to the blue zone. I'd better make sure to check the souvenir shop. That's what I thought as my mind blurred. Not long after, my senses cleared again. Now it should be time for the cheerful theme song of the theme park to play in my ears. Everything was quiet. I opened my eyes. In the dim indoor space, I saw walls with all the paint peeled off and a dust-covered light fixture. There was no light, and even the windows were all broken. A stale, dead space. What is this? This isn't inside the amusement park. This is definitely not the park. I immediately got up and ran to the window to look outside. A huge, crumpled sign, with one side's fixture barely hanging on and swinging dangerously in the wind, came into view. Flower Golden Resort. I stared blankly at the distant, shining blue lights of the water park. Looking down, I saw only ruins. I had woken up in the ruined yellow zone. What is this? At that moment, click, the lights in the room I was in began to flicker back on. I realized I wasn't just in a simple room. Desk, chair, battered filing cabinet. Through the open door of the worn cabinet, I saw a huge machine. It was like a small office or management room. And on the desk was a single, formally presented sheet of paper. I approached and read the paper. Congratulations on your appointment as the new mascot of Flower Golden Resort. Note S. One Macney, youngest of the family, or most junior of the team, right arrow curving left. Chapter 171. New mascot. What kind of crazy nonsense is this now? I immediately recoiled from the desk, but nothing changed. Congratulations on your appointment as the new mascot of Flower Golden Resort. The message didn't change. And in the ruined manager's office of Flower Golden Resort, I was the only one there. Wearing a suit that made me look like a monster. Don't tell me, did they judge my disguised self as a ghost story resident and just straight up hired me as a mascot for cheerful theme park? It was a goosebump-inducing thought, but the logic didn't quite add up. This place was always meant for beings that aren't human anyway. Even if it's a ghost story, there's usually some internal logic. Assigning me as the mascot out of nowhere, as if I were being targeted, feels odd. There must be some reason. I recalled what I'd done the last time I entered this theme park. The already ruined yellow zone. I was the one who activated the gate to that place. So strictly speaking, I had reopened this resort. This is driving me nuts. I swallowed hard. So I became the mascot, me. I hurriedly checked my appearance, but it was still that combat suit with the monstrous look. Another hint. I inspected the desk again, where the card with the message had been placed. Next to the card was an ink bottle, and an old-fashioned quill pen stuck into it. Did they use this pen to write the congratulatory message? Thinking of the various ghost story gimmicks, I sat in front of the desk. Maybe if I politely wrote something like, "I respectfully decline," on the document with that pen, I could get out of this situation. But the moment I grabbed the pen, my hand started moving on its own, writing a message. Requirements to begin resort operations. Employees 3. This is insane. My hand kept scribbling. The sentences continued. The employment contracts should be in the desk drawer. And as it happens, there are visitors outside right now. If any of them are suitable, why not politely scout them? It was utter madness, but then... Visitors outside. Just then, this place, it's not even a real resort, is it? Voices came from outside the door. A chill ran down my spine as I looked at the closed door. The employees from Daydream Inc., who had drawn the yellow piece with me, had ended up here too. Damn it. I immediately got up and opened the door. Banged. As soon as the door opened and our eyes met, the employees started and stiffened, frozen in place. Hook. The only reason they didn't scream must have been their experience with explorations into the darkness. The two employees, eyes wide with tension and fear behind their masks, hesitantly backed up against the wall and looked up at me. At least Jang Hye-woon's face had turned pale, but he didn't press himself against the wall as obviously. Maybe Director Ho had told him who I was. Either way, my head throbbed. Inside the theme park, I couldn't get too far away from these people. Last time, the people who drew the same piece were also transported nearby. If you went further than a set distance, a rope would appear, put a noose around your neck, and you'd be strangled. For now, we have to stick together. And the escape method was obvious. Be the first team to ride all 3 fantasy attractions with your teammates and win spectacular prizes. Just ride 3 attractions and get a stamp from the mascot. The problem was, it seemed the mascot was me. Jang Hye-woon spoke to me. It doesn't look like there are any attractions to ride here. Should we try moving to another area to ride something? I looked back at Jang Hye-woon. Heek. For some reason, the other employees let out a sharp breath. But I agree. I just nodded slowly, and Jang Hye-woon, face still pale, nodded back. Then let's move. Phew. We stepped outside. The place we'd been was like a corner of the lobby attached to the largest building. We walked straight through the gloomy ruins of the resort, heading outdoors toward the gate. I took the lead, toward the very gate I'd escaped from last time. Why, you know the way, don't you? Shut up. Luckily, the gate I'd used last time was still in operation. The lights were flickering and looked unstable, but at least part of the gate was lit. Just as I'd left it. Welcome. And from the resort, just an entrance ticket for 3 attractions was enough to enter the theme park. But I stopped in front of the gate. I can't leave. The theme park mascots cannot leave their own zone. Cold sweat ran down my back. An overwhelming pressure pinned down my limbs. I can't interfere with other zones. That would be a horrific violation threatening my very existence. I can't, I caw. My bizarre identity, now defined as the mascot, was strangling me. But if I can't leave this place, I can't ride any attractions. There are no attractions in this ruined golden resort. Because it's a ruin. I looked at the gate that could lead to Blue Dream Water Park. Cold sweat trickled down my back. Even if I died and became a corpse, I don't think it would work. Of course, just imagining my corpse being dragged around by the others and going on rides in the blue zone gave me chills up to my scalp. But this isn't just a matter of whether I'm willing to accept such a miserable death. I can't even be sure you can drag a dead mascot into another zone. No, I have no idea what would even happen in this zone if the mascot died. Not for those people either. So, in that case, I looked at the company employees. Heek. The Harvest Mouse-masked employee's mouth was covered by the Ladybug-masked employee to keep him from screaming. Ignoring the sight with polite indifference, I blocked the path in front of the gate. And then pointed in one direction with my finger. Back to the room we started in. Are you not supposed to leave? Do we have to go back? Nod. If we go back, is there another way? Nod. The employees' faces turned pale as a sheet. And no way. So we just have to follow you, right? Is that it? The Ladybug-masked employee, holding back the Harvest Mouse-masked one, looked at me as they awkwardly shuffled backward. Damn. Still, I was relieved they listened. Suppressing a sigh, I headed back inside the building where we'd regained consciousness. And opened the office door I'd come out of. I stopped Jang Hye-woon, who was about to follow me in, and pointed at the worn-out door sign. Administrator area. Rule violation. No matter how I thought about it, letting them in was a bad idea. Banged. I slammed the door on purpose and went inside, shutting my eyes tight. Wow. This is seriously driving me insane. For a moment I even thought, what if I just take off this suit and get judged as human again? Maybe I'd lose my mascot qualifications. But on the other hand, being modified by the ghost story to fit the role could lead to a truly horrific ending. No, in creepypastas, that's the more standard outcome. In the end, judging from the hints so far, the only way for the group who drew the yellow piece to escape from cheerful theme park is this: to get the resort operating and make it possible to use 3 attractions. And what's needed is... I went back to the desk and looked at the document card. Requirements to begin resort operations. Employees 3. I opened the desk drawer. Inside were employment contracts, just as the document had said. Employment contract. I accept my employment at the Flower Golden Resort with gratitude and joy, and pledge my sincerity and my existence to the operation of a happy and joyful theme park. Employer. Employee. A chilling document, like something for illegal test subjects. No way am I letting it end like this. I immediately grabbed the pen and edited the contract. Employment contract. I accept my employment at the Flower Golden Resort and pledge my sincerity to the operation of a happy and joyful theme park. The employee may, at any time, safely return home if they wish to resign, and may refuse any action that threatens their safety. Employer. Employee. I erased as much as possible of the ambiguous parts that could be interpreted in multiple ways. Writing over the sentence is not allowed. The pen refused. I could barely manage to cross out and erase lines, and squeezed in some added provisions in small letters in a blank space. Then, holding the completed contract, the original document card, and the quill pen, I went back outside. Click. The staff, huddled in the hallway on high alert and whispering to each other, turned to look at me. Only Jang Hyo-eun stood a bit apart, as if he hadn't been included by the others, waiting quietly. Phew. I held out the employment contract to them. What's this? As if confirming something horrific, the employees stared at the contract with trembling eyes, then immediately froze in horror. Because I was telling them to get hired by the theme park. Why, you want us to sign this? Of course, signing an employment contract in a ghost story leads to a horrible disappearance more than half the time. Those who knew that had a different look in their eyes. The eyes of experienced people searching for a way out. I already have a job, so it's difficult to sign something like this right away. Could I have a moment to think about it? And me too, please, So, given time, they'd try to find a way to escape, or prepare some gear to temporarily overpower me the moment I let my guard down. If they're veterans in the field exploration team, they're bound to have at least one life-saving trick hidden. So I couldn't just wait for them. No choice. I silently stared at the person who spoke first. And then I stopped breathing. Instead of being drawn in with my breath, black smoke thickened around my suit. Smoke that wouldn't disperse began to flow heavily beneath the staff members' feet and around their waist. If you don't sign, something will happen. That was made clear to all 5 senses. So clear that, trying to buy time, they'd realize they might die right now. I lowered my face and looked down at employee Harvest Mouse. Up close, completely enveloped in black smoke and the dim glow of yellow lanterns, the staff member's hand shook. In the end, Harvest Mouse, tears streaming down his face, reached out to the paper and with trembling hands, took the pen I held out and signed in the employee section. Please don't write your real name. If they tried to, I was going to snatch it back and nudge him to write a nickname, but luckily, Harvest Mouse was what was written. Phew. I immediately inhaled and drew back the black smoke. Harvest Mouse sat down right there and pressed back against the wall, bowing her head to me. And while all this was going on, employee Ladybug, whose eyes were quivering as he watched, quietly started backing away. Then shoved Jang Hyo-eun and bolted down the hallway, trying to escape in a panic. But, as Ladybug ran, a rope wrapped around his neck and he collapsed. He tried to break away from the yellow group, so the yellow line strangled her neck. As I thought I was still recognized as a member of the yellow group, the rules of entry through the board game were still in effect. I suppressed a sigh and walked over to them. Fortunately, instead of running away again, The staff member knelt in the hallway. Sorry, I just thought I saw something over there. If it was a trespasser, I was going to chase them out, ha ha. I silently held out the employment contract again. He gulped, then eyes squeezed tightly shut, signed the document. Ladybug, good. And finally, Jang Hye-woon glanced up at my face for a moment, then hurriedly lowered his head and signed. Thank you. In this way, I got signatures on all 3 employment contracts. And last, employer, it was time to sign my name. I chose the most appropriate alias. Employer Golden. At that moment, whoosh, the employment contracts burst into flames and turned to ash. And the ashes stuck to the foreheads of all 3 people. Now on the foreheads of the Daydream Inc. employees, something like an ornate cursive letter G was engraved. I looked at the first document I'd brought from the room. As soon as I lifted the pen above it. Requirements to begin resort operations. Complete. The area began to tremble. The decrepit ruins we had been in collapsed, and something new emerged. A glittering golden light. A splendid and cozy corridor, surrounded on all sides by bright and beautiful wood and gold decorations. Elegant, small chandelier-style lights swayed from the ceiling, and at the end of the corridor, a grand and dazzling lobby appeared. A space where golden staircases like in a cartoon, magenta velvet, and sparkling yellow crystal ornaments bloomed like flowers. And then, Flower Golden Resort. The sign of Flower Golden Resort appeared in elegant script, revealing the glorious resort of cheerful theme park. Unfortunately, the guests were not suitable candidates, but I pitied these frail lower life forms and hired them. They may be unqualified to work as full-time staff at the Flower Golden Resort, but I expect them to do their best. The pen moved on its own. The document updated itself. With Black Square being insufficient, it was decided to begin temporary operation of the lobby and basic accommodations. May many guests find peaceful rest. And for the guests who come seeking rest, I resolved to show a friendly and cheerful appearance befitting a theme park. The moment that sentence was recorded, my appearance began to change. Something warm, soft, and suffocating began to wrap around me over my suit. With its soft fur, it naturally enveloped my entire body and formed a thick figure, as if it were my own skin. Before I knew it, I saw my reflection in the clean, shiny corridor window. There stood the mascot. With branch-like horns, a cat-like thing, stylized into a deformed, toy-like form. The new mascot suit of cheerful theme park. But it wasn't only me who was changing. The employees' bodies began to twist and transform, taking on the standard mascot form. Wait a minute. Gritting my teeth, I grabbed the pen with my stubby mascot paw and wrote on the document. However, for regular staff, wearing uniforms instead of mascot suits would better match the luxury of the resort. Hook. The transformation stopped. Instead, the employees' suits changed, becoming formal uniforms adorned with golden bodies. I withdrew my sweat-soaked hand. It seemed I could write things, as long as it didn't go against the operation of the resort. And I would be fine. My body hadn't actually turned into a mascot. I was just wearing the mascot costume. Probably. I took a deep breath and waddled out to the lobby. Horribly, there were already mascots with my appearance waiting there. Bellboys, cleaning staff, security, front desk, all kinds of uniforms. No, it was all me standing there. I would manage the resort as the mascot. I could do anything and be anything, as long as it was for the operation of the resort. Just as the text said, I could know whatever I wanted about what I was doing. I'm going to hurl. My stomach churned. This didn't feel like a human sensation. But I had to keep working. There was no other way right now. I approached the largest front desk in the lobby. Avoiding eye contact with the mascot standing at the reception, I scanned the desk. There was a golden stamp. No matter how I looked at it, it seemed to be a stamp for confirming attraction usage. It looked like, at the resort, you could get a stamp by using subsidiary facilities. This. I immediately tried to pick up the stamp and stamp the other people's wristbands, but a strong resistance stopped my hand. No. You absolutely cannot dare stamp the count for guests who haven't enjoyed an attraction yet. That would violate the operation rules. My breath got stuck in my throat. Instead, I handed them the guest book. The employees looked disoriented, clearly overwhelmed by a situation far outside the manual, but eventually wrote their nicknames in the guest book after seeing the stamp. I am fine, except for employee Ladybug. I stamped the guest book entries for Jang Hyun SSI and employee Harvest Mouse. Cheerful Fantasyland Ride Ticket Black Square. Cheerful Fantasyland Ride Ticket Black Square. It's real. The atmosphere brightened a little. Ladybug glanced over here with a look of mild regret, but didn't say anything for now. I'll set things up so he can come forward on his own later. For now, if he saw any chance to escape or incapacitate me, he'd surely take it, so dragging this out was dangerous. I'm not an actual security team member, and I don't possess any overwhelming, superhuman power. If I slip up, this could fall apart and end in death. I had to keep this group together as stably as possible. And besides, if we just stay here for 3 nights, would that count as the 3 attractions? It said 3 attractions, maybe if we changed room types each night. Wondering if there was a hint, I lifted the pen over the document. I should assign accommodations to the staff. And since they're guests today, let's use the ride tickets to let them stay in a fabulous suite. Yes, and the official opening is only after sunset. What? I'm quite looking forward to it. I stared blankly at the pen. Of course. Reopening the resort meant accepting guests. And the guests of this theme park were originally not human, which meant, after sunset, non-human entities would flood in here. I had to get out before that happened. Expansion. I needed to add attractions immediately. I had to open up more areas of the resort and find new attractions. A new page appeared in the document, and words began to write themselves. Requirements to expand resort facilities. Employees 3. Damn it. Where am I supposed to get 3 more? Anyone in the other zones, unless they're crazy, will just finish the rides at Blue Dream Water Park and escape. There's no reason for anyone to come here. I was anxiously biting my tongue when, if I started business as is, there was no telling what the guests would do. That would be a ghost story all on its own. At that moment, my pen moved again. Then let's establish the resort's rules of use before the official opening. As the mascot of this place, I must wholeheartedly decide what kind of place the Flower Golden Resort should be. Just as the red mascot pursues endless stimulation and slaughter. Just as the blue mascot values kindness and honor. My own mascot values. In that case, I immediately took up the pen. Flower Golden Resort rules of use. 1. Our resort is a dream destination for guests with courtesy and class. That's right. Please be sure to observe resort manners and etiquette. No troublemakers allowed. TN, the thing is, Solium used the word kochinsung, inus, over here, which could mean troublemaking guests, but also means the following. 1. Truth. 2. Reality. 3. Offering to the king. So, Japanese letter /. Side note, there weren't any specific mentions of Harvest Mouse employees' gender, so I'm only assuming they're male. Pronouns could change later, and if you see any inconsistencies, just let me know. I was flip-flopping between the pronouns in my head, so I might have missed a couple. Chapter 172. A few hours later. Fuck. The staff member wearing the ladybug mask was hiding in the restroom next to the resort lobby, gasping for breath as he wiped the sweat from beneath his neck. His vision was spinning. What is this? What the hell is all this? If this was a new darkness with no manual, he could have at least mentally prepared himself, but everything happening now was so abrupt that he couldn't keep up. I definitely entered as a guest. That damned security team monster became the mascot, and then dragged them into the ghost story. As employees of this place. And soon, this cheerful theme park resort zone would start its operations. Ladybug swallowed hard. Isn't there some way to sneak out? Steal the stamp and stamp the pass, then run for the gate. If I could just deal with the choking rope. At that moment, creak. The bathroom door opened, and someone entered. 2 field exploration team staff in resort uniforms. There you are, come out and get this. The Harvest Mouse staff member waved a piece of paper. After being utterly terrified by that security team monster, they'd changed somehow after the monster had actually stamped their ride ticket. Even when told to wait and freshen up before the opening, they'd really obeyed. It was as if, thinking maybe escape really was possible this way, they'd given up on resisting. Idiots! While trying to sneer at their slave mentality, Ladybug managed to reach out and take the paper. Flower Golden Resort Work Regulations. Welcome to our newly refurbished Dream Rest Space, our luxurious and cozy resort, where you will work as one family. Before today's work begins, please make sure to read and understand the following items. These are the guidelines for work, stacked in the staff room, assistant manager. Ladybug gulped and looked down at the document. 1. Please observe your assigned work hours. 2. Do not leave your post during work without permission. 3. In case of emergency, politely inform the mascot. The mascot will take care of everything. 4. During breaks, you may move freely within the resort, but please try to keep your uniform bow tie with you. In case of emergency, it will serve as your identification. 5. The mascot's office is a restricted area. Unless you are personally invited by the mascot, never enter otherwise. 6. 7. Do not attack the mascot. All damages will be charged as overtime. Regulations may be revised or added without prior notice. Employees are strongly encouraged to review the rules at all times to prevent improper responses or handling. Chilling, bizarre expressions. A ghost story written in the form of regulations. Fucking hell. Cold sweat trickled down Ladybug's back. He reluctantly grabbed the document with a trembling hand. As a supervisor managing similar darknesses in his own squad, he knew that there was a hint in here somewhere. But there were still too many uncertainties, as always with darknesses, so I'll have to make someone else break the rules and see what happens. He needed to check that. Concealing a calculating look, the employee glanced at the others. Then, with a suggestive tone, spoke. So what do you all think? I mean, these rules just popped up out of nowhere, right? Do you think it's just that security team mascot improvising on the spot? His voice lowered further. Do you get the feeling that guy is contaminated too, just making stuff up as he goes? Egging them on, the staff member continued. Hey, you're Mr. Bison, right? What do you think? About the mascot's condition. Jang Hyun, wearing a bison mask, quietly lowered his head as he read the work regulations. Well, how should I put it? I don't think he's a bad person. What did you say? Has this reject already been contaminated? The two employees exchanged glances for a moment, thinking that if need be, they could use this creepy branch office staff as bait. Jang Hyun, lost in thought, spoke up. This is my second time visiting this place. Even before, the theme park zones were divided between scary mascots and kind mascots. In other explorations recorded in the manual, it seemed like the mascots pursued various, values as well. So you're saying that one's kind. Not exactly kind, but if you think about a mascot like Magic Bunny, Recalling that time, Jang Hyun's face turned pale and he gagged. The staff in the ladybug mask silently sneered at him. Typical of a round-off team alum. Useless. Surviving and even getting promoted with that attitude must mean he was just lucky. Anyway, I think it's rather considerate to even provide us with rules like this. Oh, I see. Good. Look at that pointless optimism. He'll probably make a mistake soon, so I can observe the result. Concealing such gruesome calculations, Ladybug left the restroom for now. In that case, he should get his own stamp too. May as well take what he could. If he had to spend the night in this darkness, staying here seemed like it would give him the highest chance of survival. Excuse me. He carefully approached the mascot, standing motionless at the front desk. Since it was a basic mascot costume with no accessories, this was probably the real security team monster transformed. Bowing as politely as possible, he spoke. Acting arrogant in a ghost story is basically foreshadowing your own death. If it's all right with you, I'd like to use this ride ticket to stay at the resort tonight as well. The round, black eyes of the yellow mascot stared at him silently. Completely black. Strangely, the yellow light above that black, gas lamp-like face came to mind. just as cold sweat started to bead at the nape of the ladybug-masked staff's neck. Cheerful Fantasyland ride, ticket Black Square. The mascot permitted him to write his work name in the guest register and stamped it. Thank you. But, SOON. The ladybug snapped his head up in surprise. The mouth of the theme park mascot, creepy in its cuteness, did not move. It was a mascot suit after all. But a voice echoed through the lobby. OPEN. And the monster began to assign staff to positions. GETREADY. Jang Hil-woon was assigned as the assistant front desk attendant and stood beside the counter, while Harvest Mouse, assigned as a cleaner, went to the back of the lobby. The ladybug gulped and quickly looked around. Then the remaining position was security. The mascot approached him. No way, that looked like the most dangerous post. He instinctively spoke up. I'm better with my head than my strength. If I could be assigned to a different position, I think I'd be able to demonstrate my abilities better. What he was aiming for was Jang Hil-woon's position. It makes sense for me to take the position with a higher chance of survival, rather than the one who gags at the sight of gore. Pretending not to be obvious, Ladybug sneaked a glance at the front desk spot where Jang Hil-woon was. The mascot silently stared at him, and then began to guide him to the spot he'd been eyeing, the front desk. Success, he'd gotten the spot. The ladybug's heart pounded as if it would burst. But, HERE, the position he was assigned to was the desk next to the front. The one taking room service requests by phone. Damn it. Room service in a ghost story. Just the thought of the kinds of requests that might come in was horrifying. Ladybug clenched his teeth, but he couldn't ask the mascot for another reassignment. Becoming the first to stubbornly demand something meant there was a 50% chance he'd end up dead. Meanwhile, the mascot moved away and walked off. THRED. The mascot stood at the reception desk, the position for directly receiving and checking in guests. TWO. The golden sun was setting outside the window. ONE. When the mascot at the desk looked at the entryway, the standard issue mascots standing there reached for the glass doors. And then, RESORTOPEN. The doors opened. Music plays, and the laughter of children fills the lobby. It's the background music of cheerful theme park. WELCOME. The mascots all bow in unison toward the open doors. The Flower Golden Resort was now officially open for business. I realized something. Being able to communicate in words is truly precious, even if those words are in that bizarre mascot-style yellow speech. I never thought I'd say this myself. At least the atmosphere is set. Suppressing a sigh, I squeezed my eyes shut inside the mascot suit, then opened them. I looked over at the employees. I've assigned everyone to the posts where they can get by with the least effort while shifting as much responsibility as possible. They must have learned the work rules well. I fought with the pen to write them. I could only hope that they'd use their heads and work sensibly. If they worked too hard, though, they could end up subjected to something outrageous by a ghost or monster. But if they slacked off enough to be noticed, I have no idea how the resort will react. I swallowed and looked at the wide-open resort doors, and at the newly added clause in the document. Requirements to expand resort facilities. Employees 3. Satisfied guests 30. Either way, it had to be operated. No matter what, I need to fill 30 satisfied guests to open the next area. Even if I somehow trick or force the 3 employees, there's no way around the second requirement. For now, I have to endure. At least for today. And. Through the open doors of the resort, guests finally begin to enter. They were carrying souvenirs from other parts of the theme park. I tried not to imagine what those souvenirs might be made from. But, why am I excited? My guests. As soon as I recognized them as official guests of this wonderful resort, my heart inside the mascot suit started pounding. No. I desperately suppressed the feeling and greeted the first arriving guests. At a glance, they looked like an ordinary, happy family. Their hair was wet, as if they'd just had a great time at the water park. Hello, please give us a room. If only their heads, bellies, and hips weren't crushed, and their organs weren't a mess from being squeezed by something like a tire. It was obvious the entire family had died in a horrific accident together. Who? I assigned them to a deluxe room and added an extra bed for the child. Dad, are we really sleeping at the amusement park this time? That's right, my dear Black, you can finally get to play one more day at the amusement park. Blood dripped onto the counter, then was reabsorbed into their mashed organs. Face pale, Jang Hyo-un covered his mouth, but got through it by bowing deeply as if to greet them. Thank you. As the guests headed for the elevator, Jang Hyo-un let out a faint sigh of relief. I lifted a mascot paw and patted his head. Goodjob. Thank you. Jang Hyo-un bowed his head, then, for some reason, raised his eyes with a bit of sparkle and started handling his duties with more enthusiasm. I told you not to work too hard. In any case, the process of assigning rooms to various strange guests continued after that. There were more guests than expected. It was as if they had all been waiting for the grand opening. And they all handed over the same kind of currency. I rolled it in my front paw. Colorful plastic coins. These look like pieces from the cheerful theme park board game. Right, they were like the plastic game tokens used in board games. On the front, a strange language. On the back, the theme park logo. Most of them were blue. I decided to keep them. Since it was currency that's being used to pay for the rooms, I figured I'd need them at some point. After sending off 3 or 4 groups, I finally caught my breath. Kriyak. A strange sound started coming from the door. The sound of a balloon rubbing against glass. A magic bunny balloon. Holding a bright red balloon and dragging its feet, it approached me, looked up, and spoke rapidly and precisely. Hello, I'd like to stay one night. A quiet room. A room no one can find. A room where I can die, please. I am sorry, guest, but in our resort, acts that violate public morals are strictly prohibited. Hyo-un SSI. Seriously, you really don't have to work that hard. I hurriedly pulled out an information leaflet I'd kept under the desk and handed it over to the figure in front of me. One so inhuman, it could barely be mistaken for a person anymore. It was a notice derived from the resort usage regulations. Flower Golden Resort is a space for happiness. Please refrain from any actions that would make other guests or employees uncomfortable. The mascot determines the standards of happiness. Dying is my joy, dying is my joy. It was causing a scene. Violation of resort usage rules. The standard mascots ran over and grabbed the troublesome guest by the arms, dragging them out the door. Through the back door. Phew. That's done. Anyway, I'd protected the resort safely. If I can keep this up, this should work right. Yes. Let's keep enduring like this. A safe horror story resort filled only with dignity and class. At about the same time, Blue Dream Water Park. We got all the stamps. Let's get out of here. The field exploration team employees who had drawn the blue pieces had finished riding all 3 attractions and were ready to leave. This is a piece of cake. Birang sushi, it's that easy. Since there were already exploration records for this place, and the rules in Blue Dream Water Park weren't too difficult, they had finished the work comfortably. They went to look for the exit. It's closed. Maintenance ongoing. A sign was posted on the main gate, blocking access. What's going on? Where should we go to get out? Perplexed but very carefully, they addressed the blue mascot standing beside the gate. The mascot pointed in a direction. Thank you. They hurried away. Every time they passed a mascot, it raised its hand and pointed them the right way. So fucking kind. Wouldn't it be great if all the other darknesses were like this? As the 2 snickered, the lizard mask employee quietly watched his surroundings and followed. The path gradually led them to the outskirts, into a beautiful garden. Oh, this looks newly built, smells like fresh paint. And at the end of the garden path, there was a gate. Beyond the gate, dazzling lights could be seen. At the end of a line of golden streetlights, there was a huge, gorgeous hotel-like building shining brilliantly. The field exploration team members instinctively realized. The yellow zone. That wasn't in the previous explorations. The blue mascot standing next to the gate quietly watched them, then held something out. Hua, special lottery event. It was a board with thick, small slips of paper attached, covering their contents, the kind where you peel off a slip to see what's inside. The employees gulped. If it's here. Yeah, should be fine. This area was supposed to be a good place, so maybe they could get a useful item. That'd be a huge gain. Might as well take a shot at it. They figured they must be lucky, since they'd managed to avoid that monstrous security team employee today. And besides, they'd be leaving soon anyway. In the end, unable to resist their greed, they reached out and peeled off slips. Oh, I won. Aw dang blank. And the one standing at the very back quietly reached out and peeled a slip off the board. Y-O-U. I-K-N-O-W-Y-O-U. Lee Jae-hyun looked up and met the gaze of the Blue Dragon mascot. They had once faced each other at Death Lane. But the mascot didn't stop him from taking part in the lottery. G-O-O-D. So Lee Jae-hyun reached out and drew a slip. Winner. He accepted the prize that the mascot handed him. It was a coupon that looked like a printed ticket. Flower Golden Resort. Deluxe room, 1 night accommodation voucher. Experience review required. He looked up at the Flower Golden Resort, its golden lights shining brilliantly. Chapter 173. The first day of resort operations is proceeding smoothly. Though inside the mascot suit, I was sweating cold bullets. There are just too many problem guests. To be precise, they're not just problem guests, but the sort of terrifying, ominous beings you'd expect to see in a horror movie. 1 out of every 3 guests was like that. Please give me room 404. It absolutely has to be room 404 and never ever come looking for me. Let's burn Todeth Dojer. There sure are a lot of elevators here. And I'm starting to realize that it's honestly easier when they just make it this obvious. Because, gradually, the room service desk is getting flooded with bizarre requests. Calls that are hung up abruptly, pretending to desperately ask for help, and then bursting out in wild laughter when you point out something strange, and bizarre, incomprehensible tales of a religious judgment day that no human could understand. Scary as hell. This is just a Neapolitan ghost story hotel. Save me, I'm going to lose it. Still, the only consolation is that today is almost over. It looks like today's check-ins will soon be finished. Let's check the results of the first day's opening after business ends. Looks like the theme park is nearing closing time too. Except for the night shift, the resort seems to close together with the theme park. Far outside the window, fireworks were going off. It seemed like the red zone, the Magic Bunny zone, had some horrific and fun parade, because I could hear guests gossiping in disappointment about having missed it. That insane red zone, I guess it's still operating just fine. For once, I'm glad mascots can't leave their own zones. And I realized something else. A significant number of these problematic guests coming to the resort had spent most of their time in the Magic Bunny zone. For example, even now. Excuse me, I don't have eyes, and if I don't have eyes, I can't close my eyes, so I can't sleep, so there's no point in renting a room. Give me eyes, eyes. One moment, allow me to check our inventory. You have some, you have them, don't you? You're holding on to them. Hook. Get lost. I barely managed to rescue Jang Ho-eun, who was about to have his eyeballs yanked out, and chased that horrifying thing out the front door. Eyes EYDS. That thing with empty eye sockets blinking all over its body, wailed as it was forced out by a standard mascot's intimidation. The employee wearing the Harvest Mouse mask, working as a cleaner, was hunched up in a corner while half-heartedly sweeping, as if wishing he could disappear from this place. It made sense. If I weren't wearing the mascot suit, I might have fainted too. Can't I spot them ahead of time and just refuse them entry? I wanted to kick all the troublemakers out before they even made it inside. 3 more provisions had already been added to the staff work regulations because of this. As I was considering what method to use during a lull in check-in guests. A guest burst through the glass door. Save me. No, maybe it wasn't a guest. A field exploration team employee wearing a weasel mask spotted the ladybug-masked employee sitting at the room service call desk and sprinted over, clinging to him desperately. Assistant manager, please save me. I tried to go out through the gate, but I can't get out. Excuse me, I'm not sure what you mean. No matter what I do, I can't leave. I can't go back into the blue zone either. I was told my ride ticket has already been used. Please save me. Please, please. I apologize, dear guest. The ladybug-masked staff politely disentangled himself and pointed toward the front desk. I'm not a concierge, so if you have questions about the exit, please inquire at the front desk over there. The weasel-masked employee stiffened, creaked as he turned his head and met my eyes. Welcome. Comehre. Don't worry, I'm an ally. But the weasel-masked staff tried to turn and run out the glass doors. No, if you do that, where do you plan to sleep? I mean, how did you even make it over here in the first place? Did you cross the gate without getting your ticket stamped? At that moment, just then, a guest entering the lobby grabbed hold of the fleeing weasel-masked employee. It's Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun. Ah no, why is the squad leader here instead of leaving? Dragging the sobbing staff by the scruff of the neck, Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun strode up to the front desk and looked straight at me before greeting me. Hello. Hi. May I use this? He held out something like a small, rectangular paper badge. It was a lodging coupon. WHEREDIDYOUGETTHT. The Blue Dream Waterpark mascot is handing them out as event prizes. Well, why would it do something like that? No, more importantly, was it even allowed to do that without permission? Absent-mindedly, I reached for the paperwork hidden under the front desk. The pen started moving on its own again. It seems like the Blue Dream mascot is holding an unauthorized experience review event. Is this meant to be a welcome gesture? It's almost an overreach, but since they're mascots from the same theme park, I decided to let it slide this time. Even though there was no such plan, it should at least help with publicizing the resort's opening. Is this really necessary? And it seems like that mascot pledged to personally cover the cost of all the lodging coupons issued. Holding back a sigh, I struggled to keep the pen from moving on its own as I filled out the form. I resolved to accept only the price with the insider discount applied. Let's just maintain a good relationship. No matter how you look at it, it's a gesture of goodwill. But how do I receive it? I can't get over to that area myself. If you go near the gate that leads to the Blue Dream Waterpark zone during park operating hours, you should be able to meet the mascot. Thanks for letting me know that. I stifled another sigh as I finished the paperwork. As I took the coupon, I met the round, expressionless eyes of the lizard in front of me once again. No, shouldn't you be leaving? WHYREYOUGHERE. The Blue Dream Waterpark currently has all its other gates closed for maintenance. Only the gate leading to this resort is open. What the hell? No wonder there have been so many guests since opening day. Why are they sending us all the overflow? And anyone who receives an event coupon cannot leave. It seems they're considered to not have used up all their ride tickets. So they're saying we haven't enjoyed the theme park enough. That must be why squad leader Lee Jae-hyun and the employee he's dragging can't leave either. WELCOME. At any rate, I can't just let them disappear in a closed theme park after hours. I took the coupon from the sniffling employee and gladly assigned both Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun and the weasel-masked staff a deluxe room. I even had a standard mascot escort them to their room. I'd better assign them to a floor with only quiet guests. That includes our employees, too. Please, let's hope none of them turn up as corpses the next morning. Mr. Mascot. Then, during a brief lull in guest check-ins, Jang Ho-woon whispered quietly. Thank you for helping. ITSOKY. Honestly, it's amazing that even after being forced into an employment contract, he's still thankful to his employer for a little help. How did you survive in Daydream Inc.? It was the moment I looked at Jang Ho-woon with a hint of pity. The background music in the theme park changed. A lively ending song. See you again next time, Tilda. One by one, the dazzling lights of the theme park, so bright and glorious from the window, began to turn off. Bit by bit all across the park. Business hours are over. Theme park operations ground to a stop. The standard mascots close and lock the lobby's glass doors. At that moment, let USINNN. More than a dozen figures rushed madly at the glass doors and began pounding on them. They must be theme park visitors who didn't make it out in time. But the lobby doors would not open. The standard mascots simply waved goodbye to them in the friendly manner of theme park mascots. Blood began to stain the glass, and those whose hands had been smashed weep loudly, banging or slamming their heads against the doors. But still, the doors would not open. And now, the lights of the resort street lamps start going out. Tick, 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 tick. The guests outside, staring in terror as the lights go out one by one in the distance, eventually flee somewhere as if being driven away by the darkness. Where they're going, I have no idea either. My heart was pounding. Meanwhile, the great chandelier in the lobby also went dark. Only the gentle glow of the gas lamps remained, softly and warmly wrapping the resort lobby. Today's operations have ended. A cool sigh, a mix of fear and relief, escaped my lips. End of day one. Either way, I endured. GOODJOB. At my words, the employees collapsed to the floor as if their legs had given out or bowed their heads deeply. NOW. RESTTIME. Only the night shift remains. Everyone else go turn in. For the record, I'm the one taking the night shift. It seems mascots don't need to sleep. Hick. If something happens, this is probably for the best. It's terrifying, but I'll endure. If I force someone else to do it because I'm scared, the resort could fall into chaos. I assigned rooms to each employee, their exhaustion plain on their faces. Please get a good rest. Please just put aside any pointless curiosity and sleep. After sending everyone off, I stayed in the lobby alone for a moment before returning to the administrator's office. I considered taking off the mascot suit for a second, but I held back, worried that I might lose my mascot status if I did. And strangely enough, the suit is starting to feel more and more comfortable. It's like being wrapped in a down comforter. It's a bit heavy and stuffy, but bearable. In the end, I sat down at my office desk and picked up my pen. It was time to settle today's operations. Day 1 performance. Visitors, 78. Guests, 45. Rooms used, 27. Satisfied guests, tallying. Revenue, cheerful coins, x 51. Cheerful coins. Are those the plastic tokens I got as payment? I asked a standard mascot to bring the coins to the office. Sure enough, there were 51. Looks about right. And if this is based on a board game, coins like these usually have a use somewhere. Should I try buying resort supplies with cheerful coins? Or, alternatively, it may be possible to upgrade or remodel resort facilities. I decided I'd choose whichever option would help operations the most. I crossed my arms. It was a bit awkward, but I managed. If I want to make this resort safe, I really need to block those problem guests ahead of time. So what method would be the most effective? If I can do some changes to the resort, then it's actually a simple matter. Just make it so they can't come in. I started adding another item under the existing resort rules. 2. For the peaceful rest of all guests, all disruptive behavior is prohibited within the resort. All amenities, welcome gifts, and services are provided immediately upon check-in. After that, you can enjoy a dignified and peaceful rest in your room without disturbance from anyone. Strict social distancing. It's like acting like one of those clothing stores where not soliciting customers is the main selling point. With that, I can naturally add this line. If you disturb the peaceful rest of other guests, your room stay may be canceled. But this is a resort attached to a theme park. Saying you've had plenty of fun at the amusement park, so now it's time to get a good rest, is plausible enough. But if I'm not careful, there might be lots of complaints about lack of service or boredom. I need to pay attention to guest satisfaction too, since adding new facilities and earning more stamps to escape depends on it. All right. I decided to use cheerful coins to purchase the highest quality amenities and welcome gifts. In addition, I'll replace all the bedding in the guest rooms with the very best. I'm going with the freebie meta. Facility investment. That's for mascots who plan to run this place long-term. For a mascot like me who just wants to milk guest satisfaction as much as possible and bail, it's irrelevant. Let's just spend all the game money. Who? But where am I supposed to find more staff, seriously? Even the people who used coupons to check in today are all going to run away tomorrow unless they're crazy. There's no answer, For now, I'll just focus on picking out supplies. And so the night shift hours passed by. Less than an hour before Kim So-lium's frenzied shopping spree for supplies. Lee Jae-hyun took the antique wooden elevator up in Flower Golden Resort and was assigned a room on the 3rd floor. The standard mascot who'd guided him opened the door for him, then waved a few times in a somewhat friendly manner before politely disappearing. And so he was left alone in the room. As is often the case with hotel-style accommodations, it was a bit narrow but fitting for a theme park. It was a Baroque-style atmospheric room. Brass decorations and glass ornaments faintly reflected the dim light. He passed by the crystal stand lamp and headed for the bed. On the nightstand was a beautiful information sheet, engraved with golden flowers. Information guide for guest, Lizard Nim. We sincerely welcome you, our valued guest, to Flower Golden Resort, a fantastic place of rest. To help ensure your comfortable and pleasant experience, we have prepared a simple resort information guide. We hope you enjoy all the delights this resort has to offer. Beneath that was item number 1, which could be summed up as a request to be polite and respectful. And then, Lee Jae-hyun's gaze drifted downward. On the information sheet, a second item was being added in real time. 2. For the peaceful rest of all guests, all disruptive behavior is prohibited within the resort. And at that moment, knock, knock, knock. Someone knocked on the door. Without hesitation, Lee Jae-hyun set the paper down and walked to the door. The knocking didn't stop, coming more and more rapidly. Knock, knock, knock. Click. He opened the door without a second thought. If Kim So-lium was here to witness it, he might have torn all his hair out, wondering if he should have included, ignore all requests to open the door as a rule. But Lee Jae-hyun was unperturbed. And the person standing outside his room was, good evening, sir. The employee wearing the bison mask. Jang Hyo-woon. Though his shift was over and he'd changed out of his uniform and back into a suit, the gold bow tie was still tucked into the breast pocket of his jacket. He glanced nervously and anxiously down the hallway, but quickly spoke up again. Sorry for the sudden visit, Section Chief. The reason I came is... With a look of determination, he raised his head. Would you consider working at this resort? We need more staff. Lee Jae-hyun stared at him with his vertical pupils. The next morning, I'd like to work at this resort. The yellow mascot, who had been carrying welcome gifts, dropped them all onto the floor with a crash. Chapter 174. A lizard becoming a theme park employee. No, for real. Kim So-lium stared blankly at Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun, who had, instead of suddenly checking out this morning, firmly expressed a desire to be hired. Relly. Yes. And in a flash he finished signing the employment contract. Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun, now wearing the uniform really, truly. It suits him. With that lizard appearance, he genuinely looked the part of a theme park employee. Is it over there? Why, yes. Naturally assigned to security, Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun ended up working near the main entrance. Please take care of getting rid of the problem guests. By the way, standing next to him, Jang Hyo-woon was staring awkwardly at the suite room voucher in his hand. That's right, I'd already heard it was all Jang Hyo-woon's doing. To tell you the truth, last night I went to see Section Chief Lizard and asked him for help. We're short on staff at the resort and we can't leave. And so, Jang Hyo-woon was promoted to HR manager. So it was a multi-level promotion structure. But since everyone was just trying to get through and escape, nobody cared. However, Kim So-lium couldn't shake a faint sense of dissonance. How did he know? That more staff were needed to escape the resort, I mean. Well, it just seemed natural. I figured since we needed 3 employees to run the resort and get a stamp, the next requirement would be similar. That is, that we'd need more manpower. It was quite the deduction, but the strange feeling lingered, so Kim So-lium decided to remember it. Anyway, it's a good thing. If it's Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun, it's not strange for a human being with such values, well, alien, but still, to step in for the sake of everyone's survival. Just like that, they were a step closer to escaping. However, there was someone watching this with growing anxiety. Damn it. Ladybug's eyes darted around. Now that a manual had appeared for dealing with the crazy room service requests, making the job a little more doable, he started plotting something else. Standing out in a ghost story is always dangerous, but falling behind and getting left out of success is also a direct survival problem. He looked at Jang Hyun in the bison mask and barely held back a curse. Isn't he just trying to save only himself? Ghost stories where only those who meet some bizarre criteria survive are practically a cliché. No way. In the end, he convinced the weasel-masked employee who'd come during checkout time, through lies and veiled threats, to sign an employment contract. The things he said were along the lines of, if you don't become staff, you can't leave. That's why Section Chief Lizard is working here too. Terrified, the weasel-masked employee on the verge of panic approached the mascot. This is it. Ladybug was secretly hoping he'd be promoted too. Youmigo. But the yellow mascot simply told employee Weasel he could leave. After staring intently for a moment, just thump. Shit. Does that mean I'm useless? Still, since Weasel managed to get hired by clinging on, he was somewhat satisfied. Looks like we have another guinea pig, who? At that moment, the standard mascots suddenly appeared and began installing something in the center of the lobby. LOOK. A giant capsule machine had appeared in the middle of the lobby. For a moment, Ladybug forgot to say anything, and just stared blankly at the dazzling, glittering glass ornament that looked like a gigantic Christmas tree. What is this even? As if to explain, a colorful sign was attached to the front. Welcome gift capsule draw. Meet wonderful items to enhance your relaxation. Inside, like a giant snow globe, it was filled with wrapped presents. Guests could press a button to draw a gift from inside. Inside the yellow mascot suit, Kim Solium watched with satisfaction. Gacha never fails to trigger dopamine. Incidentally, the special gifts were wrapped in gold, and if you drew one, your room was upgraded to the top-floor suite. And besides, there weren't any blanks. Every prize was a good one, so there's no way people wouldn't like it, ha ha ha. Take this and just have a nice, quiet stay in your rooms, please. The yellow mascot threw out bribes like confetti in all directions. Oh my, it's so sparkly. I love sparkly things. Can I draw one? Yes. GIFT. And that wasn't the end. For each guest, for whatever reason, room upgrades were being handed out. What is this? Truly a giveaway-style operation. Ladybug looked at the mascot in confusion and bewilderment. And realized, is this a ploy to charm guests and pressure them into lingering at the theme park, to raise its own status as the resort's owner? No, it's not. Kim Solium, who was running this as a variety show-style board game, betting all the coins on escape, looked at the guests with satisfaction. Incidentally, starting today, there was even a sign right on the lobby's glass door, a space for tranquil rest. It seemed to work, as some problem guests were getting screened out right at the entrance. Good. The yellow mascot let out a sigh of relief, picturing a pretty decent future. It felt like they were finally getting a handle on how to run the resort on day 2. But just before closing that day, an unexpected incident began to unfold. I looked at the prospective staff in front of me, at a hopeful guest who had run out of money. The person whose eyes were sunken but who still looked human anxiously rummaged through their pockets, then began to sob. I don't have any monies. Oh. I held out my hand in welcome and spoke kindly. THEN. WORK. Labor counts too. But instead, the person bolted for the front entrance. I was even planning to let them camp out in the lobby. I could only hope that they'd hurry up and leave the park before business hours were over. I clicked my tongue and looked at my front paw. Recruiting even one last person, it's hard. Failed to hire in lieu of lodging fee. Still, I figured if I kept at it, at least one more person would get roped in. How much longer will it take? I was starting to feel a little anxious at how much time it was taking, but I suppressed it. This isn't the time to panic in fear. I'm a mascot right now. And then, see you again next time, Tilda. It's closing time again. Theme park operations have ended. End of day 2. Alia. It's the resort. The last guests rushed in through the doors, and the standard mascots began to prepare to close, lining up on both sides. Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun was apparently still being trained, as the standard mascot wielding the baton had him standing behind, giving instructions. The chief as a rookie, as I was thinking about how it was a rather amusing sight at that moment. Thud. Someone forcefully pushed through the glass doors and appeared in the lobby. Welko Heek. Next to me, I heard Jang Hyo-un gasp and struggle not to throw up. I also at first thought it was a monster. A lump of flesh with human arms sprouting in place of its own. But on closer inspection, it was a small person dragging two others along by each hand. You could have called it a gruesome sight, if what they were holding in both arms hadn't been corpses, with every limb broken and head smashed, dragged along like trash. Whoop! Harvest Mouse, who had been cleaning, clapped a hand over his mouth. This was pure fear, not of the supernatural, but a primal terror for survival. Leaving two thick trails of blood behind, it barreled through the other guests and approached the front desk at terrifying speed. Wait. Instead of fear, a strange emotion welled up. Displeasure. You shouldn't cut in line. Isn't that quite rude? And what reason is there for blatantly dirtying the floor like that? If they'd left the corpses in the lobby or asked the standard mascots, they would have been courteously ushered. How lacking in class. This does not suit our resort. The standard mascots and I all stared at it together. However, this odd and sudden displeasure vanished the moment our eyes met at the front desk. The small, blood-soaked figure, gasping for breath, looked up at me at the front desk. One room, please. A dolphin mask. It was Supervisor Lee Seong-hee of the elite team. Why are you here? Weren't you supposed to have left yesterday? Why are you still here and more than that? How did you even survive the night? In the closed theme park, dragging two dead bodies behind you. Wait a minute. I managed to get a good look again at the horrifying bodies in Lee Seong-hee's hands. Masks and suits. They were the teammates who, like Lee Seong-hee, had drawn the red piece. A chill ran down my spine. They died, so she had to carry them. If you let physical distance grow, you get strangled to death. It felt strange somehow, but as a mascot, I responded with polite service. ROOMFED. Thud thud. Supervisor Lee Seong-hee dropped the corpses on the floor and held out to me a small, blood-stained, golden object. How about this? It was pure gold. Probably something that used to be a decorative item, now broken up. Gold, huh? If it were the old me, I would have gladly accepted it, thinking what a windfall this was when funds were tight. But as a mascot, I can't do that. Who? NOTHIS. I took out a plastic coin, a cheerful coin from under the desk, and showed it. But Supervisor Lee Seong-hee didn't react. Of course, it looked like she didn't have any coins. In that case, THEN, WNTTOWORK. Maybe it'll work this time. I nervously watched her mouth. Lee Seong-hee opened her mouth. Sure. Well, but both of my legs are fractured, so is it okay if I do a desk job, hee. How can you say that so cheerfully? Now that I look, she probably cut the line because she could barely move, not out of any awareness of others. In any case, she really needs to rest for now. I'll ask for the details tomorrow. HERE. I quickly handed over the employment contract, and Lee Seong-hee carefully read through it. But there's no salary clause. Right, from an employee's perspective, that's the most important part. Things have just been so hectic. We built this resort out of ruins and started normal business in half a day, after all. JUSTMOMENT. I quickly scribbled on the back of the employment contract. The employee is entitled to guaranteed accommodation while working at this resort. And on top of that, furthermore, if the employee works until all 3 resort facilities are operating successfully, they may take one item of their choice from the souvenir shop that will open in the future. That way, you can at least get an item. It's worth a try. I don't know if a real souvenir shop will ever open, but given what happened in other theme park zones, it was a reasonable guess. Oh, nice. Supervisor Lee Seong-hee checked every line, then cheerfully signed her name after receiving the pen. Employee Dolphin. At that moment, something amazing happened. The traces of blood vanished from Lee Seong-hee's body, a clean uniform covered her, and her messy, tangled hair was neatly tied back. Over the most badly injured body parts, buckles or stickers in the style of the mascot appeared, adding the kind of decoration you'd expect from a theme park employee. As if it were magic. Oh! Supervisor Lee Seong-hee bounced on the spot and raised both hands. My body feels light. That's a relief. It seems it's not just about putting on the uniform, but about giving you the appearance of an employee so you can work properly. Good. Now, since I have to process the next guests, I was about to show Supervisor Lee Seong-hee to her room. She was trying to pick up the corpses again? No. No. You'll get your uniform dirty. Seriously creepy. I suppressed a shudder as I looked at the two corpses Lee Seong-hee had tossed carelessly on the floor. Then I pointed with my finger. Leavethem. If I leave them, I'll die. Insidtheresort. Itsokay. Strictly speaking, all my employees are essentially part of me, since we're all mascots. So while working as employees, inside the resort, we seem to be recognized as a single group. That's why everyone is able to work in their respective positions right now. And as for the corpses of teammates from the same group, it looks like they automatically became part of my domain. They're mine now. I watched as the standard mascots took the two corpses and carried them off somewhere. Let's not worry about what happens next. It's bad for my mental health, and I don't have the mental bandwidth to care about that right now. Let's focus on the living. Today. Rest. I handed Lee Seong-hee a welcome gift I hadn't yet put in the machine. It was a golden flower-scented candle that cures insomnia. Oh. She watched the tiny flame in the air, tracing the shape of a golden flower, and soon smiled softly. You're such a good mascot. Thankyou. Lee Seong-hee raised both fists into the air. It looked like a dolphin doing a cheer. So where do I work starting tomorrow? Well, about that, I bet she'd be amazing at filtering out problem guests. But she also seems like the type who would openly fight, or even try to kill guests making unreasonable demands. I decided to put her assignment on hold. WITFORNOW. Yes. Because it's just about time for new positions to emerge. Resort expansion. After closing time that day. Day 2 performance. Visitors 102. Guests 67. Rooms used 41. Satisfied guests 33/45. Revenue cheerful coins x 62. There we go. I managed to get a decent report card. The satisfaction rate was good even on the first day. It looks like I'll be able to confirm tomorrow just how effective the new social distancing theme, which started today, will be. What's important is, now I can expand the facilities. I looked at the document. Requirements for resort facility expansion. Staff 3 complete. Satisfied guests 30 complete. Requirements to expand resort facilities. E complete. S complete. The opening proceeded smoothly. The guests are generally satisfied, and the top reason seems to be that it's a theme park-style accommodation. I'm looking forward to seeing what results come from the new bedding and welcome gifts purchased with revenue investment. And it looks like this resort is now ready to open a new facility. Which facility should I open? I'm pondering the options below. I looked at the pen moving as if flying in my hand. The words I'd expected filled the page. Spa, restaurant, fitness center, swimming pool. It's easy since I thought this through in advance. Let's see. Given the personalities of the current staff and the clichés of ghost stories. This is it. I circled one facility with my pen. Spa, restaurant, fitness center, swimming pool. Restaurants are a classic horror story setting. Fitness centers have a gore risk, and the swimming pool overlaps with the blue zone, so I have no idea what kind of incident might break out. So it has to be the spa. Everyone just go have a sauna and a massage. I was pleased and satisfied. Incidentally, this choice would bring about a completely unforeseen event. 2 days later, a resort's number of guests would explode by a factor of 7. And, on that same day, the first death would occur. Chapter 175. The morning of the third day since the opening of Flower Golden Resort dawned. 1 hour before the lobby doors opened at 9 a.m., the employees who had come to work gathered in the lobby to hear the mascot's briefing. And today, once again, something extraordinary happened. Overthere. The mascot pointed to the resort's left window. Beyond it, you could still see part of the resort area that was in ruins. Business. Stort. And the moment the mascot declared it, the ruins beyond the window began to reconstruct themselves. Broken glass swirled together to form a dome, with gold accents glittering in the seams. Inside, it's filled with dazzling golden flowers. Steam rose from above, and a glass hallway extended from the resort building, breaking through the window and forming a door that connected them. Standard mascots rushed out and put up an elegant sign overhead. Healing Golden Spa. All the staff widened their eyes at the golden glass greenhouse. From this view, it looked like a marvelous place straight out of a fairy tale, but it was not meant for humans. If a human entered with no information and tried to enjoy the spa, black square goes missing. Bones removed from all limbs, later found in the recycling area, such horrific endings would fit perfectly here. Even the oils used were like that. The spa's featured oils were carefully selected from the finest ingredients. Sun orange, grape, fig, Everfarm's apple juice, blood of 18-year-old black square from MT. Black, vascular juice of bipedal primates, and so on. Recalling the sample spa introduction with such phrases, Kim Solium felt lightheaded. It's the perfect place to die. So after much thought, he introduced an emergency measure. That was automation. At Healing Golden Spa, all massages are performed by highly professional, self-aware plants, customized for each guest. Every massage at this spa was now done automatically by these bizarre greenhouse installations. Kim Solium had poured coins into the place to sever any possible connection between this perilous facility and the staff. In the process, the spa only became more grotesque, but there were no regrets. No more new Neapolitan-style ghost story rules, please. The theme of guaranteed private rest for our valued guests proved useful once again. For the record, the leftover coins were all scraped together and spent to replace the beds with top-quality furniture to match the upgraded bedding in the resort rooms. An investment with no regard for profitability. Be satisfied with your rooms so you never leave for the lobby or hallway. It was all about minimizing foot traffic and eliminating variables. In truth, the goal was no different from an exorcistic seal. The mascot's struggle to keep the work rules from ballooning to Rule 20 was tear-inducing. The yellow mascot stifled a sigh and finally assigned the new employees their new duties. First, Supervisor Lee Seong-hee in the dolphin mask was put at the spa's reservation desk. Okay, understood. Next, Weasel was assigned as the spa lounge cleaner. Why, yes. Still not fully back to his senses, Weasel nodded repeatedly and quickly bowed his head as he hurried off in that direction. And there was one employee watching all this closely. Ladybug Mask. He was just realizing something on his own. Useless staff are being assigned to posts where there's no direct interaction. In a sense, he had hit the mark. By Kim Solium's standards, the more reliable staff were assigned to directly face the ghost stories. It was a utilitarian arrangement to maximize the survival rate of the whole team, but people naturally judge others according to their own values and ways of thinking. It's sorting us. Ladybug clenched his fist. Would useless staff end up fired or converted into standard mascots? Either way, it would be a spine-tingling ending. Damn it, seriously. And he looked around at his competitors with a darkened gaze. Now that he had already become a staff member, the safest official method of fading into the background and clearing the stage unnoticed could no longer be applied. If so, he would have to use a different method. Make it into the passing group. Make the ghost story itself judge that it's fine for him to survive. THISWOY. The yellow mascot called over the staff who had been on his team and stamped their ride tickets with the stamp at the spa entrance. Next to him, employee Harvest Mouse, now finally seeming a bit more relaxed, even started to grin. At this rate, we'll escape in 4 days, won't we? You idiot. The ladybug anxious thought. As the person in charge of room service, what ranking am I? I can't afford to get pushed out before getting all 3 stamps. However, regardless of what any one employee thought, the resort kept running. BUSINESSSTORT. A new day began with the new facility. That day was a success as well. However, starting the next day, the yellow mascot began to notice strange phenomena. The 4th day of operations. Kim Solium inadvertently exchanged confused glances with Jang Ho-un. It feels like the guests have changed a bit. Yes, that's right. Since the spa opened, something strange had been happening. Up to yesterday, most of the guests coming to the resort looked like they were here for the theme park, or had already enjoyed it. That was only natural. After all, this was a resort attached to a theme park. But today, there was a noticeable increase in strange appearances. I heard this is a place for quite tresting kai. You for thegif please didn't mind me slongus thuras bathwater thuras noprabum thank you very much. Just now something weird, something like a blob of slime with only arms and legs, had passed by. It looked like something out of a horror story set in a remote forest. There was no entry ticket on its wrist, and no souvenirs or headbands either. By all appearances, it wasn't here to enjoy the theme park. And today, all sorts of such strange guests rushed the front desk to get rooms, like a sudden rush hour. A crowd so big, it wouldn't even matter if they came flooding in. Is it really supposed to be this successful? A bad feeling crept up. Sales were good, but... NEXT. Anyway, Kim Solium welcomed the next guest. But that guest... He even recognized them. 1 room, please, including the spa. Who? A pale man wearing a service uniform and a peaked cap, like a driver. It's the Hellfare taxi driver. Kim Solium broke into a cold sweat, remembering the favor owed from escaping Death Lane. Why would someone like him come to a theme park? Was there even a member among the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse who would care about a theme park? This isn't good. I need to get a handle on what's happening. In the end, the yellow mascot opened his mouth. PRDONME. IFYOUDOTHIS. ONEMOREGIFT. Kim Solium hurriedly put together a survey, "How did you find us?" and handed it over. The taxi driver scanned it with tired eyes, but just replied verbally. These days, there's a lot of promotion and reviews. My job requires rest, you see. I can't quit until it's all over. Ha ha ha. Watching the taxi driver go up to the 4th floor with his deluxe room key, the yellow mascot blinked. Promotion by reviews. And then he remembered. The coupons the blue mascot had been handing out. Flower Golden Resort. Deluxe room, 1 night accommodation voucher. Experience review required. No way. The yellow mascot immediately called for Lee Jae-hyun. DIDYOUWRITEREVIEW. Yes. My God. WHERE. One of the mascots assigned as a guide gave me a postcard. Kim Solium called over the standard mascots in charge of the task and confirmed the origin of the postcards. Holy shit. There were already dozens of postcards written by coupon-using guests stacked up. And among them was Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun's 1-line postcard. The bed mattress is soft. Well, it's a nice review at least. It seems these review postcards are being circulated as advertisements through some kind of strange ghost story network. And this, combined with the newly launched social distancing theme, was creating an incredible synergy that attracted even the kinds of ghost stories that would never normally come to a theme park. A boom in business that was completely unexpected. Ugh. It wouldn't have been surprising if Kim Solium, in a fit of frustration shouting, "Why the heck is the business doing so well?" would suddenly slash the number of rooms dramatically. But as a mascot, his identity simply couldn't permit him to chase away guests like that. In the end, the yellow mascot drooped his horns and resigned himself. Let's just think of it as being able to fill the satisfied guest count quickly. He recalled the requirements he'd written yesterday for adding the 3rd facility. Requirements to expand resort facilities. Staff 3. Satisfied guests 300. Mascot ceremony rites. The required number of guests had increased exactly tenfold. And now there was even a suspicious ceremony that needed to be held. Still, I guess I should be relieved that the number of extra staff needed is still only 3. Anyway, with guests flooding in, there was no need to worry about filling the guest count. Is there a problem? Section Chief Lee Jae-hyun asked, seeing the yellow mascot with his horns drooping. Of course, the mascot had no reason or guts to get mad at the alien lizard, who'd simply written a good review as asked. N.O. The yellow mascot patted the lizard's back. G-O-O-D-J-O-B. Yes. It was like something out of a sitcom. But someone watched this scene without smiling at all, anxiety written all over his face. Ladybug, sitting at the room service call desk. He swept his bloodshot eyes over the scene. Is that guy being acknowledged? What if Section Chief Lizard gets promoted? He'd fall behind. His survival odds would drop. No. He'd have to do something. Ladybug recalled his trump card, but quickly clenched his teeth. Section Chief Lizard was simply too difficult an opponent for tricks. That guy's special method of clearing ghost stories was already famous in the company. If he tried anything stupid, his head could literally explode. For the same reason, Supervisor Dolphin was also out of the question. She was from the elite team. In the end, there was only one employee who was rated higher than himself, but still manageable. He glanced over at the front desk. The bison mask-wearing Jang Hye-un, who was now promoted to manager. That night, knock, knock, knock. A guest came to Jang Hye-un's room. Who is it? Oh, it's me, Ladybug. Recalling several work rules, Jang Hye-un's tension eased a little as he stepped back. Luckily, the ghost guest who could mimic voices had checked out yesterday. He handled the checkout himself. Gee, good. Jang Hye-un opened the door, and Ladybug stepped inside, looking a bit sheepish. Hello, Mr. Bison. Sorry, but could I just borrow a... excuse me. Yes. Jang Hye-un blocked the way. Please don't come in. It's in the work regulations. 16. Please refrain from inviting other guests into your room. It is better not to make exceptions, even for fellow staff. By the time you realize it's not actually them, it will already be too late. I don't mean to be rude. It's just, I think it's safest to follow the rules as much as possible. Yeah, of course. Ladybug stepped back with an awkward laugh. I'm just out of bottled water in my room. If you could just lend me a bottle, I'll leave right away. Of course I should have a spare, just a moment. The color returned to Jang Hye-un's face beneath the mask, and he quickly went to the mini-fridge inside the room. Taking advantage of the moment, the ladybug made a tiny, subtle movement. Just a little. Flutter. Here you go. Thank you. Ladybug received the water bottle from Jang Hye-un, who had come back from the fridge to the doorway, and left with a smile. Jang Hye-un bowed his head to him and closed the door. Who? He was alone. Somehow, it felt even scarier to be resting at night like this. Remembering the blood and entrails seen during the day made him feel like throwing up. Still, it's worth it. This resort is truly a wonderful place, and the mascot is really amazing, wonderful, and great. It felt like his daily life was coming alive again for the first time in ages. Thinking so, Jang Hye-un went to check the front door one last time before bed. But, something had fallen on the floor at the entrance. A flat yellow square. A post-it. It was an ordinary post-it, like the kind you use on documents. It seemed like the cleaning mascot, or ladybug, must have dropped it while cleaning. And since it was yellow, Jang Hye-un smiled unconsciously. So fitting for this place. It was closer to yellow than gold, but at any rate he picked up the note. The front side of the post-it, which had landed face down, was revealed. What to do? So young. What a pity. Boo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo. Jang Hye-un froze. With trembling hands, he peeled the post-it off. For someone who'd spent a year professionally entering ghost stories, instincts naturally kicked in. a sense that something was very wrong. He realized it. He dropped the post-it on the floor and dashed to the emergency phone in the room, snatching up the receiver. "Please help, Mr. Mascot, Thai." That moment, Jang Hyo-un slipped. As he grabbed the receiver, his foot caught in the coiled phone cord stretched across the floor. And then, thud. Unluckily, his head struck the nightstand by the bed. Unluckily, the yellow mascot had recently replaced all the beds and nightstands with sturdy oak to match the luxury bedding. Unluckily, as his head struck, Jang Hyo-un was concussed and crashed hard against the nightstand. Unluckily, as his hand swept the nightstand, he knocked down the crystal lamp, shattering it to pieces. Unluckily, one of the jagged shards bounced off the wall and stabbed him straight in the spine. He tried to reach behind him, but it was already over. Thunk. He collapsed to the floor and did not rise again. That was how Jang Hyo-un died, without even a single scream. Unluckily, room 303 was awash in blood. I stared blankly at Jang Hyo-un, collapsed on the floor, with a pale face, his neck and below shredded by crystal shards. Dead. Looks like he broke a work rule. Tusk. A few employees, summoned suddenly at dawn, murmured in the background. These people were accustomed to death. After that first time witnessing a scream, they'd gotten used to it. Now it was like nothing to them. Like a true alumni of the round-off team, he was dismissed with a simple, "Guess he just messed up, huh?" But I had already found something at the entrance. In my hand was a crumpled item that had lost all effect. A post-it note. I know this item. It's a horrible, classic curse item listed in the Delusion Home Shopping Network. Unlucky post-it. Got someone you really resent? Here is a cursed talisman, an old superstition that comes to life. Now, with a simple trap, you can mourn their tragic accident yourself. Tip: the more your target believes in superstitions, the faster and stronger the effect. Note: the target must be someone the user knows personally. The target must discover and read the talisman directly. The target must be flustered. The effect of hemothorax is only guaranteed if all precautions are followed. If you didn't know, you might have missed it, but I know. And the one who knocked on Jang Hyo-un's door a few hours ago. The mascot knows. Why, oh you? The ladybug froze. I looked at him. You thought you wouldn't get caught. You. He doesn't understand. Why? This isn't a ghost story where you kill someone and only you can escape. Why your teammate? WHY? I stared at him. No, I thought only people who did their jobs well would be allowed to survive. Hick. No. Strange, oh right? The better you do, the more you might just be told to keep working at the resort and never go home, so I don't know why I believed it had to be that way. Ah. Ladybug suddenly grinned and started clapping. Maybe it's because I came to love the resort, Mr. Mascot. I'll be a really outstanding employee here, the best employee. Thunk. Supervisor Lee Seong-hee withdrew the hand that had struck the ladybug mask's neck. What a lunatic, right? But I couldn't answer. I just kept staring at Jang Hyo-un's corpse. It wasn't even my first time seeing someone die anymore, but it felt too strange. My stomach churned. Just then, can't you revive him? What kind of crazy talk is that? It's not like I have a wish ticket. But Supervisor Lee Seong-hee pointed to her arms and legs. The parts were now adorned with resort staff accessories and knickknacks instead of wounds. You fixed me too, didn't you? A mascot can do anything in their own zone, right? And staff are part of that zone. It flashed through my mind reflexively. The thought I'd had a few days ago, when I'd seen the corpses Lee Seong-hee had dragged in. It feels like even the corpses naturally became my subordinates. Can't you fix the staff too, like resort facilities? Could it be? The yellow mascot opened its mouth. GITUP. The dead Jang Hyo-un's body began to rise from the head up. His pale face, dripping blood and entrails, remained unchanged. Heek. Ignoring the scream, I stared at Jang Hyo-un's corpse. LETSWORK. For that, I had to make him presentable for work. The sharp shard embedded in Jang Hyo-un's punctured spine was pulled out, and the blood pooled on the floor was drawn back into the gaping wound. The wound closed, covered over by a stylish uniform vest. The sharp crystal fragment became a mascot-printed handkerchief tucked into his pocket. With that, Jang Ho-eun's corpse twisted and shook in midair. Thunk, and stood on its own strength on the floor. Then he opened his eyes. The room was filled with nothing but breathing and silence. And finally, the bison mask transformed grotesquely. Jang Ho-eun was now wearing a strange, feline golden mask with horns. A yellow mascot mask. And he smiled as he spoke. "Mr. Mascot, then should I go back to my post now?" GH. From that day on, the real ghost story began.